I have no fucking idea what that was. That was super weird. Oh, man. This is great. I love it. Why not? You know? Just don't work today. Just... I'm gonna try to restart OBS and see if that fixes it.
I do social media and hide behind my security guard.
What in the actual fuck, dude? Okay, let's see if this...
Yo, bro, what do you do for a living?
I do social media and hide behind my security guard.
And that pretty much sums up Jack Doherty to a T. He is probably the most hated internet personality. This little gremlin will do literally anything for clout, views and attention. But somehow, just when you think he can't stoop any lower, he manages to outdo himself, especially when money is involved.
Back in the day, we all do things for money.
This guy will do literally anything for the bag.
All right, Island boys, kiss or slap?
Kiss.
Kiss?
Kiss.
Okay, all right, go.
His content is built on chaos, and while chaos might pull in views short term, it's about as stable as a house of cards in a hurricane, and the signs of desperation are starting to show.
I have 500 in my bank account right now, guys. I'm broke.
If Jack Doherty's life were a reality show, it would be titled How Low Can I Get to Fill a Highlight Reel?
Island boy,
And that's because Jack Doherty is one of the internet's most
tension. Why you're pro?
I think you guys take all of your jewelry assets and invest it in something. So you guys will never ever be broke again.
And although people like Jack don't see long-term implications of their actions, they just income. But as his McLaren crash left him sidelined, the money started to dry up. Combine that with six-figure monthly expenses, Lamborghinis, bodyguards, designer clothes, and it's not hard to see why people are questioning his financial stability. So let's dive into what might not be a pool of money. Jack Doherty built his brand on luxury. Private jets, watches, and a fleet of sports cars were all a part of the image he sold to his fans. But recently, cracks in that image have started to show. Jack was spotted flying economy class. The guy who once bragged about private jets was suddenly trying to blend in with regular travelers, reportedly hiding his face in embarrassment.
Is that Jack Doherty flying Spirit? Bro, I didn't realize you were that broke.
But let's just be clear. There's nothing wrong with flying economy, like I fly economy and support his behavior after he...
Me? Bro. Dude, for real?
Bro, I thought you were rich.
In response, Jack posted a video explaining his decision.
All right, I've been seeing this video everywhere, and the reason I be sitting in an economy is every time I fly with my whole team, which is like 10 plus people, so I'm still spending like $5,000 in plane tickets. On top of that, I'm not gonna be the only one out of my group sitting in first class, leaving all my team in economy, you know?
Which sounds noble, if it wasn't coming out of Jack Doherty's mouth. Not to mention this kid literally just took J. Cole's line right there. So he can say what he wants, but Jack never seemed to care about flying solo in a private jet before, so why the sudden change? But if flying economy wasn't enough to spark rumors about Jack's finances, we all know about his recent McLaren crash, which was just another example showcasing how desperate he truly is. Because instead of checking on his injured friend, he handed him a camera to film content.
Michael, here. Michael, do you have your film on that phone too?
Which is just crazy. But then again, this is Jack Doherty we're talking about. And this clip tells us everything we need to know. So even after he claims to have all this money, you can almost see the financial concern on his face, suggesting his finances might be a lot tighter than he likes to portray. And this clip just solidifies that.
I just crashed my car. I lost 200 grand. I need to make my money back somehow.
But this isn't the first time we've seen him feel the pressure of his financial burdens.
I'm the only one here working. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I do. Because I have bills every month. I have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars every month.
And these little meltdowns have happened a few times.
I don't want to fucking work. It's the last thing I want to do. I want to go hang out with my friends right now, go fucking gamble with them at the casino.
So it's evident that the pressure of this whole lifestyle he tries to portray is finally starting to get to him. But he gets even more desperate because one day after the McLaren crash, he's flaunting money and his watch collection. The next, he's
Like, maybe just have one luxury car and get a smaller house. Then you can keep your money, not have to work as hard.
on TikTok live begging fans for money.
Everyone double tap the screen. We're almost at 1 million likes, guys. Let's see how fast we can hit it. James Ellis, thank you for the Galaxy, bro. I just followed you back.
For context, the Galaxy costs about $10, and during
Tommy Kunwar donated $2. Read the first paragraph of your wiki page, all the wiki edits, which annoyed you the most. 1, the version which said you were Smalley. 2, the Richard Kumar Burgess version, or this. He came out as bisexual. Oh, that's hilarious. Trivia, he is half black, half white. He has had a vasectomy. Well, that's accurate. Thanks for the donation, Tommy Kunwar.
one stream, Jack managed to collect $1,500 from viewers. The irony is staggering. Imagine someone wearing a $200,000 diamond chain holding out a tip jar. That's basically Jack on TikTok. What's worse, Jack openly admitted he's using these donations to recoup his losses from the McLaren crash. Instead of selling one of his watches or luxury cars, he decided that his fans, most of whom are likely teenagers, should pay the bill for his reckless spending and behavior. You would think with all that money he flaunts, this would be pocket change to him, but the funny thing is that a lot of people accuse Jack's watches of being fake, rented, or worth way less than he claims them to be.
Bro, you're wearing one little diamond bracelet and he wears 2 watches, bro. You got hundreds.
Yeah, that's a... Pay all you want, but hey, I'm saving my money.
That's crazy. You're down bad.
Yeah, that's an RM10, mate. It's just, listen, it's a lovely watch, but he's shouting that it's 200k, 250. It's not 200k, mate. It's 100, absolute max. I don't believe for a second that he ever bought a watch.
React to this.
Let me take a look.
Everything that the government gives you for free is bad for you. I will give you lots of proof and examples of this, of course.
By the way, Sv3rige has lived off of government handouts like most of his life at this point. But we can react to that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. 2 donators. Did you see the 5090 reviews? Many reviewers said that it's disappointing, not giving any better performance than last gen, barely an improvement from gen to gen, naming it a 490 Ti. That sounds like horseshit to me. I saw Wendell's review, and there seems to be like around a 20-ish% improvement. And that's with or without DLSS.
Degrees, which is remarkable given how quiet and compact this graphic increases the margin.
Yeah. Like, so it's roughly a 20% performance improvement for whatever reason, Counter-Strike, but who fucking cares? Stupid ass Counter-Strike. Who cares about Counter-Strike, like, of all games? Yeah, it's about a 20% performance uplift. Like, what the fuck are they talking about? And that's basically what you'd expect, you know, at this point. This guy is benchmarking the stupidest fucking games. Like, War Thunder, 1440p? Why? Why would you get a fucking 5090 and play at 1440? Like, you'd have to be retarded. But, thanks for the donation, too. That people who are complaining about the 5090 performance are just fucking whiny. Like, isn't it also coming at a cheaper MSRP compared to the 4090 at launch? So, like, what is there to fucking complain about? 20% performance uplift, you got fucking DLSS 4.0. Frame gen if you ever need it. More memory. So who fucking cares?
You may believe that a lot of it is paid by your taxes, but when you look at the actual numbers, it cannot account for it. As far as I can see right here, none of this could be paid for by your taxes, and that's because it's too little. The major economies on this earth print money endlessly, and most of them turn it into debt. These major economies also mostly work together. That's why they are so well developed, and that's why in some African countries, for example, they do actually rely on the taxes, but that's why these countries are so underdeveloped.
Is Elon Musk a Nazi?
Yeah, I'd say he's a Nazi. Thanks for the donation, Cowboy Bebop.
That's a good thing, of course. They are more primitive, which essentially just means more natural. You cannot create this kind of a system through taxes. It's impossible. You need to simply print money endlessly. You need to spend trillions on this. Even if you do want to believe that it's paid for by your taxes, there's some people out there who commit.
He doesn't seem to understand, like, why money is printed, why it's actually a good thing in a lot of cases. You kind of need a little bit of inflation. You need a little bit of debt, you know, for economic growth.
Tax evasion, but they will still get all of this. The point is simply that the government wants you to use all of this and have all of this. Whether you believe that you pay for it is not even relevant. Number one.
Okay, Sv3rige is still retarded.
Really, Cowboy Bebop? That's no surprise at all at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's, somebody made some crazy fucking post about how he thinks, like, Jews are responsible for, like, slavery and a bunch of crap, and then Elon Musk commented and he was like, yeah, true. So yeah, he's a Nazi. He's also supporting, like, really far right-wing political groups in other countries and shit. Like, he's clearly a fucking Nazi. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Do you have a 27 or 32-inch curved monitor? I've got a 32. There was no point in getting a 27-inch curved monitor. It's just not large enough for it to matter.
Watch himself. I think he gets the watches out on loan. Like, he just wants to flex a brand. He has no idea what he's talking about.
But if you thought Jack's antics couldn't get worse, let's talk about his venture into meme coins. Because after being banned on Kick, this move just proved how desperate for money he really is. The man has a non-existent fan base, and yet still decided to scam the few fans he had left.
Alright, I'm seeing everyone making a ton of money off these meme coins, and I want in. So tonight, guys, I'm going live, and I'm buying a meme coin. I already know which one I'm buying, but all I know is I'm going to be making straight cash, baby. So if you guys want to be a part of it, join my live. I'm going live at 12 a.m. Eastern time, and I'm buying a meme coin. I know which one I'm buying. I'm dropping a bag on it, and we're all getting rich together, guys. I'm not selling until it's at 100 million market cap. I'm going up 100, 200, 300x, baby. Let's go.
And so fans bought in, only to watch Jack's latest get-rich-quick scheme flop. Instead of making money, his fans ended up with buyer's remorse, and Jack still had the audacity to call his fans broke after he literally just scammed them. It just makes you think to yourself, there's no ways this guy's for real. But
I don't even know if you can call it scamming at this point. Like, if you're stupid enough to put money into a meme coin.
Jack clearly doesn't care, and his reputation took yet another hit, leaving his fans questioning whether they could trust anything he said. Because if you still trust this guy after everything he's done, you honestly just deserve to be a Jack Doherty fanboy like this guy.
Hi Jack, I wanted to show you this tattoo that I got of you. And I also have another one, a chlamydia tattoo.
Bro, how I'm actually not going to even comment, because if meme coins weren't bad enough, Jack's latest scandal involves gambling promotions. In an interview with YouTuber PackGuard, Jack revealed that he's been making money from gambling deals. When questioned about the ethics of promoting gambling and OF to young audiences, this was the degenerate's response.
Do you feel like it may be a negative thing by any chance to promote gambling to especially, a younger audience, considering the fact that it may cause them into signing up onto these gambling sites and becoming gambling addicts themselves?
I mean, as long as they use my code, I'm completely okay with it.
Yep, he actually justified promoting gambling by pointing out that it benefits him financially. And his defense to that was,
if I'm gonna get someone if I don't get someone into gambling because of my videos, then someone else is gonna get that person into gambling.
To be clear, gambling deals often involve influencers profiting from their audience's losses. So to make things worse, this is what he had to say.
I know not to gamble. Obviously I have a lot of money and I don't gamble. It's like
but
you just
so you agree that gambling is you think that gambling is a stupid thing to do, correct?
Sure.
So why would you willingly promote that to your fans?
There's a very simple response. And it's the only way they can sign up to the website is if they're an adult. And if you're an adult and you want to do whatever the fuck you want with your money, you can go ahead and do that.
I just picked up the key.
He's not anybody's mommy or daddy. If there's adults in his audience that want to sign up to a gambling website and throw away their money, that's their choice. It's all you gotta say, but he's too stupid to fucking think about it.
What? Because why not?
Bro, he looks so stupid there. He had no answer to that.
You just say 99% gamblers quit right before their biggest win, huh? No, I'm kidding. Joke, don't put that in there.
Okay, but that's enough of this interview before you guys tell me you've punched a hole through your screen. So Jack's willingness to profit from something he openly admits unbanned from Kick, so he'll be just fine and make tons of money. So only pulls in an average of 40,000 views on his latest video.
Wow, his YouTube channel's dead.
Why you don't consider Destiny a friend anymore? Also, Saudi Arabia has some nice girls, I'm sure. Mansplaining is good SMTH.
I mean, there are pretty likely some hot Saudi Arabian women.
She is...
Like, they probably have some big sexy noses, too.
She is beautiful. Baby, you gotta stop. I'm gonna die right now, literally. You are gorgeous. What is your name?
My name's Louise. I'm from New York.
Baby, I'm from Jersey. Are you kidding me right now? I just live in Jersey, but I visit them sometimes still, so. That is? Of paradise. Look at her, she's jealous because nobody wants to talk to her.
She is, she's like too fat to really even be called a hippopotamus. What do you even call that? That's just a blueberry. Also, mansplaining is good. Let me see.
So I'm gonna ask you to leave because you passed by a sign here that said authorized vehicles only. Do not enter.
Am I a vehicle?
You're a person, and
Okay.
it's meant to be the same. And now I'm clarifying that for you.
Well, that's not what the sign says.
Okay, well I'm clarifying that for you now.
I have a legal right to be here, ma'am.
You don't, because this is for authorized vehicles only.
Per what statute?
It's not per statute. It's
Okay.
per.
Have a nice day.
Okay. Could you please leave now?
Ma'am, I have a First Amendment right to be here. I'm a journalist.
What are you a journalist with?
2 cameras.
Do you work with someone?
How many people do you see?
One.
There's your answer.
So you work with yourself?
Correct.
You can't come back here and do this kind of thing.
Why can't I?
Because, as I said, there's signs on either end of these things that say do not enter.
Dude, I would have literally just straight up told her, you're a woman, so you being a cop means I can do whatever the fuck I want. So why don't you call your fucking male supervisor or something and see if he can actually do anything for you. What a joke.
And even though it doesn't say humans specifically may not enter here, it's kind of implied. So I'm now,
Well-
like I'm saying, I'm explaining that to you now.
The way the law works is it doesn't imply, it states specifically. So unless the sign states specifically, or there's a specific statute which I've broken, I will respectfully decline your offer.
This guy is very confused. Clearly not sure what to do. Thanks for the donation though, Elias. Niceness, donate $2, low, so handsome, slide 2. Oh my goodness. Oh, that is a very handsome. Wow. That's a nice deer. Yeah, grooming himself. Wow. So pretty. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. There's 2 of them. Oh. Oh, what a nice pigeon. Oh, the pigeon likes rubs. Oh. I'd like to pet a pigeon. Oh, what a sweet little pigeon. Oh my goodness. What a lovely pigeon. So nice. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a sweet pigeon.
Water noise. We need you. We need
What happened? Oh my goodness!
Parrots are very special. Oh.
Nasıl peki? Bize biraz gökyüzünü anlatır mısın? Nasıl, ne görüyorsun gökyüzüne baktığında? Hep aynı şeyi görüyorum.
That's a nice owl. My goodness.
Word of my dads, this shit is bad. Why they got the firemen out here? Because of congestion prices. Yo, keep doing what you doing, boss. Yo, this shit is sad. Look how they got my boy out here. Nah, word of...
The congestion pricing thing is fucking bullshit. All it really is a tax on poor people, basically. But yeah, New York doesn't generate enough revenue. Thanks for the donation though, niceness.
I wouldn't want to pet a pigeon VG, they carry so many diseases, especially with all this bird flu spreading around.
That's not a reason not to pet a pigeon. They're nice. You pet your pigeons. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
To this used Tesla Model S. And this Model S is specifically the 90D, which was made in 2016. Now, since this car is 7 years old and it's traveled nearly 100,000 kilometers, which is this many miles, let me show you some things that have gone wrong with this car during that time. Number one is this door card right here. It makes a pretty bad sound when you close it. And as you can see here, it moves quite a lot. Number two, this screen here had to be replaced because during the ownership period, this actually stopped working, so it had to be replaced. You can see all this nice wood trim along here and even around the center console, but if you move these movable armrests forward, you can see they've actually scratched the wood here, which is quite frustrating if you like the look of this wood and also want your armrests forward like this. And
No 5090 MSRP is 25% more for 27% faster card and you not buying it for MSRP, it's gonna cost way more. 3090 to 4090 was 60% faster, so 5090 is not moving the needle this gen, and frame gen still sucks balls and card uses 600 watts.
Let's rewind a couple of years and take a look at the look so great. This is the power draw to look for in each new generation of between the 2080 Ti and the 3090. That was also bigger on this chart. Multi-frame gen, you can now choose between different multipliers. 2x just like the normal 240 frames per second. I want to start by saying that my expectations for multi-frame gen were down here. They were down at Cyberpunk. I played around with the different multipliers, had a look for the different visual artifacts and stuff like that, and honestly, every single time, I found myself wanting to play at 4x, simply because the frame rate jump was so substantial. I know it sounds like a complete meme playing single-player games at 240 Hz, but the immersion and lifelikeness, it actually does improve so much with those extra frames. But it is not perfect, and there are motion artifacts. If you look closely at the edges, you'll see some choppiness and pixelation. The more movement there is, the worse this will look. And yeah, I can't lie, in games where you're sitting there observing and admiring the graphics, it's pretty latency difference. It is pretty substantial between native rendering and
I don't know. I'll see how much they are. Thanks for the donation, 3. Wigan Gaines donated $3. Let me take a look.
Feeling kind of under the weather, like you've got the flu.
Brock, he asked you a question.
I'm good. That would be the ricin I gave you. It's good stuff. How are you feeling? Kind of
Breaking Bad sucks. Thanks for the donation, Wigan Gaines. Elias donated $2. Now I'm definitely gonna call him sir.
Nugget. Nugget shivers a lot. Nugget. Nugget.
What do you do for a living, please?
I gym.
Are you a male or female?
I am female.
What is your gender?
My gender.
I'm a mechanic.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr? Sure. Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good morning.
Morning to you.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
And so Kenyans will be even in a deeper shit. Oh, no, that is not parliamentary.
Can you marry a woman that earns more than you?
I will never do such a thing.
You speak English?
Yeah.
What is your good name?
My name is Motherfucker.
Well, your name is what?
Motherfucker.
In my clan, if we find you introducing a man to another man, mama.
Africa's pretty based.
Did you ever get to meet Michael Jackson?
Nah, I didn't, man. I wish I did, though. You know, I was, what, fucking 10 when he died?
Damn. That would have been the time to meet him.
Yeah.
And like Monster energy drinks sometimes, which are like piss magnets.
Yeah.
They're delicious, but they make you want to pee.
Make you want to beat your wife too, dude. I've seen a lot of dudes drinking Monster that you know they're going home to punch. Dude, when I was growing up, we couldn't even get porn. We had to get this dude Nick on Friday would draw us a picture of some pussy, you know, a little bit of crotch for the weekend. $4 to this dude Nick.
$4 for drawings?
Bro, you'd pay $8.
Jerk off this guy's drawings?
Oh, everybody would. He must have made probably $60 on a Friday. And this was in 1995. What's a country you might visit, man? If you ever could visit somewhere.
I would say Germany.
Okay. Would you ever go back to your homeland, your family's homeland, you think?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sure, buddy.
Dude, we just had a guy come in here and drop the N-word, man. We cannot be laughing about this shit right now.
Oh, I don't think that shit's funny at all. What I do is if I really need to get it out, I write it down.
What the fuck?
Oh, that one's good.
Was hat die Katze getan? Free the cat! Was hat sie getan? Free the cat! Was hat sie getan? Was hat sie getan? Free the cat! Was hat sie getan? Sie ist kein Dalaun! Free the cat!
Well, I think that's Germany.
Ready?
Both fighters
ready?
in black
Fighter.
trunks.
Fighter, look at me. You ready?
A languid approach from Mikhail Grigouet to the opening of this fight. And there's the hands down like Dan Hardy promised.
Dispatches Grigouet! Are you kidding me? Seconds! Wow! Stay down. Wow!
He was asking for it.
What in the fuck was that guy doing? Was he just in a really bad mood?
Yeah. We've been fine. There's no issues. We're not, you know.
Yeah.
Just let me know if it's too tight, all right?
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
You smell like shit. Cognac.
Yeah,
that was cognac.
It smells like cock.
That's all I could
That's
drink.
what it smells like.
You're gonna
smells like
fucking.
cognac.
Are you gonna try? Okay, if you're.
Can I make my phone call? Do I have rights? Can I make my phone call?
Who you gonna call?
Huh?
Who you gonna call?
Your mama.
All right, get your ass in the car.
Okay, without that one.
Can I get your number?
Yes, 911.
Grab her.
Quit filming.
Grab her? What are you talking about?
Come on.
Aren't you a good citizen? What do you mean?
First time I got away with doing nothing, so how is it my fault?
No, because you're identified again. The only reason you got away with doing nothing is because nobody wanted to fill out a complaint on you.
That sounds stupid.
Okay?
How I get away with doing nothing? I got away with doing nothing because I did nothing.
No, because you guys did
That kid's sharp.
Yeah. We've been fine.
Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Agreed, VG. I just don't understand what so many see in that show.
It's just a load of shit. If you like Breaking Bad, you're a fucking dumbass. And you're probably fucking gay, too. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. $2 $2. You glad that TikTok is getting fucked or no? I feel like the level of brain rot has gone through the roof lately.
Sei vorsichtig, wenn du eine Katze zu Hause hast, denn sie könnte 1350 Schuss Maschinengewehrmunition im Bauch versteckt haben. Die Munition wird automatisch über ein rundes Linksystem nachgeladen. Die Augen der Katze funktionieren wie ein Laservisier und die Ohren helfen beim Zielen. Wenn du den Abzug drückst, trifft der Schlagbolzen auf das Zündhütchen. Dadurch wird das Geschoss gezündet und das Schießpulver in der Patrone explodiert. Diese Explosion erzeugt Hitze und Druck, wodurch die Kugel herausgeschleudert wird. Sei also vorsichtig, wenn jemand mit einer Katze auf dich schießt. Auch Hundebesitzer sollten vorsichtig sein, denn dein Hund könnte ein Raketenhund sein. Dieser Hund hat ein Triebwerk am Rücken und Treibstoff davor. Im Maul des Hundes ist ein Sprengkopf versteckt und im Kopf sitzt ein wichtiger Steuerchip. Die Augen sind versteckte Kameras. Im Kampf kannst du einen Ball mit einem Ortungsgerät in Richtung des Feindes werfen. Sobald der Standort bestimmt ist, kann der Raketenhund gestartet werden. Er kann dann wie ein süßer Hund aussehen, sich dem Feind nähern, plötzlich die Rakete abfeuern, den Ortungsball mitnehmen und elegant verschwinden.
Well, I wish TikTok was like that. Probably wouldn't need to get banned if people just uploaded stupid cat videos. But yeah, I'm glad to see TikTok getting banned. Fuck TikTok. Thanks for the donation too. Oh. Oh, fucking goddamn it.
Everyone, Charlie Veach here. Not a happy video, but maybe justice has been done. I've spent the day today listening to the victim impact statements of the Southport scumbag, the convicted murderer, mass murderer, and it's not been easy. Quite harrowing. The hardest things to hear that anyone will ever hear, and of course doesn't come anywhere close, hearing it secondhand doesn't come anywhere close to experiencing it. I think amidst the horrors of hell that this scumbag has brought to these people, it's important to remember some positives that happened. As Axel was stabbing little girls, there's a lot of screaming, and a 62-year-old man called Jonathan Hayes, he heard the attack, and he heard the girls being murdered and being stabbed, and the judge explained the amount of force he used. And most people, when faced with that sort of situation, will run away. A terror attack, people being killed. Luckily, some of the nursery workers managed to lock some of the girls in the bathroom, and they had to listen to the other girls outside be brutally murdered. And amidst all that hell and killing and stabbing and blood, a 62-year-old man called Jonathan Hayes, he ran towards the danger. He ran in there. He grabbed Axel Rudacabana. He tried to take the knife off him. And he was stabbed badly himself, almost died. Almost died. And when they interviewed Jonathan just a few weeks later, the man is full of remorse for not having been more, and I quote, more Bruce Willis. He has survivor's guilt that he wishes he could have saved a few more of the girls. But Jonathan, you're a hero. And who knows how many girls managed to get out because you ran in there and grabbed the guy and tried to take his knife off him, and for that he stabbed you very badly. But amidst the hell, you see the angels come through, and don't feel any guilt, Jonathan. You did so much more than 99.9% of the public would do. And who knows, maybe you saved lives. Maybe you saved lives.
Live storytellers, they take now everyone in the UK.
What you say? What are you doing? Stated, I have the belief that you may be in possession of drug. What? Yes, I got the belief Is that he you may, even be an in officer? You may be in possession of drug. Are you even an
Stop
officer?
being rude and just listen to him.
That's why I want to search you. What's your name first before you search, man? I want to search you under section 23. Yeah, 23, can I have your name, please? 23.
Say call the number, Mike.
My call number is 08387. 08387. Where are you based? I'm down Lonside Police Station. And what do you want to do search, man? I have the reason to believe that you may be in possession of
This guy literally sounds like he just immigrated from Africa. I knew a guy from Uganda. who went to my high school, literally immigrated to Canada 3 months before he started school. He spoke better English than this guy. I don't know if I can do an African accent. Let me see. Yes, excuse me, sir. We have reason to believe that you are in possession of poo-poo and pee-pee in a bottle container. They use the poo-poo and the pee-pee to make gas that you inhale, and we need to search for pee-pee and poo-poo on you.
Man, you built like the Kool-Aid man.
Man, you built like Shamar.
Don't start
You look like his uncle.
You done kicked out your motherfucker.
You about 50 years old with some shredded jeans on. We even. You wearing 2-year-old Dior's. We even. Go ahead, Woody.
They
Get
2
your
years
uncle
old?
under control.
I ain't know they were 2 years old. I just bought them.
Refocus on me. Come on. Refocus your eyes on me. Come on, look me.
It ain't hard
Right
to miss
here.
you, big as you is.
60-40 vision. Get with me right here.
It ain't hard to miss you.
Get with me. Come on.
Yeah, man, you.
Get
I
with
see
me.
you.
Okay, I
Big
see
as
you.
you.
And I see you
can't
too.
miss you with
I
no
know that you
eye.
like a lot of girls that look like your daughter. Go ahead. Next question.
The fuck even is that? Niggas not like that, I don't like him.
So where are you headed to?
I'm heading to the Hollywood holiday party.
Really? Who's the party for?
It's for the co-workers.
Okay, so you're going to a party for your job?
Yeah.
All right, what do you plan on doing?
Well, while I'm at the party, I'm going to be dancing and have fun with the others.
Okay, have a great time.
Thank you.
They said Lord Farquhar was on this block.
Lord Farquhar?
Yeah, they said I'm trying to find him, Lord Farquhar.
You sure you're not him?
What you mean I'm not him?
That's good.
You don't look like you stole his whole hat. No funny. His whole
What you mean
hat.
stole?
His whole gold, bro.
Man, stop! I can't get
No
it.
funny shit.
Man, I can't even walk down the street.
That's good.
They said Lord.
I got to let it go, y'all. I can't do it no more.
That's fake. Thanks for the donation, Elias. $2, please react. How much for you to get a haircut like this and keep it for like a year?
This was like one of my worst hair days I've ever had in my life. Not funny. Sony loves.
There's no way I could grow my hair like that. It's just not how my hair grows. I can't grow an afro anymore. It kind of just grows straight and it's a little curly. I'm just letting it grow out now so that I can get it styled and crap. Might get it dyed white. I'm not sure. Thanks for the donation, W.
Now that Lona Box and Destiny are on vacation and the streets are dry, I'm here early for my daily dose of misanthropy, nihilism, sadism, psychopathy, Islamophobia, pedophobia, hatred of French people and a touch of sexism. I hope to not get disappointed.
Well, you'll find plenty of that here. I can guarantee ya. Thanks for the donation, Gloopy. Dodo donated $2. Trump said his 25% tariffs will go on Canada and Mexico imports starting February 1st, so in like 8 days, get ready for economic collapse in North America. That's probably going to be good news for me, because again, most of my income is in the form of USD. The exchange rate is way down right now. I think the Canadian dollar is like 65 cents on the American dollar. Let's see, CAD to USD. It's up a little bit. Yeah, so it's 70 cents right now. But I've been making more money because of that, which is pretty sweet. So when you give me your USD, you give me more Canada dollar. Thank you, USD. Video unavailable.
41 months in prison. Yesterday, he celebrated his pardon on Twitter. He wrote, "I got a pardon, baby. Thank you, President Trump. Now I am going to go buy some mother effing guns. I love this country. God bless America." Mom, can I have some money for guns? I'm starting to think he might not be a real shaman, you know? He's clean-shaven now. He's been dehorned, and for whatever reason, he agreed to sit for an interview yesterday with the BBC.
They imprisoned me for 27 months, 10 and a half in solitary confinement, and then they released me to the public as social pariah without the ability to own a firearm. So I can never really actually bring in a gun to a gunfight. I always have to bring a knife to a gunfight. And you do realize how wrong that is, right?
Jake, you pleaded guilty.
I pleaded guilty. So is this how we do things in England, I say? Yes, you can't see, the forest for the trees, my dear?
I bet his cellmate is so happy he's gone.
What a retard. Yeah, none of those people deserve a pardon. They're clearly fucking insane. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That Achaean sounds more German than a frackin' VG.
No, he sounded African. Could be wrong, but that guy sounded like he's from Africa. He's also black, so that also makes it more likely that he came from Africa. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Ever think about getting dreads? A lot of younger black men have them now.
No, I don't want to look like a retarded dipshit who can't comb his hair. Thanks for the donation, E-Nation.
The judge behind me passed sentence, and we were all hoping, obviously, he can't, by law, you cannot sentence someone to a whole of life term as in life without parole if they committed the offense when they were technically and legally a child. He was 17, he was 9 days away from becoming an adult, and had he done it on his 18th birthday.
Dude, the UK is so cucked.
Would you rather have this song as your alarm for the rest of your life? Have this play for the first 5 minutes anytime you enter a grocery store.
Give it up, give it up, give it up, ballsy balls. Give it up, give it up, give it up, ballsy balls. Feed my children, oh no, no, yeah. Give it up, give it up, give it up, ballsy balls. Give it up, give it up, give it up, ballsy balls.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Shitting, pooping, shitting, pooping, shitting, pooping, shitting, pooping, shitting, pooping, shitting, pooping.
I think I'd go with the alarm for the rest of my life. Thanks for the donation, Babar. Dodo $9, new episode dropped. Let's go. If you don't have time today, just watch 30 minutes, then react next stream.
You're looking at the most petrifying pit stop fire, where the flames are invisible. This unbelievable incident occurred during the 1981 Indianapolis 500, when Rick Mears pitted on lap 58. Fuel started leaking from the refueling hose before it was connected to the car, spraying into the cockpit and splashing on the pit crew. It ignited upon contact with the engine and exhaust. Methanol is characterized by invisible flames in daylight and no smoke due to its low carbon content compared to gasoline fires. You can't see it, you don't know how to escape it, and no one around you knows you are in need of help. When Rick Mears jumped out of the car, he was covered in flames from the waist up, with fire getting under his helmet. He ran to the pit wall seeking help, but the fire crew was focused on the car. Rick, in panic, jumped in front of the fire extinguisher nozzle that was spraying the car. The fire crew member also felt the heat and, in fear, abandoned the extinguisher. Then, Rick's father grabbed it and put out the flames. The whole incident ended with Rick needing plastic surgery on his nose. You're looking
Nice and retarded.
The warfare that went on.
All right, that looks interesting. Might watch it tonight. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Unnaturally submissive. Crazy lady, please look at her other recent video where she pretends to hear Red Pill Man too. She even gives advice for men on how to avoid child support.
The real reason that the patriarchy still exists is
all this.
This is 43 minutes. I ain't watching 43 minutes of her stupid nonsense. I'm pretty sure she's just trying to rage bait people. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, either this is just for misandrous dumb bitch women, or, she's rage baiting, or both. There's just no way anybody can believe this horse shit. Thanks for the donation, though, W.
You have such a cute kitty cat. I have an odd urge to fuck it. /oddly_fuckable perhaps?
If anybody were to do anything I disapprove of to my cat, I would find out where they live, round up each and every one of their family members, and I'd slit their throat and cut all of their fucking heads off right in front of you until I do you last. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
because most men will never know the feeling of a critical thought passing in between their ears. And I'm not even saying that necessarily to flex on men or like be funny or whatever. I literally think the patriarchy teaches them this, which is why they're not only blind to what's happening right in front of their nose, but they're actually celebrating this win as if this group of people is going to be good for their future. That's how I know that they've never had a single critical thought. See, women are different. Women are taught from a very young age that everything is our responsibility, that we need to think ahead about things, that we need to be.
By the way, there was record low female turnout. More women turned out to vote for Joe Biden than for Kamala Harris. So this claim is just retarded.
To be knowledgeable, there's no margin for error, that we can't really make mistakes. Men are not taught any of these things, which is why they're so comfortable floating through life with no purpose other than to submit.
Men aren't taught there are consequences to your actions. I wonder why there's so many single mothers.
Why kill their family members? They had nothing to do with it. Why not just torture the one directly responsible?
Well, they come from bad breeding stock, so if they're fucking assholes, chances are their entire family are a bunch of assholes, so it's better to just wipe out all the roaches. Thanks for the donation, I'm not vegan, but... And we're donating $2. That school shooter in Nashville, Tennessee was Black Nazi. I'm wondering if Candace Owens, or Clandis, bears any responsibility to radicalizing the self-hating N-word.
Words shape thoughts, thoughts drive action, and action ultimately has consequences. Yesterday there was a school shooting where one person was killed, another one was injured, and the person who perpetrated the shooting, in what is now being called his manifesto, something that this person wrote, he has many people that he says are responsible for influencing him to do this. One of his major influences, he claims, is Candace Owens.
There we go, sweet. I'm glad these people are leaving notes for us now with you know, whose YouTube channel they really like, so that we don't even that nobody can play this game, and Tim Pool can say, or Candace Owens or any of these right-wing fucking dipshits, oh well, you're just trying to personally attack me. There's not even any evidence he watched my channel. How could I radicalize him when there's not even any evidence he watches me? I'm glad these pieces of shit are leaving a note. By the way, I'm a huge fan of Candace Owens. That's why I wanted to kill Jews. Thank you. Thank you. At least they did something, you know, halfway decent before they committed a horrible murder or killings.
And he writes, and I quote, Candace Owens influenced me above all every time she spoke. It's time for Candace Owens and her followers to realize that their words have consequences.
Yeah, Candace Owens is a piece of shit. She's a massive anti-Semite. Oh, sweet. People are actually reporting on this.
Hey guys, it's Tim Miller.
That's good. Oh, thank fuck. Bro, hopefully, again, this is like the beginning of the end. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on her now. And hopefully she gets her YouTube channel at least demonetized. Thanks for the donation, N-word. Dodo $9, I will tell you why the patriarchy still exists, because we are all primates like chimps, gorillas, orangutans. Yeah. It's kind of funny. Like, I don't understand why a patriarchy would be less preferable to a matriarchy. Like, no offense, but women are completely incompetent in running society. Like, they just are. They have nonsensical, stupid fucking ideas. Let's ban guns. Oh, let's defund the police. Let's let in a ton of fucking immigrants from Muslim countries. I'm sure that will work out for you. Like, yeah. By the way, has anyone ever been to school? You want to know why it sucks? Probably because there's too many female teachers. They won't even let you fucking fight each other and wrestle in class. Gay. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
But VG, what if someone killed you and your family for not being vegan just because they assumed that all of you must not be vegan? Wouldn't it be unfair for you to be killed when you're not like the rest?
Little bit of a different circumstance, because I haven't actually gone out of my way to fuck with those people. I'll just ask them ahead of time if any of them are vegan, and maybe I'll let one live. Thanks for the donation, though. I'm not vegan.
Would you personally ride your own horse for their health benefits? I know you don't have the horse anymore. Thank you.
Probably not. I have zero interest in horse riding. And, I've seen some pretty nasty horse riding accidents, too. Like, I think some of it might depend on the horse, but I have no idea how to fucking ride a horse, and there being quite a lot of people who've, like, become paralyzed from falling off a horse. But thanks for the donation, Alan. Let's see, just random vids, donate $2. Oh. I love huskies. Oh. Oh my god. Wow. Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Look at his face. Oh my god, he's a person. Oh. Dogs are people too. Dogs are people. Collab that no one asked for. Oh, geez.
Difference between plant protein and beef protein. Because if I look at my tofu, Paul, it says that a 3-ounce serving has 8 grams of protein. What do you say about that?
I think that protein is not as bioavailable.
Yeah, so Paul, I'm twice your size and I can snap you in half like a fucking pretzel. So yeah, tell me about bioavailability.
It's not as usable in the human body as animal protein. 4 ounces of beef has 19 grams of protein. And what we know from research studies is that.
So by the way, I'm pretty sure he's comparing like medium tofu to extra lean ground beef or something.
The protein in plant foods is about half as bioavailable.
Yeah, that is not true.
As animal protein. That 8 grams of protein in the tofu is really only 4.5 or so grams of the equivalent in animal protein.
But wait.
So I guess Paul is just some low-T beta male faggot because he's getting so much more protein than me, but he's still a weenie little bitch.
Wait a second, my tofu only has 80 calories per serving.
Right, but even though the ground beef has 250 calories per serving, it sounds like a lot. It has healthy, saturated fats from animals. Yes, they're.
Oh, there we go. Yes, nice artery clogging, healthy, saturated fat that will kill you.
Can be healthy, saturated fats from animals. So it's not about calories. It's about how hungry you are in 4 hours.
Yeah.
What a fucktard. Mia Khalifa gets called out. I hate that bitch. Let me see.
Morning to everybody who is not in the US military. Good morning to everybody who is sitting at home and not on soil that doesn't belong to them, fighting a war for a country that doesn't care about them. I hope you go over there and get your little brain all scrambled up with PTSD and then come back here and see how much the United States cares about you, Pookie. See how much they care about you when you come back with, oh, I'm so sad. I piss my pants every time I see a falafel stand in Manhattan. Let's see how much the VA cares about you. Let's see what.
Why is she assuming that, like, most of these soldiers get PTSD from shooting somebody? Like, I've seen quite a lot of interviews from, like, World War II veterans and shit. None of them fucking care about killing anybody. I don't know, why the fuck did that... That's weird. Oh, wait, that's my headphones. Okay, weird. Did the gain change on something? Yeah, from what I can tell, most veterans don't give a shit about killing other people. What seems to fuck them up is seeing, like, their friends dying or getting their leg blown off or something.
What they tell you to do with your little broken brain from going over to fight a war that's not yours. They're going to tell you to try breathing exercises because the US government does not give a fuck about you once you cannot die for them. Once you're done, once you're a shell, they don't care about you. What did I say on Z?
Do I have to keep watching this? Like, I'm kind of done. Just blabs. She literally made all her money sucking cock. Like, I don't know why anybody would give a shit what she has to say. Yeah, she's not even hot. Like, her body is super fucking mid and just has, like, weird, gross implants. She doesn't have a nice pussy or butthole either. Elias donated $2. Why is Destiny not your friend anymore? Incest effects right here.
Talk to.
Well, we're never friends. We're on friendly terms. But, yeah, the shit that happened with him leaking nudes of people, I'm just gonna keep my distance right now. I swear the fucking gain on my microphone, like, changed. I don't know if, like, Gummy changed the knob or something? That's weird. Testing. It's... Put it up to 67, I guess.
To me. Chilling, bro. Pakistan Independence Day.
Yeah, come on, bro.
Yeah?
Big up.
How do you feel?
Me, I feel good, you know.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So talk to me, why does everyone come Ilford Lane and like do the mad thing? Why they blowing horns? Why they're selling flags, shirts?
Cause you know, I don't know you know. It's just people are happy, innit? You get me?
Yeah. What's your favorite Pakistani song?
Bruv, that Zach Knight one, bro.
Sing it.
I don't even know what the fuck they're saying. Yeah, they're probably retarded. Inbred. Nothing better than a drink after a long day drinking. That guy looks really unhealthy.
Tell me something your mom doesn't know and I'll buy you whatever you want.
I say the N-word hard.
Tell me something your mom doesn't know and I'll buy you whatever you want.
I say the N-word harder.
What? Tell me something your mom doesn't know and I'll buy you whatever you want.
I say the N-word harder.
What?
That's pretty funny.
My question is for the chicken lady. Can you see out of those glasses?
I can see your fat ass.
Thanks for the donation, Elias. Mr. VG, how you do? What's up, big boy? You seen Squid Game 2? Will you walk Gum Gum when it gets warm or cat stroller? I'll try to walk him. I'm probably either gonna take him around in a backpack or a cat stroller. I definitely want to get him used to riding on the motorcycle, though. I sort of have to take him to the vet and shit, but it's just too cold. I tried putting him on a leash and seeing how he does in the snow, but he really doesn't like walking in the snow. He just ran right back in.
Hope you are doing okay. Much love. Check this guy.
Does anyone here believe in astrology? You do? Can you guess what sign I am based on my personality? Just guess. Yell it out. Cancer, that's wrong. I'll give you 11 more guesses. Libra's wrong. Do you still believe? I'm a Scorpio. Yeah, it makes so much sense after I say it. You want to know the best part? I'm not a Scorpio. I betrayed you like a Scorpio would. But in fact, I'm a Virgo. There we go. How do they not get it? How can you be that proud of yourself?
Wouldn't call it funny, but you know, it's makes sense. Smart. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin. Dodo $20. If you saw Paul Saladino at the supermarket, what would you do? Also, how short do you think he is? Would you record and confront him? What would happen? Yeah, I'd record him. I'd probably just make fun of his height and how weak he is and ask him how much he can bench and why I'm so much bigger and stronger than him. You know, despite not being able to get enough protein, and probably challenge him to an MMA fight and watch him bitch and run away. Probably call the police or something, like a little weenie. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
There's no such thing as misandry. That's just misogynistic lies because men know they are meant to be submissive, and patriarchy propaganda to devalue women from taking any leadership position or success. Patriarchy is not vegan. Fuck the patriarchy.
Yeah, women generally don't want leadership positions. That's why they always say, I want a man to lead, you know, all this shit. They don't want it. If they did, then you'd see more women in actual leadership positions. So the problem is that none of them want leadership positions, and a lot of the time, even when they do, they're just incompetent compared to their male colleagues. Thanks for the donation, though, Radical Vegan. Dodo Donatelars, why do pretty much only females unironically believe in astrology, star signs? Well, it's because they're ridiculous. Women are far more likely to believe in stupid, ridiculous nonsense like ghosts and spirits and horseshit like that. Astrological signs. Dude, almost every fucking girl I've ever dated believed in ghosts. I remember there was this fucking Catholic chick that I was trying to go out with. I ruined my chances because I told her her stupid ghost story is bullshit, and she never saw a fucking ghost, and she imagined the whole thing. Then she got super pissed off at me. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Submit to other more powerful men. This is how you know submission is actually very easy for men. They always talk about masculinity and being alpha and non-submissive, and yet anything that these guys do or say, most men will gobble that shit right up without asking any questions. Not only have these nerds, this is the new definition of masculinity, this is what we think masculinity is now, and they're out here celebrating like they won. Like, they're thinking critically enough to realize that, notice it, ask any questions.
Right.
Masculine energy up in because I need to know. That's it. I don't care.
Boring.
From the Bulwark. Wanted to weigh in on this tragic story out of Tennessee. Yet another school shooting, not too long after the Covenant school shooting that rocked the state. This time it is at Antioch High School. It happened yesterday morning, Wednesday morning. One student is dead and another is wounded in the shooting. Look, unfortunately, there's so many.
Yeah, I saw the trailer for Ninja Gaiden 4. I'm kind of annoyed that they introduced a new main character. I'm assuming they did that for stupid reasons, like, oh, this will be like a lot of people's first Ninja Gaiden games, and they're not going to know about the previous story, so having a new character that, you know... They also made the new character look like a gay emo ninja. That's the IGN one. That's the Xbox. I remember... Yeah, I watched this a little bit ago, and I don't know if it finished like processing or something, but the trailer was really low quality. Maybe it's better now. It's giving me 4K options.
The Dark Dragon, youngest of the divine. The Dark Dragon's husk remained, and from this husk, the abandoned Tokyo continues its struggle.
Yeah, see what I mean? Like gay emo ninja. What the fuck is this? Like, you have a character like Ryu who looks jacked and everything, and then you have gay emo ninja. It's like he's cosplaying as a fucking Tokyo Ghoul or something.
Against chaos to this day.
Infiltrated the facility. Commencing mission. No escape. You're open. Weak. This is it. Ryu Hayabusa.
Whatever your clan is plotting, it ends here. So you've come, Raven.
Fuck off, I am.
Yeah, the new character looks just lame and gay. Gameplay might be alright, but I really hate how they introduce like a new character that isn't as good as the old one. It's kind of like Nero from Devil May Cry. It's like Dante's just a better fucking character. So like half the game you're gonna have to play as this dipshit.
I will execute my mission.
Fall 2025. They did just release the Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. I just bought that. Probably play that tonight. Thanks for the donation, though. Who donated that? Did anyone donate for me to watch that? No. I think I'm just going crazy.
Why would you try and date a Catholic? As if that was gonna go further. You ruined your chances by even trying.
Well, this is when I was, I think 19 or 20 or something. Quite a long time ago. Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin. N-Word donated $2. There really are Hitler shops all across the Arab world, here in Cairo. That's worrying. Stop eating cheese, eat more fiber. Fiber is for losers. I'm in the hospital with a bowel blockage. I'll give you more details tomorrow. That's what happens. Update, I'm laid off. Great news, after a year as DI lead at the CIA, I am proud to be joining the NSA Gov team as senior manager of LGBTQ diversity programs. This has to be a joke. There's no way. Elon Musk Doge hit with 3 lawsuits just minutes after Trump becomes president. Yeah. Well, thanks for the donation, N-Word.
I don't even take these two anti-patriarchy donators seriously. Mostly because they are the same two donators who are also defending Islam. If you want me to take you seriously, then might I suggest that you stop defending Islam? It's really not that hard.
Anybody who claims they're a feminist or complains about the patriarchy, just ignore them. They're not worth your time. They're just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Wait. I think I was going to finish this video first.
He would have gained a whole-of-life term. The judge behind me explained the premeditation, the savagery, the planning of actual Rudukabana. And I was sat on the couch watching it. We've been very interested in this all day as parents, Laura and I. And I turned to Laura and I said, if he gets less than 50 years minimum term, I think this country's going to get very angry. I don't think I've ever seen a sentence as long as 52 years. And again, that's not what he's going to serve and then be released. That's the minimum he must serve before he can apply to the parole board to ask to be released. And the judge behind me, he said that in his opinion, it's very unlikely that this scumbag, this demon, this little piece of shit coward, will ever be released. And that's fair enough. He got other sentences for the attempted murders. He received 13 life sentences for the attempted murder of the children and the 2 adults. He also stabbed a female nursery worker very badly as she tried to save the children. And she also deserves our praise. But for Jonathan, who wasn't in there, he heard what must have been like hell, torture, a room of torture and death and destruction. And he ran in there.
Oh shit, Piers Morgan had the fucking
So this is
dipshit.
January.
Okay, we're gonna watch that next.
And the poor guy just hates himself for not having done more, not being more Bruce Willis. Axel's been sentenced to a minimum of 52 years, and he got a slight reduction for time served already, so 51 and a half years. So he will be 70 before his hearing, before he can be heard for a parole application. So his whole life is gone. In conversation, Laura was saying that he needs to get a whole of life term because it will encourage other young savages, jihadis, terrorists. I'll encourage other people, it'll encourage other terrorists, shall we say, to do it at the age of 17. But then when you got the 52-year sentence, I think that's a strong deterrent. But unfortunately, with these type of people, nothing deters them. Nothing deters them. They are Satan. They are the Antichrist. They are...
Fuzz Donate Tillers, the media keeps mentioning Hamas leaders may agree to... How the fuck does Hamas still exist? There's seriously enough Hamas and Hamas leaders to still form a group to negotiate and communicate to media, etc. How? Well, I'm assuming they have a chain of command like a normal military, and chances are a lot of the bigger leaders also, hide out in tunnels and shit, and they're protected, and they get their little 15-year-old kids that they recruit and brainwash to do all the dirty work for them. Thanks for the donation, though, Fuzz.
They're not human anymore. When you wake up and you want to mass murder little girls at a Taylor Swift party, you're not... Hey, Ralph, Laura's in with our baby. You're not a human being. And, we went out today. We went to the Trafford Centre because it was very rainy. I'd considered going to Liverpool, but it was too rainy, and I was doing a family day today with the baby. And, we're driving through small towns, driving around, having a look, and we went to the supermarket just now in a smaller town, and you just don't feel safe, because we have so many potential Southport scumbags walking around. So what's the answer? Like, is this going to be a watershed moment, a kind of like moment where like the line is drawn in the sand, where you dig your heels in and revolutionary change needs to happen in the West and in Britain and Europe? I just wanted to come and give my thoughts, not that my opinion. What credentials do I have? I'm a human being. I'm a dad. That's it. But in the words of Rusty Cole, the detective, played by Matthew McConaughey in The True Detective, he's interrogating a woman who confesses to murdering her own children, and he turns to her afterwards, after she confesses, and says, if you get a chance, you should probably kill yourself, because prison isn't a good place to those who harm children. And of course, I just wish someone had... Anyways, you got to be careful. We're in Soviet Britain,
Yeah.
And again, that also has to change. But anyway, I just want to send my condolences to Elsie, Alice, and Bibi, and their families, and to the families of the other 11 children. But I just want to share with you the story, because you might not know of Jonathan, who ran towards it and tried to stop it. This is Charlie Leach.
And Axel, you're a fucking coward going after children. Nothing but a fucking coward.
That's the thing. The girl, the nursery worker who had spinal damage, shoulder blade damage, her arm was turned inside out, she said in her victim impact statement. She also called Axel a coward. And it is cowardice. It is nothing but moral, political, spiritual, personal cowardice. That's all I have to say. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, well, that's the UK.
January 6th. Yeah, these are the hostages. So this is a big one.
Biden has pardoned more people than all the prior presidents put together. I don't know what to make of it. They lost, as you said, the moral high ground.
There's a lot going on with these pardons. Obviously, the actual idea of a presidential pardon is not new. Every president does it in varying degrees and varying numbers. But what do you make of two things here? Well, we'll start with Biden. Biden doing all these preemptive pardons. Before we've even seen any evidence of crimes being committed or potentially court cases to adjudicate whether they've been committed or any potential prosecutions. What do you feel about that as a principle, and how much of that has gone on in the past?
Well, that's only happened one time in American history. That was Jerry Ford's preemptive pardon of Richard Nixon. And so if you look at all of the pardons through the Biden tenure, Biden has pardoned more people than all the prior presidents put together. So it's not just the nature, but it's the magnitude. Some of them, as you pointed out, were egregious. Mr. Peltier murdered 2 FBI agents, and that sentence was commuted. So, and then the same people who are damning Trump right now.
So this is a lie. what he did was there are people on death row, and he just commuted their sentence to life. Who cares? Especially considering no one on death row ever gets fucking executed. Like, there are people literally waiting decades on death row, waiting to be put to death. Like, it's just a fucking joke. Those pardons don't mean anything, and he's making a big deal about it. Just idiotic.
At Riley. Are you Islamophobic? If not, then how about you stop defending Zionism and genocidal colonizers? You Zios are just violent Nazis, pieces of shit that don't deserve to live. Fuck Zionism. And fuck Israel. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but I think you're just a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Now, for pardoning people, were the ones, of course, that said preemptive pardons were a violation of the spirit of the Constitution. So I don't know what to make of it. They lost, as you said, the moral high ground. There's another issue, though, and that on the January 6th is that from May 28th all the way to October, there was almost 30 days of continuous riot, arson, $2 billion in property damage, 35 people were killed. And we talk about police officers, 1,500 police officers allegedly were injured or reported injuries, and we had $2 billion in damage. And of those 14,000 people who were arrested, about 90% of them were not even charged. And so that was an egregious, I think.
You're talking about the BLM protests after the after the murder of George Floyd, yeah.
Yes, they even tried to. People talk about the Capitol, but unfortunately, these iconic monuments are not sacrosanct. They tried to rush the. They tried to burn down the historic St. John's Episcopal Church across from the White House. They tried to go into the White House grounds. They put the president into a bunker with the Secret Service at that time. The New York Times the next day said, "Cowardly Trump flees to bunker." So there is an asymmetry about the whole discussion. And Ms. Tlaib took over the rotunda in connection with the demonstrations on October 11th, and she had all of her supporters.
So, for one thing, everyone on the Capitol building, was committing a crime. Like, especially if you're talking about people who tried to break through the security barrier. Every single one of those people who got arrested was committing a crime, and it was especially egregious because it wasn't just a riot. They were trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. They were trying to literally coup the government. The BLM riots were just people being fucking retarded. So comparing the two as if they're equivalent is fucking stupid. And I also don't know why this guy would think that everyone arrested in these BLM riots even committed a crime. So you can see video footage from some of these BLM riots. The police were trying to enforce some kind of curfew, basically, and trying to get people in the crowd to disperse. Well, your First Amendment protections allow you to be in public, in a public area. So if, like, a cop, even during a riot, says, get off the street, and you don't leave, it's your First Amendment right to be there, and if they arrest you, what exactly are they going to charge you with? Standing in an area that they don't want you to be in? So, yeah, it kind of makes sense that a lot of these people who got arrested weren't fucking charged, dumbass, because chances are they couldn't charge them with a crime because they weren't committing a crime or there wasn't evidence they were committing a crime, stupid fuck. This guy is just a massive liar.
Zionists are Nazis? That's an oxymoron. I'm pretty sure Nazis wouldn't support a Jewish state. So whoever called Zionists Nazis in that donation is an absolute moron.
Well, yeah, radical vegan, some stupid pro-Palestine dumb fuck. Thanks for the donation, though, Johnny Bravo.
Swarm into the Capitol rotunda, and then she gave a fiery denunciation of Israel. I think a person could legitimately call it pro-Hamas. Disrupted everything. No one ever said this was a forced takeover of the rotunda, which it was. So we're seeing a radical asymmetry, and I agree with J.D. Vance that anybody who hit a police officer or used violence should not be pardoned.
Yeah,
but
yeah. So Trump pardoned a guy who attacked a police officer with a taser, and he pleaded guilty. So this guy is criticizing Biden for commuting somebody's sentence from death row to life in prison, which literally does nothing. they would have served life anyway. Chances are they'd never get executed in their entire lifetime. Virtually 0 people on death row ever get the fucking actual death penalty. But then Trump fucking pardons, almost 1,500 fucking people? Some of them who literally pleaded guilty to assaulting police officers while trying to overthrow the fucking government. And then he says nothing. It's Piers Morgan.
That was a very small minority. And what has gone on in this country on the unequal or asymmetrical application of justice, from lawfare to trying to remove the president off the ballot, to impeaching him twice, to trying him as that's all of this has never happened before. And so you can see that we'll see what there's going to be. And just today, Congressman Comer said that they have uncovered new information that directly ties Joe Biden to being a recipient of maybe not just $20 million, but $30 million.
Oh
Lol,
God.
this is so stupid.
Let me see.
Or hell, tell me where we're gonna dwell. Just a peck on the neck. A quick check of how we smell. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. Yeah.
I hate these videos. I cannot express in words just how much I hate these videos. Thanks for the donation, the Raw Vegan Cowboy.
LMFAO. That cracked me up when that previous donor calls us violent and says you don't deserve to live in the same sentence. And you're still confused why no one takes you seriously? Why don't you go to Trump Tower and set yourself on fire in front of it?
Yeah, if only more of these pro-Palestinian dumbasses would do that. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
And so all of these Biden family members have been given preemptive pardons. I don't know if it's...
So, first of all, Joe Biden has been investigated for years. They've never found anything. And this guy's whining about, oh, he might have accepted $20-30 million from somebody. No evidence for that whatsoever. There is very good evidence that Trump accepted money from Egypt to help with his campaign financing. The only reason nothing ever came of it was because Trump stopped the investigation. He did not cooperate with authorities, and there was a Trump-biased FBI director that Trump told to shut the investigation down, and then it didn't go anywhere. There was a large $10 million withdrawal from an Egyptian bank. Then suddenly, Trump got $10 million fucking dollars. They couldn't track where it fucking came from. He only gave a very narrow window to the police when he actually received any of the campaign finances that didn't cover the $10 million deposit. So then they just wanted to extend the period in which they were looking. Trump refused to hand anything over. And then, again, the Trump-biased FBI director just shut everything down, told everybody to stop investigating. Oh, weird. So we're totally cool with Trump accepting donations from foreign adversaries, but... Oh, Joe Biden, let's look into Joe Biden. What do you think this whole crypto scam he's doing is? Huge opportunity for him to get foreign money from China or Russia or who the fuck knows where. Are we investigating any of this? No, it's Trump. He's a good guy. Joe Biden, Crooked Joe. Oh, yeah, he has to be investigated. This guy's a fucking joke.
Radical Vegan, TBH, I don't know enough about the war, so I don't really know. However, I find it funny that you made a massive logical leap between defending the misogyny of Islam and defending Israel. Lol.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Riley.
It's going to help all of them because under our law, once you have a preemptive pardon, you are not excused from crimes that are committed after, knowingly after that pardon, and you cannot plead the fifth. So if one of these people is brought in and testifies falsely, then they could be charged with perjury. But any crime that is found, we didn't know about, but it's discovered up until the time of the pardon, they're pardoned from.
It's a fascinating overview of it all. I mean, in terms of Joe Biden's legacy, do you think the scale of his pardoning and...
So, by the way, Trump pardoned every single one of his friends. Every one of his co-conspirators pardoned. Are we going to talk about that? No, who cares? It's Trump. He's our guy. He just pardoned almost like what was it? Was it 1,200 or more of the January 6th insurrectionists who literally assaulted police officers, stormed the Capitol, and pled guilty. They admitted to the crime. It gave 1,200 fucking pardons. No one gives a shit. Like, oh, Biden pardoned Fauci. How horrible. Go fuck yourself.
And the extra dimension of all these preemptive pardons. Do you think that's trashed his legacy?
Yeah, I think he was in big trouble before that, because it's pretty clear that people who were disparaged and slandered for saying that there was a strange way in which he was nominated. In other words, within about 30 days, all of the primary candidates in 2020 dropped out. Many of them, like Cory Booker or Pete Buttigieg, had said on the debate stage that he was cognitively challenged. Then he came into office, and then for the next 4 years, that dementia accelerated. But anybody who wrote, and I can speak personally about that, was severely attacked by suggesting that you were ageist or you were engaging in deep fakes, which is, I can understand that they want to protect the president. But then as soon as the election was over, then we had this outpouring from the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, 50 sources. They all knew about it. So it was a more egregious cover-up than what Edith Wilson did in the last year and a half of the Woodrow Wilson when he was non-compos mentis with a stroke. No president. We thought we'd never do.
Again, look at the election with Hillary. Everyone was playing videos of her having like seizures or something. There was talk about her having Parkinson's. Joe Biden, tons of fucking talk about him having dementia, being in cognitive decline. Like, what is he talking about? There is no political bias protecting any party members. Q, donate $2. Let me see.
Hey, how are you? Good, thank you.
You're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate
that.
I've been in the business 36 years, and
really appreciate that.
I'll tell you now. Boeing, Northrop Grumman, United Technologies. I worked for all three for more than 10 years. It's the best company I ever worked for.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to tell me that.
I will. This will be my last job.
All right.
I don't have to look anymore anywhere.
Thank you. That's so nice.
That's always good to hear.
What a sweet thing to say.
Yeah, there are people who make too much money.
If you have a fear of heights, do not watch this video. This has to be one of the craziest things ever. In Brazil, I dive off of it. How do they even hot air balloon is?
Don't send me gay ass fucking videos like that.
Can we get a picture? How much?
When I send you the pictures, you can decide how much.
Alrighty. Ready.
Have you moving a little bit closer together and act like you're
It's a blessing. Oh, I was lost in these streets, no reception. Miss on my.
Avon Police Sergeant Rupel.
Arab man mistaken. Oh, this is the guy who had a heart attack later. This is old. I've already seen this one. Thanks for the donation, Q. Fuzz donated $2. Did you hear that from this video?
We are going to make our country great again.
It's January 15th, 2000.
Johnny Harris is a dumb fuck cunt, but again, there's no point in, I already explained all of this. So yeah, he just goes over the evidence of Trump accepting money from Egypt. Thanks for the donation, Fuzz.
Do that again. That was an infamous incident in U.S. history, but we trumped that, so to speak.
It is staggering.
That's what led into this.
Yeah,
so, even without this, that would have been bad.
At Johnny Bravo at Wilmage. Zios are fucking Nazis. Fuck you both. Only Nazis burn innocent people. IOF troops have been burning Palestinian civilians while sleeping in refugee camps. At Riley. Fact, Israel's apartheid is the misogynist capital of the world.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Radical Vegan. You're still retarded.
Right. This was a force multiplier.
When you see the state of Joe Biden now, where he really, every public appearance is kind of cringe-worthy because of his cognitive and physical state, the idea that he could have run for another 4 years is absurd, isn't it? I mean, that was clearly just a massive lie that the Democrats perpetrated on the American people for a considerable period of time. There's absolutely no way that man could have been the commander-in-chief of the United States for the next 4 years. And they knew that for, I would think, up to 2 years before.
They did, but they had used him as sort of a waxen effigy. In other words, people from the Obama administration and the circle of Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, what I would call the hard left of the country, actually enjoyed the fact that he was not cognitively alert, because he had campaigned as a uniter and a return to moderation and the end of the chaos. And then when he came...
By the way, Trump doesn't know what NATO is. He doesn't understand how tariffs work. He doesn't know what countries are members of BRICS. He confused Spain and Brazil. Right, Joe Biden's not cognitively aware.
Came in, he was no longer old Joe from Scranton, the moderate. He was the most radically progressive president we've ever had since FDR, more so. And he opened, it wasn't the border was porous, it was non-existent. We had the Soros crime wave, Afghanistan, 2 theater wars, hyperinflation 1 year, 9%. So, and that was all a result of people.
Bro. Biden tried to pass, bipartisan legislation to lock down the border. Trump blocked it. And then Biden signed an executive order not allowing anybody to come through unless it's a actual border checkpoint. After which, there was about half as much migration through the border under Joe Biden as under Trump. And this guy is trying to say Joe Biden is like some crazy socialist whack job who thinks he's just trying to bring as many brown people into the fucking country. Like, and he gets no pushback from fucking Piers Morgan. Just lie after lie after lie.
Do they know what they are talking about?
For humans, we're not supposed to be eating bread.
That's actually true. Humans only started eating bread after, probably several thousand years into the agricultural evolution, which itself only happened like 5,000 years ago. We did not evolve to eat bread, but it's not just bread. We did not evolve to have a ton of tasty, high-calorie foods all around us at minimum price. If bread was preposterously expensive, took hours and hours to make and you'd had to do it on your own, or was like full of whole grains and didn't taste that great, you couldn't just eat a bunch of it, nobody would be gaining weight on bread. Bread by itself can't possibly be the progenitor of obesity, because if you just eat bread by itself, there's only so much bread you're gonna eat. You're like, I don't know. Now, you pair bread with some fucking Nutella, yo, Scott, Crystal and I went to this fucking place in Ann Arbor, which does this like wavy funnel cake thing, and they layer Nutella all inside the shit. Bro, I stuck my dick into it ASAP.
Have you seen the research on the odd chain fatty acids?
Yeah.
These are really...
We've already reacted to that a month ago. Basically, they just spout completely ascientific nonsense. Thanks for the donation, dude.
At Radical Vegan, this is my closing statement to you, cause I'm done acknowledging your Jew-hating retardation.
Shut the fuck up!
Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
People putting policies in under this image or veneer. And I think he was sort of appointed by the insiders of the Democratic Party. He lived by an appointment, and he, so to speak, metaphorically, he died by a deposal by the same people.
You're a constitutional expert. Are all these pardons, both by Biden and now by Trump, are they all actually constitutional?
Yes, they are. And it's under our system. We've had people who've kind of winked and nod. I think Liz Cheney and General Milley and others have said, well, I wouldn't want one. Why would I need it?
Dodo donated $2. What is the idea behind seed oils being carcinogenic or bad when they are cooked at high temperatures? Is it true or not true? And what's the theory exactly? Well, the claim is when you cook oils at high temperature, it creates carcinogenic compounds. I don't think it's acrylamide. It's something else. But, no, might be acrylamide, actually. I know that's what they claim about nuts. There's no evidence of that. No evidence that cooking oils at high heat and ingesting it has any harmful effects in humans. Yeah, and the other claim is cooking oils at high heat changes the composition of the fat so that it's more like a trans fat. You have to cook an oil at very high heat for a very, very prolonged period of time to have that happen. Like you're talking about situations where, you know, you have like a restaurant with a deep fryer that's been going for like days for that effect. If you're just, you know, pan frying something, like you put a little bit of oil on a pan and then you fry your tofu in that, it doesn't do it. It's not high enough heat and for long enough. But yeah, it's all bullshit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Because
or not Dodo. Yeah, no, that was Dodo.
At Radical Vegan, or did your feelings get hurt, or look up the definition of Nazism? It proves that you're lying through your teeth. Stop being so emotional and think critically. Oh wait, you can't do that because you're too emotional.
I think they can't do that because they're retarded. Not too emotional, but yeah, it's just retardation. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
The left, remember, when Trump threatened to do this when he was leaving office, and they said, do not preemptively pardon these people who are being arrested the last 2 weeks of his tenure. So he didn't do it. But the left came out on record and said...
I'm just going to skip ahead because this guy just can't stop lying.
Is I know you've been doing and itching to do about Trump's abuse of the pardon system as you see it, given Joe Biden's obvious blatant abuse, which we've just heard from Victor Davis Hanson, unprecedented apart from when Ford pardoned Nixon. We've never seen preemptive pardons like this. How neutered do you feel? Do you feel like every time you try and go after Trump for this, everyone on the right will go, hang on, what about your guy?
No, I'm not worried about that at all. And it's interesting that I never thought I'd be old enough to share a panel with a violent insurrectionist.
Trump was the one who was pardoning people first.
Who voluntarily joined a mob incited by Trump to overthrow a free and fair election. But this is America. And to answer your question, Piers, I actually want to read very quickly some words by an author who I agree with, who shares my sentiments. I'm going to quote him very quickly. The Republican Senate cowards should hang their heads in shame. Pretending the Capitol riot wasn't a Trump-inspired insurrection is as deluded as saying 9/11 had nothing to do with bin Laden's terrorism. The author continues, and I completely agree with this author, that Donald Trump was the man whose ugly, violent rhetoric directly led to what happened on January 6th. He took the most powerful megaphone in the world, and he screamed at his enraged, unhinged, diehard fan base to go to the Capitol that day and fight for his presidency, that he lied about being stolen from him. So that's exactly what thousands of them did. Many of the rioters have said it in their own words, that it was Trump's command that drove them to the Congress. And finally, shame on Donald Trump for continuing to perpetuate a grotesque, inflammatory lie that threatens to imperil the very foundation of American democracy.
Like, by the way, Republicans like Mitch McConnell wanted him impeached for the riot and prosecuted. The only reason they didn't call a vote for it is because they thought it would be unconstitutional. Like, this isn't just some, you know, left-wing, oh, let's see what we can get him on thing. Like, no, Republicans wanted him, imprisoned for this.
See, end quote. That was you, Piers Morgan, 4 years ago in the Daily Mail. I share your sentiment.
Yeah, it was me. That is what I wrote at the time. That is what I felt at the time. And I didn't think we'd ever see Donald Trump run for office again. I was wrong. I wasn't wrong about the sentiments I expressed that day. I thought it was horrendous. However, the pardons have happened. Jacob Chancellor, you became incredibly well known because of the image of you as a QAnon shaman at the time. I believe you've now renounced QAnon. You're no longer a QAnon identifying person. A, is that correct? Can I just verify that with you?
QAnon is a fiction created by the mockingbirds and the media to discredit Q and the anons that follow Q. So I was never a part of any QAnon.
So this guy's out of his fucking mind. By the way, QAnon, so this guy is a QAnon, in fact, and QAnon conspiracy theorists, they literally believe in interdimensional aliens.
So, single. I swallow smile.
Yeah, if you want to come over and suck my cock and be a good obedient bitch who will get spanked and ass fucked, just message me on Instagram. Thanks for the donation, Brittany. So, They literally believe in interdimensional aliens. They believe the government is being controlled by a Jewish pedophile ring. They believe in space lasers. Like the most crazy, insane shit you could possibly fucking imagine. So this guy's an absolute fucking nut job.
Radical Vegan, I do have a serious question for you. If you hate VG so much, why do you donate so much money to him? Every time you donate is more money for him to buy cool things for himself, to make himself happier. Something you are against, right?
Well, I don't know if they're just trolling or if they're just fucking stupid. I mean, these same people will donate money to, like, Palestinian aid groups and shit, so it wouldn't surprise me if they're just fucking dumb. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley.
Don't forget to suck the snot of Britney's nose, too, if it's large enough.
Yeah, if she has a big nose, I'll teach her exactly what she can do with that thing. I really love noses. I remember I used to try sucking on Jasmine's nose and shit, and she thought it was, like, really fucking gross and weird, and she wouldn't let me do it. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
You know, community, I've always, you know, just followed Q.
What do you say to Wajahat, who's just obviously let you have it with bells on and thinks that dangerous insurrectionists, as he put it, should never be pardoned in the way that they have been? What's your response?
He's entitled to his opinion. I believe in freedom of speech, even if I disagree, especially if I disagree with what he says. He's allowed to be wrong in America. That's perfectly fine. I really don't care what he thinks. I know what the day was. I know what it was for me personally and what it's been for literally thousands of American families across this country. Having the government weaponized against you is the very thing that people on the left used to cry about all the time until they got in office and they were able to weaponize the government.
At Johnny Bravo, well, here's the definition of Zionism. And it sounds very similar to Nazism if you ask me. How about you stop justifying a fucking genocide of innocent Palestinian and have some fucking compassion? STFU.
Yeah, that's... This has nothing to do with genocide. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Against their political opponents, which is exactly what happened. And the media did their bidding too. They were their handmaiden. The real question we have to ask ourselves is, what is the devious and nefarious hand inside of the government glove, or has been inside the government glove for the last several decades and the last 4 years, that's doing all this to the American people and circumventing the Constitution in the name of a state of emergency?
Okay, I mean, my question for you, watching those scenes on January the 6th that day, was surely no American could watch those scenes and not think it was a shameful moment for America.
Oh, damn. Muscle mommy alert. That is a terrific derriere. Just fantastic.
Whatever the motivation for what was behind it, whatever people felt they'd been encouraged or otherwise to do by Donald Trump, the fact that a very large group of people basically tried to ransack the Capitol in the way that that happened, the home of democracy in America, those images went around the world, and the world was genuinely horrified, Jacob. How do you feel when you look back at those images?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What would you do if you found out that the whole thing could have been prevented, was actually government orchestrated, and all the blood that happened on January 6th?
No, I choose you. You don't choose me. I'm a girl. You should be thankful I chose you, big boy. Now I'm gonna go fuck my ex.
Alright, well, you have fun. Thanks for the donation, Brittany.
Is on the hands of people like Nancy Pelosi, Yogananda Pittman, Mark Milley, all the people that Victor David Hanson just talked about. They're the ones that set this whole thing up. This thing has the fingerprints of a regime change all over it. And our government has become expert level at regime change. The media wasn't talking about Sergei Devinin, the known Ukrainian spy that was in the crowd on that day, and actually asked to take a picture with me, as funny as that is. The FBI asked
let me ask you,
who this is. I said, no.
I wonder if Pierce knew exactly what he was getting into. So this guy is an absolute whack job.
Jacob, hang on. Jacob, before I go to Winston to respond, because he was there, he was a police officer that day at the Capitol. But why were you doing it then? I mean, presumably you weren't told to do it by somebody from the FBI or any of these other theories that have been propagated since. What was your purpose in storming the Capitol that day? What did you want to achieve?
You asking me?
Yes.
What my purpose of storming the Capitol? Yeah. Look, dude, I didn't storm anything. I entered the building illegally to stop vandalism, violence, and theft, which was proven all on video by me stopping somebody from stealing 30.
So he's a liar. There were multiple police officers there who admitted the only reason they let him through is because they didn't have enough resources to stop him and others, and they needed more security resources at other checkpoints.
30 seconds getting into the building, volunteering to help the police. That's why I was escorted to the Senate chamber, and also saying a prayer inside the chamber, and then stopping people from breaking in when I was outside the building. I literally stood in front of an angry mob and told everybody to go home because Donald Trump said to go home. I played his tweet. I played his video tweet on my mega.
Zionism, a movement for the establishment and protection of a Jewish state. How does that sound like the definition of a genocide? Not only are you a liar, but you're retarded and don't realize it. VG just exposed you as a liar, lol.
I don't know if they're just retarded or if they're trolling. I still haven't been able to figure it out. Like, the pro Palestine people are so stupid, it's really hard. Thanks for the donation, though, Johnny Bravo.
Megaphone told everybody to go home. I stood in front of an angry mob trying to break into the Capitol, and none of this was said in the media because their narrative was a house of cards. I was their Achilles heel, and Tucker Carlson knew that, and that's why he aired that footage, and he totally destroyed the Mockingbird media's narrative about January 6th.
Okay, let me go to Winston. You were there that day. You're a Capitol police officer. What are your feelings about the fact that everyone involved has been pardoned, even the ones who were violent to police officers?
I think it's very unfortunate that particularly those that were violent and who attacked both me and my fellow officers that day are able to walk totally free. It sends a horrible message to Americans, to the world, to law enforcement, not only Capitol Police, DC Police, who have continued to show up every day, do their jobs in service to others, in service to the American people, to Congress. And, it basically says that it's okay to do political violence against and beat police officers. It says that there's nothing wrong with that.
Do you think there's a...
No, it says that that's okay is the BLM riots. Oh, it says that's okay is the Antifa riots, and there being no prosecutions. That's what says that's okay, is attacking federal buildings and no prosecutions. That's what says that's okay. Forgive me for saying, I don't mean to interrupt, but the double standard, what Victor Davis Hanson was talking about, the asymmetrical justice system, is on full display. And to deny that the Antifa and BLM riots didn't play a role in the demoralization of our police officers and the allowance of this crime spree all across the country is just absolutely silly. The idea that is not to blame is silly.
Well, it's an interesting point, Winston, isn't it?
Whataboutism, though. It's horrible. This whataboutism. I was a police officer for 5 years. I worked in 2020, the summer in DC. I will not condone any violence against police for whatever political cause, whether it was then on January 6th. And I'm glad we can agree on that. But the difference is that on January 6th, it was not just a riot on the street. There were those like yourself that entered this building illegally and others who were violent against us. And it had never happened before. Not since the War of 1812 and 1814, when the British stormed the Capitol, had this ever happened. Not since the Civil War. We've been so divided.
Allow me to apologize. Please allow me to apologize on behalf of all January 6ers and all Trump supporters for what happened to you guys. I don't know if that's happened on live television yet, but allow me to apologize to the police on behalf of all J6ers and all Trump supporters for what happened to you guys on that day. It's absolutely terrible. And if you find out that your own Capitol Police people...
Wait, isn't there a ceasefire right now? So how TF are you still calling it a genocide? LMFAO. Also, I think Wikipedia recently changed the definition of Zionism a few months ago. So it just shows you'll only use false sources that fits your narrative. LOL.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of pro-Palestinian protesters who have increased the amount they're protesting, even though there's a ceasefire. Again, this has nothing to do with, achieving peace or anything or preventing a genocide. It's just hatred of Jews. But thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Onto Pittman or Tom Manger covering up what actually happened and the fact that they put you in harm's way. I think you guys have a vested interest in a class action lawsuit for your own work environment, putting you guys in harm's way.
I appreciate that apology. I think, though, the bigger picture is, as an officer, we never victim blame. When a crime is committed against somebody, it is not their fault. And it's more important to look at the bigger picture. Why was that crowd there that day? Who sent them? I remember people telling me that day on January 6th, President Trump sent us here. We are going to get in that building, and thinking there's no way they're going to be so violent, so brutal to actually get past us and break inside, until very shortly after I'm seeing for my own eyes that I was wrong and that the mob, was. And again, good Capitol Police have been more.
Were you talking to Ray Epps? Is that who you were talking to?
Well, I want to ask Winston a question, which is this. Winston, do you see a difference between people that day who committed acts of violence against police officers and people like Jacob here who did not? I mean, do you see a qualitative difference between the two? J.D. Vance said he could see an argument for pardoning the non-violent rioters, and I see that argument. They'd all been imprisoned, almost all of them, and many people felt some of the sentencing was way over the top for non-violent acts. Do you see a difference between the two?
I do see a difference, of course. Somebody who just entered the building illegally did not commit as bad an act as those who used a stun gun against, my fellow officers, who used bats and 2x4s, bear spray against us. Of course, there is a difference there. I like to think some people there that day normally would respect police. They had Blue Lives Matter flags. I like to think that some of those people just perhaps got caught up in the moment and make mistakes. However, we all make mistakes, but we must be held accountable for our actions. The justice system imposed, these people got due process. Trump says they're hostages. It acts like they, were victims of this. They're only victims of their own actions. And so, sure, I can see a difference. But again, when you put a blanket pardon like this, particularly those who were violent, it is offensive. And I know Capitol Police officers today who are still working, very upset by this action. Why should they continue to do their jobs every day if violence against them is just not going to matter?
Right. And Jacob, before I go to Vinny,
and that rationale, that rationale applies to Joe Biden and all the pardons he just put out.
Yeah, we're going to come to that, Jacob. Jacob, before I go to Vinny for his response, he's been waiting patiently. I would just ask you the same question. Do you see a difference yourself? I mean, what do you say about those on the day who did commit acts of violence against police officers? Do you see a difference between them and people like you?
Yes, I do, to be perfectly honest with you. But I respect the president's decision to pardon those people, and I'll tell you why. Because what happened in 2020 with the riots and what's happened with the pardons that Joe Biden has put out there, attention has to be drawn to that. And Donald Trump pardoning some people, that a small percentage of people that harmed police officers or committed acts of vandalism on that day, is nothing compared to the damage that was done by the pardons that Joe Biden did, or by the psyop that was perpetrated on the American people by Russia for 4 years, by the Hunter Biden laptop suppression, by these 51 intelligence agents lying, then going after all these people because of January 6th.
Oh, the laptop. Yeah, if only people could have seen Hunter Biden's massive dick.
Lives that were destroyed. Like, I would way rather have J6ers on the street that hit a cop than I would a child molester from Nicaragua.
Okay, look, you make a lot of points there, some of which...
I would have neither.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's be my point. But before I go to Vinny, Jacob, just to be clear, it seems to me like you would unreservedly condemn the rioters that day who committed acts of violence against police officers, would you?
I believe in nonviolent non-cooperation with evil. If you cooperate with an evil system, you contribute to its evil. That's Gandhi right there, and that's truth. So I believe in nonviolent non-cooperation.
So is that you would condemn the people who committed acts of violence against police officers?
I believe that they have served their time enough, and they've felt the full weight of the government.
So, yeah, there's your answer. He supports the violent insurrectionists.
Well, that's not the question. That's
very few people.
That's not my question.
I condemn violence that happened on January 6th, but I also agree with the pardons.
That's fair enough. But just to be clear, you do condemn the people who committed acts of violence that day, the rioters who were violent.
I just answered your question.
It's a yes.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, I don't want to misquote you, so I'm just pinning you down to say yes.
Well, then play the tape back, buddy.
Well, you said you condemn acts of violence, so by definition, I'm assuming you are condemning the rioters who committed acts of violence.
Now you're starting to think for yourself.
Well, can you just say yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Listen, you know what? I actually appreciate that honesty. I appreciate the candor. I think it...
Yeah, so this guy's...
moves the debate to a better place where people on all sides of this can concede things which actually we should all agree on. There can be an argument about whether Trump should have pardoned them. There should be no argument, especially when we have one of these police officers sitting in this panel, that violence against police officers is never acceptable and should always be condemned. Vinny, be very patient.
100%.
Vinny, let me bring you in. Actually, a really interesting debate, this. And I honestly... all of it has been fascinating to me, and to actually have one of the people who's been pardoned next to one of the police officers and reaching some points of agreement, I think is a really important thing. Vinny, what do you feel about this? The Republicans were split. Many Republicans, including J.D. Vance, did not want the ones who were violent against police officers to be pardoned. It does seem to fly in the face of what most Republicans would think, which is if you commit an act of violence against police, you should not be pardoned. What do you think?
Well, first, Piers, I want to congratulate you. Your friend finally inaugurated into the White House. He's going to stop this bleeding that's been happening with this country. I was there, Piers. I sent your producers a bunch of videos. The guy's done more in 3 days than Joe Biden has done his entire career. The moment we saw him at the Capital One Arena, he sat down and started citing executive orders and got to business. Number one. Number two, Piers, in regards to the Jan 6 and all the pardons and everything, I've met Jacob in person. What the media told us about this guy, he's a monster. He did this. I met him in person. I interviewed him. Amazing guy. Great heart. He's intellectual. He knows what he's talking about. He loves this country. Okay? And what happened on January 6th, I know Wyatt said something about free and fair election. That's what you believe. The American people don't believe that. The majority of us, 81 million votes, all the discrepancies, FBI at Twitter, all the cheating or election interference. I think that day, in regard to Winston about January 6th, my heart goes out to him because to me, he was a victim. For Nancy Pelosi and all them holding back 10,000 National Guard troops, all the games playing, he was a pawn in the game of destroy Donald Trump no matter what, okay?
Oh, but Vinny, let me ask you though, Vinny. But Vinny, I mean, look, that may well be the case. That may well be the case, but it doesn't change the fact that thousands of people, as part of a large group of people, did storm the Capitol, and many of them broke in, and some of them committed acts of violence against police in the process. None of that, I mean, all of it looked appalling. To the rest of the world, it looked like America lost its mind, right? But, when you look back on it now, we can debate the nuances of who should have been pardoned and so on. I do think some of the more peaceful protesters got way too big sentences, for what it's worth. I don't think they were all violent. They shouldn't be treated the same way. But I do think any violence against police officers, I'm staggered that Donald Trump has pardoned them, honestly, I am. I wouldn't have done it if I was him. I agree with J.D. Vance's position on that.
Yeah, but Piers, okay, and Piers, by the way, I was in military police in the United States Air Force. Any violence, period, I'm not for it. But that day, Piers, let's think about it. Where was the insurrection? Who had the guns? Who was violent? The FBI, Christopher Wray. We don't even know how many FBI agents, how many informants, how many people you're shooting rubber bullets in people's faces and acting as if they're not going to be upset. Okay, we saw the footage of everybody inside. Who was shooting? Who was taking over? Where was the insurrection? Where was it, Piers?
What the fuck? What? We have the footage. Like, this is just gaslighting.
Donald Trump didn't say, go in there and do all of this. A big group of people came in there. Who knows how much they were freaking...
Vinny, they were all breaking the law. Vinny, they were all breaking the law.
Yes.
We have to agree that, right?
Yes. And okay, Piers, I agree. And do you think, who died that day, Piers? Who was actually, the highest crime is murder, okay? A Capitol Police, Michael Byrd, shot Ashley Babbitt and murdered her, okay? Unarmed United States Air Force veteran. What? He got pardoned as well, okay? And yes, Piers, it looked bad. But you know what? When the system, you believe...
She was climbing over like a fucking wall or something to break into the fucking building. Like, by the way, there was a police officer that died. He died of a heart attack after getting bear sprayed. I think we can reasonably make an assumption that, the stress and shock of getting bear sprayed likely triggered the heart attack. And there were police officers who got severely injured, too. It's not just deaths.
Believe the system's cheating you, you go to the system and you protest. And when he was talking about BLM and all the riots, everybody burned down their own city. Why the hell would you do that? If you have a problem with the police department, go to the police department. Why are you burning down black-owned businesses? Why are you burning down black-owned businesses? Why are you burning down your city? Okay, these people felt like they were cheated. And you know what? The facts have come out. They were, so they went to protest. And unless we find out with all the evidence that was destroyed, who was involved, who was in there, Antifa people dressed as Trump supporters, FBI agents inside the Capitol, unless we have all those facts,
This is fucking unhinged.
You don't know who was actually at fault and who was doing what.
Okay, I mean, what I would say about, we now know that they were cheated. Actually, we don't, because there's never been any evidence produced that 2020 election was rigged. Donald Trump keeps saying it. I wish he wouldn't. He doesn't need to say it. He's won big now. He doesn't need to go back over that again. But actually, including Republican judges, nobody has ever found any concrete evidence that election was rigged. So the reason why people... hang on, Vinny. The reason why people were protesting in the way they did was because they believed it. I certainly believe that. But the reality is it's never been backed up by actual hard evidence, even by Republican judges who studied it. So this premise that somehow it was illegally stolen from Donald Trump the first time, I said it to his face, and I believe it now, just as I still believe what I wrote in that column that Wajahat quoted from earlier. I just think that there are certain things where people can continue to say it was stolen and rigged and so on, but you've got to actually at some point stump up the hard evidence, and it's never happened.
May I say something, Piers?
Yeah.
Okay, so
hang on, I'll come back to it. Let Wajahat respond, and then I'll come back to it.
Yeah, Piers, look, you and I have disagreements, but we have agreements. And I read that part of your column because I agree with it. Shame on Donald Trump for continuing, this is the key word, continuing to perpetuate a grotesque, inflammatory lie that threatens to imperil the very foundation of American democracy. What is that lie? That he won the 2020 election that he lost. And you and me, we've been on your show before, we've talked about it. It's time for him to move on.
Yeah, great.
He won 2016, he won 2024. He continues to perpetuate this lie. To the point, Piers, where now 80% of Republican voters believe the lie. And some of them were incited by that lie, invited by Donald Trump. In fact, Jacob's former attorney said that Jacob was a guest of Donald Trump, that he was duped by Donald Trump, that he apologized for being there. That was Jacob's former attorney, right? These people were there. These are regular Americans.
Former attorney.
I said former attorney.
Former attorney.
Former attorney. These people were fellow Americans. These people were fellow Americans. They weren't evil. They didn't have horn on their heads. They truly thought that this election was stolen, which it wasn't. No proof has come out that it was stolen. Joe Biden won, just like Donald Trump won in 2024.
But do you accept? All right, but Wajahat, do you accept the argument? Hang on, guys.
Sorry,
but Wajahat, do you accept? Because I do. That there was a clear double standard in the way that people who protested through the BLM months of extreme violence in many cases, trashing institutions and buildings, attacking police. I mean, a lot of people were involved in this. That there was a clear double standard in the way that they were collectively treated by the justice system and the way that the 1,500 January 6th protesters were treated? Do you accept there's been a clear double standard here?
I think there's been an obscene double standard, and I'm so glad you brought it up, because if BLM members, if Black, Muslim, Indigenous Americans were to do what MAGA members did, first and foremost, we wouldn't even gotten to the Capitol because we would have been shot dead. And secondly, the fact that Donald Trump, wait for it, Donald Trump and his fans celebrate the January 6th insurrectionists, right? These are people, wait.
Why aren't you answering my question?
I will. I kept quiet.
It's a bad answer. He doesn't want to answer it.
No, I am. January 6th, violent insurrectionists, MAGA members attacked Capitol Police, number one. They invaded the Capitol. They smeared shit in the Capitol. Some of them came with weapons with the intention to assassinate Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi. And some of the violence that was done against 140.
But why aren't you answering my question?
No, hold on a second.
Jacob, you got to answer my question. Jacob, I will come to you, Jacob. Jacob, I'll come to you. The moment he's answered my question, I'll come to you, Jacob.
Yeah. So no BLM protesters or Antifa protesters participated in a violent insurrection. Number one, none of them attacked the police like January 6th insurrectionists who were praised by Donald Trump. And number three, if they did
attack police. They did attack police.
Right wing.
What do you mean BLM rioters attack police? What are you talking about?
Did they take flagpoles and beat the police?
Sorry, many BLM rioters attack police. On that point, let me bring back Winston. I mean, you know more about this than we do, but this idea, I certainly think there's merit to it. But this idea that there was a double standard in the collective way that the BLM protesters were treated compared to the collective way January 6th protesters were treated. What do you feel about that?
Well, here's the difference. Again, I'm glad we all can at least agree that violence on law enforcement is not okay. But here's the difference. Those riots, again, I'm not condoning what happened to across any major city that experienced those in the summer of 2020. However, a city block in Minneapolis, even in downtown DC, is very different than the United States Capitol, which is our sacred hall of democracy. And this temple that, for me personally, I spent years making so many personal sacrifices in service to Congress and service to our nation. And so the difference there is, what happens rioting on the street. Of course, that's not okay, but that is very different than attacking on a specific day when a presidential election is being certified, the actual results. Again, we have not seen any credible evidence that the election was stolen besides the president's claims that it was in 2020.
I mean, I would say that, okay, I would say, Winston, before I go to Jacob to respond, he wants to respond, and all I would say to that is, I get your point that it happened at the Capitol, and therefore to the world watching, it was worse in a way. But in the end, violence is violence is violence. And statistically, there was a lot more violence collectively over the period of these BLM riots through that long, hot, very difficult summer than there was on January the 6th. And the feeling,
there wasn't, Piers.
Well, there was.
No.
There was. A lot more people.
Yes, it was.
A lot more people died.
Yes, it was. It went on for months.
A lot more people died. A lot more police officers were attacked. Right. I mean, every statistic would suggest that there was a lot more violence over a longer, sustained period of time. And all I would say, Winston, is in the end, violence is violence is violence, particularly against police officers. More police were attacked over that summer.
When you have violence with a political goal, that's the definition of terrorism. So
that's what was happening in 2020, dude.
So Winston, are you saying that? So Winston, would you categorize? Hang on, Jacob, I will come to you. So Winston, would you categorize what happened on January 6th as an act of terrorism?
Well, I mean, certainly by some, yes. And I think, what the challenge here is in this conversation, the summer of 2020 has been so lumped in with this general thing. We can't talk about what happened that summer because each city was different, each experience of each officer was different. And so to sort of lump it all in together isn't really factual. It's not fair to actually the facts. And again, I respect all those law enforcement officers who were injured that summer and who continue to serve. Same with Capitol Police too. But we cannot lump in riots that happened in Minneapolis versus other cities and then sort of compare, and then use that to justify what happened on January 6th. That's absolutely false.
Jacob, your response to that?
Yes. Okay, first of all, the media lied. What we saw with January 6th was a massive, massive politically motivated psyop that was based on a politically motivated setup. All right, all with fingerprints of regime change, all with the hallmarks of regime change here. Now, look, when the media said that this was the worst attack on the Capitol in our nation's history, they were wrong because the Weather Underground literally bombed the Capitol. That's the left. Oh, and by the way, the guy Bill Ayers that was a part of the Weather Underground, the bombing of the Capitol, he was pardoned by Obama and later actually got involved with the Department of Education in the Obama administration. There's also the time that a bunch of Puerto Ricans actually shot congressmen inside the Capitol. I believe that was also a leftist cause as well. So what has happened and what we've seen with this J6 narrative is that the media has pushed this insurrection narrative over and over again. They've used trigger words and trigger images to create an instinctual and an emotional response in the subconscious mind, telling people their country and their democracy is under threat. And they made people like me their psyop poster boy, which was a very large mistake because the fact of the matter is nothing that they said about me on January 6th was true. They had the audacity to say that I call myself the QAnon shaman, for God's sake. None of that's true. So like every bit of the narrative of J6 is a lie. They told us that police officers died. That's not true. They knew it wasn't true. They avoided the fact of talking about the fact that actually 4 protesters died on that day, not just Ashley Babbitt, but Rosalind Boyland and 2 others, many of which were victims of police brutality. Okay, they didn't talk about the cover-up with Yogananda Pittman or Tom Manger when he came in. This thing stinks to high heaven. And anybody that can't see that it stinks and how it involves like nefarious agents within our own government or 51 intelligence agents or something, you've got another thing coming.
Jacob, what were you actually convicted of?
I pled guilty to the 1512 charge, which is the obstruction of an official proceeding that the Supreme Court said was not applicable, and it was being used to bend the law and gain convictions out of people that just trespassed into the building.
Vinny, you know, it's fascinating to talk to Jacob. I have to say, I didn't know which way the interview would go. It's been really interesting. It's been very interesting listening to Winston and hearing that perspective as well. What should we learn from all this? Obviously, nobody ever wants to see what happened that day happen again. This is one of the great symbols of American democracy, the greatest, arguably, the Capitol. You don't ever want to see that kind of thing again.
No, you don't. And the thing is, we have
sorry,
to
Jacob, that was for Vinny, actually. That was for Vinny, actually. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. No, it's all good, Jacob. Well, Piers, I mean, at the end of the day, this you know, violent rhetoric that Waj was talking about, like the violent rhetoric, the majority of it, the 99% of it was from the other side. And Piers, you guys keep talking about free and fair election and there's no evidence. You want me to believe the same justice system that has been trying to destroy Trump for freaking 9 years to believe them when it comes to an election, Piers? I don't. The irregularities were all over the place. Your guys' circle, your bubble, you don't see it. We've seen it.
Well, no,
okay?
what I was saying,
I've seen the
Vinny,
documentary.
Vinny, to be clear, what I would say is even Republican judges have not established that. So even the judges on your side have not been able to establish what you're saying.
Well,
he lost,
Piers,
Vinny. It's
Piers,
okay.
I don't
He
have
lost
a
in
side.
2020.
I'm not a Republican. Piers, I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not, Piers. I vote for what's right, okay? I vote for what's right and what's wrong. And Republican, when you say Republican, you label him Republican. Liz Cheney's a Republican.
Right.
Who the hell in the Republican Party trusts her, Piers? So yes, Piers, the day was ugly. I guarantee this guy can't even define insurrection. Nobody was shooting. Nobody was.
Buddy, like, claiming you're not a Republican when you're trying to say the 2020 election is stolen, like, give me a fucking break.
Doing anything. They were pissed off, Piers, and they had a right to be pissed off. And like I said it again, if you have a problem with the system, Piers, you go to the system. You don't burn down your city. And he was saying, how long did the BLM riots go for? Cops were murdered, and he's saying nothing violent happened. They were throwing Molotov cocktails that were hitting police officers. And if we don't want it, Piers, we don't want this to ever happen again. Okay, we have to be open. We have to be transparent. Okay, when questions are asked, the government has to answer them, Piers. And when the president, the sitting president, requests 10,000 National Guard troops, his request should be answered. Okay, Piers? It was a shit show from the beginning to the end, and Pelosi and them wanted it. Let me finish. And they used it, Piers. They've been using it. Just like Russia collusion didn't work, Piers. This was their Russian collusion of 2000 for this election. They thought this was going to be the, got you.
Okay, but you got literally like 30 seconds to respond quickly.
Yeah, I think it's very important that Enrique Tarrio and Stuart Rhodes are coming home. These are people who said they were part of a violent right-wing group. They said that they're the army of Donald Trump, and Stuart Rhodes said that he is for civil war. 14 people were convicted for seditious conspiracy, more than any other time since the Civil War. These are the people that MAGA, Vinny, and Donald Trump are celebrating as patriots and hostages who wounded 140 Capitol police officers and engaged in a violent insurrection to overthrow our free and fair election, which Joe Biden won in 2020.
But you know the difference, between you know the difference between the pardons that Trump did and the pardons that Biden did is that we don't even know what Biden was pardoning, even with his own family. We don't know what crimes they all got up to, if they did, because we'll never know, because they've got a preemptive get-out-of-jail-free card.
Yeah, he did that because he knows Trump is going to come after them with horseshit, so... Like, by the way, if Pierce was in the exact same position as Biden, he would have done it.
On the side of the protesters, they all went to prison pretty much, right? It's a different situation. There's only ever been one preemptive pardon in the history of America, and that was Gerald Ford with Richard Nixon, as Victor Davis Hanson said. An amazing stat that Biden has broken all records for preemptive pardons and for pardons. And that tracks his legacy, but it also makes it very difficult to then take the high moral ground with all this stuff with the Biden ones, with the Trump ones. I've got to leave it there. Thank you, particularly to you, Winston. Thank you for your service and for what you went through that day. For all the years that you worked at the Capitol. We can all agree on that. And Jacob, I'm actually pleased you are out. I think that you're an interesting person to talk to about all this, and you weren't violent on the day. I think those who were violent, it's a different situation. But it's good to see you on Uncensored, and I hope that now you're out again, you can be a force for good, as I'm sure you'll try to be. And to Wajahat, good luck with your new podcast, which is you and one of my other favourites, Francesca. I'm sure that will be one of the, how can I put this delicately, one of the least partisan podcasts in the history of podcasts. I look forward to it.
Well, I just want to say, Jacob, be easy on those mother effing guns that you promised to go get.
Well, you want them in my hands, not yours.
I'm not a violent insurrectionist. It's okay. I drive a minivan.
Neither am I.
Well, to be fair, Wajahat, nor was he. Or do you think he was?
Yeah, but he was there. He was there, and he still believes in QAnon, a conspiracy theory that radicalized people to commit violence. So you're praising a man, Piers, and you're platforming a man who, to me, seems to have very little regret about what happened on that day. So I think that's shameful. But to you, yours. To me, mine. And I agree with you when he said, "Shame on Trump for perpetuating that grotesque inflammation."
See you too. Thank you all very much.
I love you.
Well, joining me now is one of the most notable recipients of a President Trump clemency, the former Democrat governor of Illinois, Rod Blagojevich, who was sentenced to 14 years in 2012, convicted of trying to sell Barack Obama's vacated U.S. Senate seat. Trump commuted his sentence back in 2020. He joins me now. Rod, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thanks for having me. I just want to correct you. The so-called attempted sale of the Senate seat was reversed by the appellate court. It was never a crime. The prosecution against me was a big, corrupt, weaponized prosecution. And little by little, as Dr. Martin Luther King used to say, truth crushed to earth will one day rise again because no lie can live forever. So the fight continues, and I appreciate the chance to be here to set the record straight. Winston Churchill said a lie could travel halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put its pants on. And that lie against me that happened on the 9th of December, 2008 is still swirling around. My pants are halfway up. I hope over time to get them all the way up and let people know how dirty and rotten some of these prosecutors are in the United States who turn themselves into political weapons and who did to a Democrat governor back then what they've been trying to do to a Republican president since President Trump decided to run for president again.
So if you had your time again, you'd do exactly the same thing?
Say it again, Piers.
Well, if you had your time again, then you'd do exactly the same thing.
Yes, I would respond to President Obama's request to make a political deal. The whole thing that happened to me started with him on election night. He sent an emissary to me to talk about making a political deal. He had a candidate that he wanted for the Senate. We discussed those deals. The prosecutors criminalized it against me. They made a deal with Obama. And when the heat happened and they arrested me, Obama ran away, protected himself. I understand his politics. And he ended up going to the White House for 8 years, and I went to the Big House for 8 years. Obama didn't break any laws. It's political horse trading. And that's what the appellate court eventually said it was. Nothing more than routine political log rolling. But when they tell that big lie like they do, and they have the authority that they have, and most of us, including myself, regrettably, believe them, it's awfully hard to fight against that. And so it's been a long, hard battle. It's been a marathon. And little by little, though, I'm getting there. More and more people are realizing that you can't really trust some of these prosecutors. And the one area in America that understands that best is the African-American community, because they've been on the wrong end of law enforcement lying about them in too many cases.
But for those who don't know the intricacies of your case, but just remember the tape that came out saying, I've got this thing and it's effing golden, I'm just not giving it up for nothing. How do you explain that?
Right. Very easy. We had a discussion the day after I was approached by Obama's emissary on, what kind of political deals we can make. One of my political advisors had suggested, well, maybe we just give him whatever he wants and make him happy. The others advising me, and I agreed, suggested that would be political malpractice because I had this thing and it was effing golden, and I'm not just going to give it up for nothing. We're going to make a political deal. And in the end, I was about to make a deal that would benefit the people of Illinois. And the next day, when it was decided and they were hearing all of those telephone calls, they arrested me to stop it. And since that happened, they've been covering up those tapes. 98% of the FBI tape recordings with me have been covered up and are under a gag order to this day. And hopefully now with President Trump and the administration, perhaps some of those tapes can be released and show how they lied to the public and how they lied in court, and how they lied on me, and how they sent me to prison for 14 years. And it would have been 14 years had President Trump not reached in and rescued me 8 years into that very long and unhappy journey.
Why do you think Trump did that?
Because Trump saw that it was all bullshit. Can you say that on your show?
You can. It's uncensored. You say what you like.
Oh, no kidding. Well, and, because Trump is fucking golden and he saw through what happened. And I think he appreciated the fact that I was fighting back. I think he appreciated the fact so much that he invited me on Celebrity Apprentice, a show that apparently you did a lot better on than I did, because he fired me on that show correctly. But then who'd have thought when he did that, many years later, he would actually free me? No, he saw what was wrong. And that says something about Donald Trump. People don't realize what a kind person he is and how courageous he is. He's willing to do things that don't even benefit himself. Pulling me out of prison, the first Democratic governor who endorsed Obama, did nothing for his politics. In fact, he had a lot of explaining to do with members of his own party, but he did it anyway because he saw something that's wrong. And that's why, as we move forward here in the United States, we just elected him president a second time around. I have great confidence and great hope that he's going to be really a transformational president and a truly great president.
Let's talk about the pardons that have been a huge number of them, of course, in the last few days. First of all, Donald Trump pardoning all of the...
At Johnny Bravo, no, that's not Zionism. If you look it up on Wikipedia, it says that it is an ethno-cultural nationalist movement that emerged in Europe in late 19th century and aimed for the establishment of a national home for the Jews through colonization.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, Radical Vegan. Can I call to debate you on porn ban? No. That would be a stupid waste of time.
1,500 January 6th protesters. Even J.D. Vance, and I agreed with him, said that the pardon should not extend, as before the announcement, to those who committed acts of violence against police officers. What do you feel? I mean, do you feel that those people who did the actual acts of violence, should they have also been pardoned, along with those who were actually non-violent that day?
Well, I think President Trump was right to provide clemency to all of the January 6th protesters, including those who committed acts that they shouldn't have committed. There were certainly laws that were being broken by some of the crazy people that went and did their own thing. Those who committed the violent acts, my understanding is they've already done prison time, and they've probably done, 4 years? The punishment's supposed to fit the crime, and I have to believe that in those cases, those were carefully reviewed and the decision was made. But with regard to sweeping clemency and most of them being pardons for the protesters, no, I applaud President Trump for doing that. They were political prisoners. We have a right here in America, as you do in England, to march on City Hall and protest. There will be, from time to time, stupid, crazy people who overdo it, and they should be held accountable. And I think those that did that have already been held accountable for all the time they've done in prison so far. And one thing I learned about the criminal justice system in America, Piers, because of my long, hard journey, is in too many cases, justice is not tempered by mercy. And, you're from England, you're a lot smarter than I am, and you know Shakespeare better than I do, but I can't tell you how many times I reread Portia's speech about tempering justice with mercy and how important that was as I was sitting in prison, getting absolutely no mercy and being treated in an unmerciful way. And so you can punish people and rightfully hold them accountable and put them in jail, as we must, in many, many cases. But I think we have to be smart and realize that there's a necessary component of morality involved when you do punish someone, that you temper it with mercy, and that each case is different. They should be judged individually on a case-by-case basis.
So what do you feel about the Biden preemptive pardons, which are pretty well unprecedented? There's only ever been one, which was when Gerald Ford pardoned Richard Nixon, president to president. Many think Joe Biden should have done that with Donald Trump's conviction, including I think he should have done as well, because I thought that conviction was absurd. But putting that to one side, there's a huge number of people that Biden has preemptively blanket pardoned, including a lot of his family, including his son, his brothers, and so on. That sets an extraordinary precedent where they didn't actually end up going to prison at all. Many of them, we don't even know what alleged crimes they may or may not have committed because they've never been properly tested in the courtroom and so on. What do you feel about that?
Well, I think that's a classic example of projection. I mean, President Biden weaponized the Justice Department against Donald Trump. And so he just assumed Trump's going to do the same thing to his people that he did to Trump and to Trump's people. To me, that's just proof, almost an admission by Biden, that what he did with the Department of Justice was weaponize it against his political opponent. So, no, I think those were the wrong things to do, those preemptive pardons in those particular cases, because there's no evidence that President Trump's going to do anything but actually try to end lawfare like he said the other day. So I think that, frankly, is an admission of guilt by Biden. And, you know, this is no small thing, Piers. This goes to the heart of our freedoms in America.
Okay, well, that was just nonsensical Piers Morgan horseshit.
Any of these, that sometimes it's like, how do you know when to weigh in, what to comment on? I think that as we head into a new administration, when it seems like there's not going to be any energy around additional regulations regarding school safety, regarding guns, clearly there is some political salience here. But I think in this particular case, it is worth weighing in on from a political lens because the shooter himself has allegedly said in his own right.
Mississippi state lawmaker introduces contraception begins at Erection Act with fines for masturbation.
Mississippi Senator Bradford Blackman has filed a bill to make it illegal to have sex with a condom or masturbate. To enact the Contraception Begins at Erection Act. What the fuck? This, like, sounds like a parody. Like, this is a Republican, so I don't want to dismiss it and say, yeah, this is obviously bullshit, but, like, how the fuck? It shall be unlawful for a person to discharge genetic material without the intent to fertilize an embryo, to provide for criminal penalties, to provide certain exceptions, and for related purposes. Shall be unlawful for a person to just discharge genetic material without the intent to fertilize an embryo. So it's illegal to go to the bathroom since you are going to discharge genetic material anytime you take a piss or a shit. The bill, which purports to make it illegal to discharge genetic material without intent to fertilize an embryo, then later explicitly excludes the discharge of genetic material while using a contraceptive method intended to prevent fertilization of an embryo. So, masturbation is okay if you wear a condom? What the fuck? Oh yeah, men who have vasectomies. Oh my god. Dude, why is the United States so retarded? Like, only in the US. Well, thanks for the donation, Bend Over.
sightings that he was politically motivated. So I want to turn to this report from the Nashville Banner. Just want to shout out the local folks at Nashville Banner and at Tennessee Holler, my friends at the Tennessee Holler who have been covering this. The Nashville Banner, though, has this. He said the shooter said that his radicalization was in part due to a number of far-right figures, including Nick Fuentes and former Nashvilleian Candace Owens. Quote, Candace Owens has influenced me above all. Each time she spoke, I was stunned by her insights, and her own views helped push me further and further into the belief of violence over the Jewish question. First on Fuentes, I assume most people watching this feed know, but he is a far-right radical conspiracist that is the figurehead of a group called the Goatis.
I literally just said Wikipedia changed the definition of Zionism a few months ago as if it was some nationalist group. You're literally being deceitful right now, LOL. Are you one of those radical vegans that feeds meat to their cat, by the way? I'll wait.
I can guarantee you, if they have a cat, they feed the cat meat. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Reuters that has a large strain of kind of white identitarianism. There's some sort of Trump, but a lot of what you see from the Groypers is from kind of this alt-right tradition that is focused a lot on racial politics, whiteness, makeup of the country, and it is a kind of a rare corner on the right that is.
Hi Vegan Gains, you made a video about Goatis last year and how he should be stopped. I kindly ask that you share the change.org petition to deplatform him from YouTube. It is tied into a lawsuit with Google, so every sign counts. Pseudonyms can be used. Ty.
Those change.org petitions don't do anything. There was a big change.org petition to get me banned from YouTube. I think it had like 300,000 signatures or something. Thanks for the donation, Sid.
Pretty hostile to Israel. Candace Owens is another member of that rare corner. I wrote a profile on her about a year ago now, and used to spend a lot of time listening to Candace's podcast, kind of get a sense for what was happening on the MAGA right before she had a falling out with Ben Shapiro over these issues. It was kind of interesting that Ben Shapiro, who's Jewish and a Zionist, was platforming her at the Daily Wire for so long while she was, kind of advancing a lot of sort of a lot of talking points that are echoing of what you hear from anti-Semitic quarters. She was doing a decent amount of dog whistling if you were able to hear the frequency, which you would think Shapiro would have been. But eventually this kind of reached a head during the Israel-Palestine crisis, and she left. And so I've been following her podcast as closely over the last year as I was, but the fact that she gets pushed out of the Daily Wire basically over her willingness to advance at some level anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, at least that was, how the argument was framed. And now to have this kind of online radicalism and online dispute come offline in the very community where she was living, I just think it's a reminder about how real this stuff is. And this is always the challenge when you are talking about kind of racism and anti-Semitism and radicalization online, is that if you look at, not really Candace is pretty self-serious, but if you look at the Nick Fuentes material, there's always a tinge of humor to it, right? It's like, am I doing a racist joke or am I being really racist, right? Like, do I think that, that the number of people dying at concentration camps was exaggerated? Or am I just, kind of pretending to think that as some sort of broader commentary about how I don't like wokeism? You know what I mean? Like, they always do, like, many of them have this kind of tongue-in-cheek element to it. And so I think that, in turn, then creates tension, right? About how people that are trying to call it out do, right? There's this question of, do I elevate this by mentioning it, right? Does it make me seem stupid if I am calling somebody out for racist jokes if they're just saying, it was just humor, right? Am I going overboard by making an exact accusation, right? All these conversations were happening right around the Musk thing, right? Like, am I there's this like backsplash that comes against the people that are trying to fight anti-Semitism, if there are examples where it seems like they're seeing something that isn't there, or they're exaggerating it, or they're not laughing with the boys at the locker room, like why there is real life consequences. Because not everybody is in on the joke. Some people are in on the joke and are taking it seriously. And
Nick Fuentes isn't joking. He knows exactly what he's doing. The people who are in the know, and then he just tries to throw off normies and tries to create plausible deniability.
It's just so tragic that this appears to be one of these, one of these situations, at least according to the reporting that we're getting early. Obviously, a lot of this stuff develops. We'll continue to monitor if there's new kind of information that comes out. And the other thing I want to share that my friends at Tennessee Holler shared just about this tragic situation at school.
It's fine, Mom. It happens. Should it, though? It's my 16-year-old is like, it's fine, Mom. It happens. And as a mom, how does it make you feel to hear that?
It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart that it's normal. It should not be normal.
That's the other thing that's sad about this to me, right? Like there's the political element of this, but there's also just the human element.
And we begin with our breaking news. CTV News has learned that Premier Doug Ford plans to call an early election next Wednesday. A senior provincial government source says Election Day would be February 27th. Ford has repeatedly insisted that he needs a stronger mandate from taxpayers in order to join the fight against looming U.S. tariffs. Stay tuned was his response again today when asked if an election would be called next week. For more reaction to this, I'm joined live now by Ontario Liberal Party leader Bonnie Crombie tonight.
Please, fucking shit. The sooner the better.
Good to have you. Thanks for taking the time.
Hi, Lindsay. Thanks for having me.
What is your reaction, first of all, to hearing about this news tonight, this confirmed news now?
Well, I have a lot of feelings about it. Let me first say that it is an unnecessary and a very expensive election. It'll cost us $175 million. And Doug Ford has failed on so many fronts, failed to provide us with the basics, and failed to prepare us for the threats south of the border, knowing that Donald Trump became president or could become president. He hasn't prepared our economy, and he hasn't protected our jobs. In fact, this election shows us that the only job he's interested in protecting is his own. It is a very self-interested and self-vested move. He's chosen recklessness over responsibility. He's answering chaos by creating more chaos at a time where we need stability.
Bro, Trudeau literally decided to halt Parliament right when he knew an election was going to get called through a non-confidence vote, just so he could stay prime minister for another few months. Are you kidding me?
Uncertainty. Mm-hmm. You know, the premier's done a great job being a showman and showing his showmanship. But right now we need leadership. You know, you just can't slap a label on a hat and pretend you have a plan to deal with a threat such as 25% tariffs on our products from south of the border.
And I want to go back to the tariff threat that we are facing right now. But first of all, I want to focus on you as well. I mean, now that we know this election is going to be called, are you ready? Because you're going to have a lot of work to do. You need to, get a seat as well. I mean, do you think you're ready for this?
You know, it's really interesting that of all the premiers who are dealing with this threat across our country, working together as United Team Canada, not one of them is suggesting an election call, only Doug Ford, because again, he's trying to protect his own job. Am I ready? Absolutely. Absolutely. We are ready. We have a campaign office, which I'm working from. We've ordered our bus. It's being wrapped to date. We've got ads planned. We have nominated almost 90 candidates. We have a couple more that will get nominated this week. So we should have a full complement. And we have all our money in the bank. So we are ready to go. But again, it's an unnecessary election. Let's remind everyone that Doug Ford has a majority government. He can pass any legislation he wants to and always has done so. So that election isn't scheduled for June 2026, and having it now is irresponsible, it's reckless, and it's creating chaos at a time when we need calm and a firm resolve to deal with the threat from south of the border.
Do you know what riding you're going to run in?
I do. It's a Mississauga riding. There's one of two remaining open that we haven't nominated candidates in, and it will be announced.
All right, what's going on, everyone? So today we're going to take a look at some updates around the ongoing war in Ukraine. We're going to start with some battlefield updates using Deep State Map. I'll go ahead and pull that up here. We're going to shift over to some Trump statements about the war. Still pretty unknown the direction he's going to take in this conflict, but we are going to see how one of his most recent executive orders may or may not influence future aid shipments to Ukraine. We're going to take a look at some recent conversations about the increasing likelihood of European troops or Western troops in general arriving on the battlefield, that possibility. There's a story recently that just came out talking about Russian filtration camps, which, look, at baseline is a pretty disgusting story, but it is a part of this conflict, so we're going to get into that. And then we'll wrap up with, I guess, our favorite Russian doom poster, Igor Girkin. He's pro-Russian, wants Russia to win this war, and just came out earlier today venting that they've lost in every way, shape, and form. Always an interesting take from Girkin. Now, all of these resources will be linked in the description below, starting with Deep State Map here, a publicly available resource. So looking at the overall map of Ukraine to kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at here, the dark red or purplish, if you will, down here in the south with Crimea, and over here in Donetsk and Luhansk, these are areas occupied by Russia in 2014. The orangish areas is territory of Ukraine occupied by Russia since 2022. The green is territory once occupied by Russia since liberated by Ukraine. Now, the area we're going to focus in on today is down here in the south, namely Velika Novoselka. This name might sound familiar. It's a small town, village, if you will, but it might sound familiar to people who've been following the war because this was the location of pretty significant offensive activity during Ukraine's push south back in the summer of 2023. So this was one of the territories that they liberated, and there's a lot of fighting in and around this direction, showing the progress of Ukraine in the south. As of today, January 23rd, 2025, it looks like Velika Novoselka is on the brink of falling to Russian forces entirely. Now, there's some speculation. One of the major concerns here is the Ukrainian forces that might still be trapped on the verge of being cut off here in Velika Novoselka. And you can see how that might play out, right? With Russian forces advancing in two directions, you can see the main road coming in and out of this town appears to now be under Russian control. So anybody wanting to flee at this point would have to do so at least over one body of water. It's getting harder and harder to actually leave this area. It's going to be an area worth keeping an eye on here. But this is generally how Russian forces have fought this war for quite a while. Like the last major head-on assault, if you will, major one at least, was in Bakhmut. And if you recall that offensive, which to give you an idea, the orientation here is a little bit up here to the northeast. So we've got Bakhmut up here. Generally speaking, the Wagner forces here led the charge directly head-on into the Ukrainian defenses. They did take the city over time at a significant cost of lives. So what we've seen change since then is more of these pincer-type movements, if you will, where, and Velika Novoselka actually shows it pretty well. I'm going to go back, let's see, we'll go back to early December here. Let's go back mid-December, try to give you an idea. So here you can see instead of charging head-on, the Russian forces are kind of coming from the south and the northeast. By the end of the month, see how they're advancing, but the front hasn't really changed here. And you'll see they'll slowly advance and kind of encircle that location until, you know, eventually the Ukrainian forces are forced to withdraw. And this is actually something that we've seen a lot of pushback on against the chain of command inside of Ukraine at this point. It's played out at a couple different locations. One of the more recent ones was actually over here in Volodar, which now seems like a lifetime ago. But in Volodar, something similar played out, where the Russians managed to push to the east and the west, slowly encircle that town, and then eventually Ukrainian forces had to withdraw. So the big question right now around Velika Novoselka is not if it will fall. Clearly it will, just looking at how this map is played out right now. It's how many Ukrainian forces are remaining in that pocket. There is going to be some sort of rear guard to try to slow the Russian advance so other elements can evacuate the city. And that's generally what we've seen for a long time in this conflict. There haven't been dozens or even hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers that are captured when something like this falls, but there is always a question of how worth it was it to leave that rear guard in place and not evacuate earlier, essentially, and pull back to a maybe more fortified secondary or tertiary position. Now, what's interesting right now is we're seeing a lot of focus on Velika Novoselka, understandably so. Relatively small, not all that strategically important. The strategically important area is just up here to the northeast, Pokrovsk. Now, this isn't getting nearly as much attention right now, but we are starting to see more of encirclement take place here. Again, to go back to our map, at the beginning of the month, you can see the Russian forces, it's slow and at a very heavy cost around Pokrovsk. But if we go back, let's go to November 1st. You can see the progress that's already been made since November. And rather than attacking Pokrovsk head on, we'll kind of skip a few days at a time here. Kind of a cheap man's time lapse, if you will. You'll see how they've slowly but surely kind of expanded around the city in an aim of eventually cutting this off entirely. So now moving through January, I would say it is costing them men and equipment, but over and over in Russian media, this is kind of the sore point, saying, hey, we are advancing in other areas, but what the hell is going on in Kursk? Why can't we get the Ukrainians out of our own territory? Now, shifting over to some of the news topics here, we have seen President Trump newly sworn into the oath of, or recently sworn in as the President of the United States. He's referenced the war a couple different times now, and it's been incredibly challenging to figure out exactly where he's going to fall on this issue. Is he going to send more weapons? Is he going to cut down the weapon supply? He did put out I guess it's called a truth, right? Is that the right way to phrase this? I'm just going to read directly from that. I'm not on Truth Social, but the benefit of X is people take his posts from there. That's like his personal or...
I don't know what the fuck Trump means by he's going to tariff Russia. The U.S. can't trade with Russia. It's under sanctions. So what the fuck are tariffs going to do?
His social media company that he owns, and people publish those on X. So that's where I find it. But I thought this one was worth going through directly. This is kind of his biggest statement, Trump's biggest statement directed at this war, but it's also like only directed at Russia. You'll notice Ukraine isn't actually mentioned in this statement at all. Interpret that however you will. But nonetheless, this was notable. Trump put out this statement, quote, I'm not looking to hurt Russia. I love the Russian people and always had a very good relationship with President Putin. And this despite the radical left's Russia hoax. We must never forget that Russia helped us win the Second World War, losing almost 60 million lives in the process. All that being said, I'm going to do Russia, whose economy is failing, and President Putin a very big favor. Settle now and stop this ridiculous war. It's only going to get worse. If we don't make a deal soon, I have no other choice but to put high levels of taxes, tariffs, and sanctions on anything being sold by Russia to the United States and various other participating countries. Let's get this war, which never would have started if I were president, over with. We can do it the easy way or the hard way. The easy way is always better. It's time to make a deal. No more lives should be lost. Now, I will note that it seems like Trump has been very open to speaking to Putin since coming into office. There's no indications that that has happened or that it's even technically scheduled at this point, but it does seem to be trending in that direction, that there's going to be direct lines of communication to try to bring about some sort of agreement.
Auto Rocks donated $3. Let me see. We're having trouble playing this video. Try again. Well, it's not working. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Now, I should note that on Russian Telegram channels right now, there's kind of a panic because they don't know what to expect. And again, that might be a positive, might be a negative. We know that here in the United States, Trump tends to be erratic. You wake up one morning and he said or done something that was completely unexpected. The Russians are a little bit nervous about that. So they generally knew what to expect day in and day out under the Biden administration. And they kind of looked at a Harris administration as being the same, which I think is it's a pretty fair assessment. Probably would have been very similar in terms of their policies regarding this war. They don't know yet what to make of Trump. There has been a couple of the channels talking about how sanctions don't matter. They've been able to overcome all the sanctions so far, so these threats aren't really anything. And other Russian Telegram channels, kind of prominent mill bloggers, worried that the other side of this or else, if Putin doesn't agree to come to the table and kind of limit some of his demands, the or else is the U.S. might pump additional weapons in Ukraine to try to give Zelensky the upper hand in the near term. So very uneasy responses in Russian media right now. Now, one thing that they actually pointed to in favor of, and is a little confusing, are one of the Trump executive orders around foreign aid. They just put this out on January 20th. Trump signed this executive order titled Reevaluate and Realigning United States Foreign Aid. And when you get into the Russian channels, they're all saying this means right out the gate that Trump is shutting down any and all aid to Ukraine, at least for the next 90 days, which would be a major detriment to the Ukrainian war effort. So some Russians are seeing that as a positive sign. I'm not sure that's what this actually means, but we're getting into some of this, economic warfare and stuff that's a little bit outside my realm of expertise. So I went over to the Kyiv Independent, actually ran a pretty good article on this, titled What Trump's 90-Day Pause on U.S. Foreign Development Assistance Means for Ukraine. And right out the gate, they quote, the newly appointed Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, dude got, I think, 99 out of 100 possible votes. So like everybody in the Senate is on board with Marco, who said, quote, under President Trump, the top priority of the United States Department of State will be the United States. The direction he has given for the conduct of our foreign policy is clear, Rubio said before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee last week. Every dollar we spend, every program we fund, every policy we pursue must be justified by the answer to one of three questions. Does it make America safer? Does it make America stronger? I do actually think it's a viable option for some of these countries. I don't think it's out of the cards that you see countries like Poland or Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. You pick of these NATO countries could very easily put together some sort of, foreign legion, if you will, to go fight in Ukraine under the flag of their individual country conflict with Russia. So all of that's just disgusting, but again, it's a part of this war, so I feel like it's worth talking through. We have a thread that I'm going to run through, put together here by Ina Maripolska, who she says is a resident of Mariupol, survived the destruction of the city while being in it, witness of the crimes of the Russian armed forces in Mariupol, and says that she is a refugee. So this was all put together in like a thread reader that I'll run through here a little easier to work through. This first picture here is from, April 16th, 2022, just outside of Mariupol. I should mention filtration camp, think filtering of citizens. It's not quite the same as a concentration camp. Think of a concentration camp as like the last step. Filtration is like moving through, identifying where the citizens are going to go, like based off of their past or their relationships, their current jobs, ideologies, things like that, any number of reasons. And we'll get into some of those here in a minute. But in this case, they would either be sent off to work camps or military prisons or maybe back into Ukraine, into certain portions of Russia, whatever it might be. So they're filtering through the citizens. Second picture here, they talk about the numbers allocated to the individuals. Her number was 331, saying that her children's were 332 and 333. And then the location, her son Andrew in one of the filtration camps. So they did move them into Russian territory, and she actually shows a previous 6-year-old video picture of that same area to show this is where that filtration took place. Looks like a school gym. He talks about how few possessions they're able to take, which, again, a good example here, I think, is actually going back to, you hate to compare everything to the Holocaust or World War II, but it's probably a pretty good example when you're looking at these filtration camps, right? Because the Russians are forcing these citizens out of their homes, saying you can only take so many things. And she says this is the possessions for 10 people, right? That's nothing for those individuals. And then, maybe they get to keep that as they continue on their journeys. Let's go ahead and start with what this process actually looks like. She said all men are forced to undress on the spot to check if they have Ukrainian tattoos on their bodies. If they find tattoos, you're finished. It's not clear what finished means. We just, unfortunately, today saw more footage of Ukrainian POWs surrendering, being moved around the battlefield, and then executed by Russians on the spot. So you can't rule that one out, unfortunately, at any point. In this case, it also could mean going directly to prison or a work camp. She says soldiers in masks will arrive to take you to a place like Olnivka or the Taganrog pretrial detention center to a torture chamber. Again, my apologies in the pronunciation. Trying my best, but they're pretty rough at times. Women will also be searched physically, but later in the common washroom in the filtration camp. A Russian woman will simply come in there and look at you as you wash. If you have Ukrainian tattoos on your body, everything will be very bad. Let's say you don't have any tattoos, like me, and there are no marks, but that could be considered marks from wearing a bulletproof vest and bruises from a rifle butt. Then you move on to the next level. So essentially, they're looking for anything that could indicate that you might have at some point been involved in fighting back against the Russians. There are methods that we would use in Iraq and Afghanistan where you can test kind of on the spot for gunpowder residue, because a lot of times what we'd have is somebody would fire rounds at us and then they'd set the AK down and go back to farming, and there's no way to prove definitively on the spot that, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure you were just shooting at me. So we have these gunpowder tests, which isn't new technology by any stretch, and you put it in their hands and say, like, you did just fire a weapon. So it's like that, just like a less advanced version, I guess, if they have marks on their body that look like body armor, or the rifle butt, as in they were firing and it left some sort of bruise in the pocket there. They say first you were taken to a special interrogation room. In our case, it was the The Veselo-Voneska checkpoint in the Rostov region. Rostov is in Russia. The room is the size of a provincial bus station. There are rows of iron seats. Here you have to wait for the call for interrogation. There are about 300 of us in the room, 6 buses with 50 people each. At the end of the hall, there are 3 doors. Next to one of them, there are sockets and many phone chargers. You're told to charge your phones in advance because they will be searched, especially carefully, and all information will be copied from there to the FSB officer's computer. It's interesting that they're told they're going to be searched because you got to imagine they're going through there. There's probably some numbers and contacts or whatever that you're just mass deleting, right? If you had an uncle that at one point was in the Ukrainian military, if I were in their shoes, I'd be like, well, got to delete that number, not messing around with that. Anything at all that could be possibly suspect, you have to think people would be just removing from their devices. They say, why did you save this? God forbid there would be a picture about politics with your criticism of Russians. God forbid something like this would be found on your Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter. If you have even a glimpse of Ukrainian symbols or the uniform of the armed forces of Ukraine in your photos, it'll be bad. Even for a photo from a long time ago. Several years before the full-scale oath of allegiance of a brother, FSB officers brought one girl to hysteria and a nervous breakdown. This girl was saved from being sent to Olavinka only because she was a child of about 17 years old, and her brother's photo was really old. In another situation, my neighbor's sister ended up in Olavinka. She had a photo of a guy in a Ukrainian military uniform on her phone. That's all it took down in Mariupol, was like any association at all, according to these accounts. And these people were filtered off to, again, work camps, prisons, or others. They say there will be an interrogation based on the list on your telephone contacts. The FSB officer will transfer them to his computer and start checking them in his database. If your friend or relative is entered into this Russian database of disloyal persons, you'll be interrogated about your relationship and why you have this number written down. The most important of the first questions during interrogation: are you or your close relatives a Ukrainian civil servant, military, SBU, prosecutor, court employee, Ukrainian police officer? If the answer is yes to at least one question, you are taken somewhere else, probably to every time I'm getting this wrong. Olenivka. In Olenivka, what was set up was not a filtration camp, but literally a concentration camp for Ukrainians. If, let's say, you cleared your phone of dangerous information in time, you don't have any suspicious contacts, correspondence where you speak disloyally about Russians and messengers, you don't have relatives in the army, and on this side, everything is clean. The interrogation stops and the actual filtering begins. So moving into the essence of filtering now, they say. So again, at this point, I understand how people might look at this and say, well, yeah, you want to sift through these refugees, if it's not really the appropriate term here. They've been captured, they've been taken by Russians. But if you have a large group of civilians, it's totally understandable in any military force to want to go through there and identify, are there any spies? Are there any like clear government employees? Are there any members of the military? Like, yes, 100% you're going to want to do that. This is taking it 78 steps further than that. Do you happen to have any contacts in your phone of anybody who at any point throughout history may have been associated with the Ukrainian military? Have you ever said anything that could be considered disloyal to Russia? Remember, these people didn't live in Russia. They lived in a country, Ukraine, next to Russia. But if they had said something in the past disloyal to Russia, they were filtered out. Think about that. They say to understand where exactly you will be sent in exile in Russia is virtual slavery. Therefore, filtering begins with a question about education, profession, work experience, skills.
Try it one more time. I uploaded to YouTube Shorts this time.
Concentrated this new shaving cream is that we have on Frankie's Naturals. Only 6 ingredients and about half the concentrated this new shaving cream is that we have on Frank.
Yeah, Frank's eyes are pretty fucked. He does look a lot like that dog, just less cute. Thanks for the donation, Auto Rocks.
Do you have nice feet? If so, do you sell feet pics?
Think my feet are okay? I guess I could sell you feet pics. Thanks for the donation, Bridget.
And abilities. This is a bit like a job interview. The most popular among Russians were IT specialists, technicians, and blue-collar workers. Our friend was a janitor in Mariupol, and she even wore a janitor's uniform during the filtration procedure. The lady passed the filtration in 5 minutes. They told her that janitors were needed in Russia and sent her to work somewhere in Ufa. Mechanics, electricians, crane operators, they passed this filtration interrogation quite easily. After it, the person was sent to a filtration camp to await distribution, in which region of Russia would be sent for forced labor. For example, the stepmother of my distant relative was sent somewhere near Tver to a half-ruined sanitarium to work there as a housekeeper for 2,000 rubles a month, plus a bed and lunch. She saved money from this meager salary for many months in a row in order to escape from there.
Suck my dick, you dirty niggerlet.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Bridget.
The train ticket costs about 10,000 rubles. So this continues on, but it kind of gives you the idea. Forced labor, slave labor in a sense, of tens of thousands of Ukrainians, maybe more, being sent from Mariupol to various portions all across Russia. And of course, this is one account of that happening. It kind of leads you to believe that in other areas where Russia came in and occupied the territory quickly while there's...
Jesus Christ, dude. People have to stop being so cucked. Like, NATO really should have intervened. We know exactly what Russia's doing. They violated an agreement with Ukraine anyway. Just fucking stop them. Just ridiculous how they're letting this happen to people.
Still were civilians on the ground, that this is likely what took place there as well. Now, shifting over to a recent post from, this one's highlighted here by Dmitry over at War Translated, Igor Gherkin, who is kind of the favorite, if you will, pro-Russian pessimist, I think is the best way to put it. This dude wants Russia to win the war, and he is livid day in and day out that they're not. In fact, he was jailed not all that long ago. Actually, it was kind of a while ago. He's put in prison for essentially for these points of view, and he's still firing him off whenever he gets the chance. And he had an interesting one that just came out earlier today, talking about reflections on what would be better not to happen for the year 2025. He says the situation for the Russian Federation is characterized as negative. By the end of the third year of the war, none of the objectives previously declared as goals of the special military operation have been achieved or are close to being achieved. 1. The Zelensky regime has not been overthrown and is holding stronger than in 2022. Under the war, the accelerated de-Russification of Ukraine has continued. The Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarch has been reformed. The Nazi propaganda has brainwashed the population, and hatred for Russia has not only failed to diminish, but has grown many times over. That last point, I mean, is interesting, right, across the board, but like if you look at how Ukrainians view Russians, it's drastically different today across the board as a whole than it was before the war started. That's not to say there were a lot of kind feelings in one direction or another, but the amount of hatred right now is magnitudes higher because Russia is at war with them and lobbing missiles and drones into Ukrainian territory daily and killing Ukrainian civilians and soldiers on a daily basis. Like the anti-Russian sentiments across Ukraine have spiked directly due to this war. So that's point one that Gherkin points to. Second, no demilitarization of Ukraine has been achieved. And this is something we've talked about before on this channel. He says, on the contrary, there is now a massive grouping, several 100,000 strong, in front of our lines, armed possibly better than before the start of the war. Well-organized, experienced, resilient, and despite war fatigue, showing no signs of imminent collapse. Part of this grouping is conducting combat operations on the territory of Russia's old regions in the Kursk region, from which our forces have been unable to oust the enemy for over 4 months. The armed forces of Ukraine are intensifying missile and drone attacks on the deep rear of our troops, reaching as far as the Volga and beyond, hitting industrial and infrastructure facilities on a scale that grows month by month. So there's a lot there. But it's an interesting aspect. There's some great memes, if you will. If there could be good memes in the middle of a war, where it shows Russians complaining about, like, what the hell's going on? Why are there drones striking in Moscow and in portions of Russian territory? And it's like, what did you expect, right? Like, you start a war on your border and you start slinging missiles and drones into populated centers in Ukraine. Like, at some point, that's going to come home. And it's not one-to-one, right? The volume and the size of munitions flying in the two directions, but it's picked up a lot. There's a lot more Ukrainian munitions going boom in Russia today than there were in 2022, and it's not even close. On top of that, this...
No, I wouldn't be able to do crossovers with the cable attachment that I have.
Demilitarization argument from Russia, I feel like, has to be dispelled at this point, right? The Ukrainian military right now is arguably the strongest and most effective military in Europe. Like, make the argument against that right now. I think they have more troops in uniform than any other European nation. When you look at now, in terms of quantity of equipment, it's probably smaller than some countries like Germany and the United Kingdom. But when you get into the tactics and the battlefield experience and how these guys are fighting a modern war, like, Ukraine genuinely might be the
Rank these movies worst to best. Rocky IV, Napoleon Dynamite, The Godfather, Brave Little Toaster, High School Musical, Jurassic Park.
Probably go Rocky IV, High School Musical. I've never seen Brave Little Toaster. Yeah, I'll go Brave Little Toaster. The Godfather, Napoleon Dynamite, and then Jurassic Park. Thanks for the donation, House Husband.
#1 European military right now. So good job, Russia. You know, just like you pulled a bunch of countries into NATO by invading Ukraine, this invasion has also prompted kind of the rebuilding of the Ukrainian military into a pretty significant force, an outsized force for what the country was before this war. He says, third, the territories of the new regions, except for the Luhansk People's Republic, have not been liberated from the enemy. The adversary continues to firmly hold the capital and the right bank of the Kherson region, the capital and a significant part of the Sv3rige region, and substantial territories of the Donetsk People's Republic. Our success in the Kharkiv region are minimal and remain purely tactical. There's no chance at all constitutional territories of the Russian Federation can be liberated militarily in the near future. So I'm actually going to go, and then to sum up, the SMO, Special Military Operation, in the form which has begun, has failed. It has not achieved its stated objectives. I'm actually going to go back to a map here to show you the areas he's talking about, because this is important. So towards the start of the war, there were 4 territories. You had Kherson, Zaporozhye, Donetsk, and Luhansk. And when he's saying nothing but Luhansk has been taken, you can see all of Luhansk now is under the control of the Russian military. Down here at Donetsk, there's still a good chunk of Donetsk that is currently occupied by Ukraine. Occupied is probably not the right word because it's their territory to begin with. Ukrainian forces are still in a large portion of Donetsk. Same with Zaporozhye. A large portion of that's still under Ukrainian control. Same with Kherson. Large portion still under Ukrainian control. The reason Gherkin is upset about that is because there was a referendum where Russia a couple of years ago said, hey, these territories are now Russian territory. They belong to Russia. So he's frustrated, saying, you know, you claimed these as Russian. You said they belong to Russia. So clearly there has to be some sort of priority of taking this territory, and we still haven't. Again, looking at the amount of territory here that remains in Ukraine's hands, all of that is what Gherkin is upset about. Either way, a little longer video today. I thought it was worth diving into some of these storylines as well as the battlefield updates. So let me know what you think. That's all I got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next.
Yeah, dude, fuck Russia. People have to stop being cucked and just destroy Russia.
Wiped out the two barriers to communist expansion in Asia. Chiang Kai-shek, the Japanese, wipe him out. And then what does the United States do? What's the other barrier to communism? Well, it's the Japanese. So what do you get? A unified communist China. It's a gift that keeps on giving. Japanese remnants would go headlong into oncoming machine gun fire, knowing full well what was going to happen. This is not the way other armies have behaved. Japan thought their entire existence was at stake, that they absolutely had to have territory in China to survive. Not only do I want to do regime change, but I want to kill all your people while I'm at it. If you compromise with them, you are simply setting them up and putting them in a stronger position when they come at you for the final kill. Before I get going, I've got to make a disclaimer. What I'm saying are my ideas. They don't necessarily represent the U.S. government, the U.S. Navy Department, the U.S. Department of Defense, let alone where I work, the Naval War College. You got it? This is just me here, nobody else. All right. Americans have a penchant for what I call half-court tennis, which is they like to analyze international affairs and wars by focusing on Team America, what Americans did or didn't do, and then that explains causation in the world. And Americans, on the other hand, their beloved sport, I believe, is football. And those people who love football, many Americans, my understanding of it, I'm just someone who reads books, I don't follow football, but now that's disqualifying, I suppose. But anyhow, Americans who follow football, they study both sides, right? They look at their home team, but then they also look at not just one opposing team, but many, down to the individual player. And they would no more follow a football game by looking at one half of the football field. And yet Americans, when we do foreign policy, that's often what we do. And it gets us into all kinds of trouble. For instance, in the Iraq War, Americans thought that the Republican Guard was going to be really tough. And it turns out it wasn't so tough. But then there was this post-conventional phase, insurgency that went on and on and on, that surprised Americans. Well, the problem isn't actually a new one. In World War II, Americans were terribly surprised by the things that Japanese did, starting with Pearl Harbor, right? That was a surprise. But also it was the entire way the Japanese fought the war, the way they fought to the last man, the suicides, the brutality, not only to the POWs, civilians, but into their own wounded. And the question...
I'm going to watch some videos on a live gore, then go to bed.
All right, well, have fun. Thanks for the donation, Elmo.
Is there any way to anticipate in advance how other people are going to behave? Is there any way to get a sense of the other sides of the tennis court net? Now, here are the two gurus of warfare. One is Sun Tzu in Asia, and the other one, Clausewitz, is the big guru of warfare in the West. And both of them would say, hey, you want to understand the other side, you got to make a net assessment. What's that? You would look at political, military, geographic, economic factors, the strengths and weaknesses of all sides to get a sense of things. And today I'm going to make a case for culture. You need to look at that as well. And it's often said that mirror imaging is not what you're supposed to do. What's mirror imaging? It's we get into a situation and then I decide what I think you're going to do based on what I would do. I project me and mirror image on you. And that doesn't work so well. Okay, if I'm not supposed to generalize on the basis of my experience, what am I supposed to do instead? And I'm going to get at this problem today, how you analyze the other side of the tennis court net by looking at Japanese behavior in the 30s and 40s. But the method of analysis I'm using, you could apply to anyone you want. You want to think about Russians today or whatever, you can apply it that way. So culture, it's important, but it's as amorphous as it is important. For instance, if I'm going to try to figure out the defining characteristics of another culture, it would be difficult to figure out what the list is of all the different things I would need to look at. And even if I could come up with that list, still, how would I figure out how that would work in something like warfare? Hard to know. But the difficulty of the problem doesn't make it go away. And so we're going to look at it today, and we're going to look at Japanese theorists and belief systems, and that if you believe these things, how this influences your practice. Tojo Hideki said in December 1st, 1941, that our country stands on the threshold of glory or oblivion. He got that right. And he's at an imperial conference where he is confirming with Hirohito that Pearl Harbor is going to be a go. But he felt that Japan really needed to do something rather than being ground down, being passive. And here is Admiral Yamamoto Isoroku, who was the man who came up with the operational plan for Pearl Harbor. He thought it had really long odds of being successful. General Tojo gave it a 50-50 chance. Admiral Yamamoto wasn't even sure that it was that good. But he felt it was the best possible plan for Japan to get out of its predicament. Now, from a Western point of view, this makes no sense. You're talking about getting the United States potentially into a war with Japan that's already overextended in China. Who does this? Either you need to ratchet back the policy objective and or you need to downgrade your strategy to something a little more costly or risky. And I suppose we can do is go, oh, they're stupid. Okay. I guess if I call you stupid, that makes me so smart because I can denigrate you. Explains nothing. So rather than do that, they're very intelligent men. And why are they doing things? Why do they consider their actions rational and rational in what context? So this is what I'm going to be up to. And I can start with a little story to illustrate my point. In the summer of 1943, This is after the battles of the Solomons, New Guinea, Guadalcanal, they're all over with. The Imperial Japanese Army had a war college. An instructor comes into class one day, and he says, from now on, the curriculum's changed. The main emphasis is going to be countering U.S. tactics instead of what they had been teaching was Soviet tactics. And we'll become the A course. If anyone can teach this, go ahead, because I don't know a damn thing about it. Talk about being unprepared for seminar. And then think about it. Where are the Japanese actually fighting most of the time? What is the country that most matters to them at the end of the day? It would be China. And that's not what their war colleges are studying. Something's up here. Now, they're clearly making a really bad net assessment about the United States. Okay, this country also is known for lousy net assessments. I don't believe ours about Vietnam is particularly good either. And that's one part of the problem. So here's my game plan for this evening. I'm first going to talk about traditional Japanese theorists. And then it's going to be talking about Japanese practice. How, if you have this belief system, how explanatory is it for practice? This is my game plan right now. So the Japanese don't have just the one book like Sun Tzu's The Art of War or Clausewitz's On War. What they have is Bushido, Code of the Samurai. It's a whole literature, and it was written in the Tokugawa period, which quite ironically was a period known for peace, not warfare. Never mind. And what's interesting about this literature from a Western perspective, it's really not about military strategy. It's about deportment. It's how a samurai should conduct himself. And this reflects Japanese values and what the things that they emphasize. And so I'm going to go through it with you. Here's the game plan on the theorists. First, I'm going to talk about the philosophical origins of Bushido, then the values that underpin it, and then the operational preferences that grow out of it. That's the game plan for first half. And I'm going to use as my cultural bridge this man, Nitobe Inazo, who wrote a book much later in 1900, Bushido, Soul of Japan, Why Am I Doing This? He provides a concise definition of Bushido. And you can see he's an important figure in Japan. Not everybody gets their mug on the 5,000 yen note. So he's an important figure in Japan. He had spent 18 years abroad, and he had received higher education in Japan and a variety of Western institutions. He married, believe it or not, I don't make up these things, a Philadelphia Quaker, and he converted to Christianity. And he spent his life trying to serve as a cultural bridge, and that's how I'm going to use him today. And what he said is, unlike in the West, where notions of morality come from religion, in Japan they come from Bushido. And what is it? It's a chivalrous code of honor for the warrior class, these precepts of knighthood. There are three pillars of Bushido, according to Nitobe. They're Buddhism, Shinto, and Confucianism. From Buddhism is where you see Japanese fatalism, the origin of it. And here you have Nitobe saying, it's this calm trust in fate, a quiet submission to the inevitable, a friendliness with death. And it strikes Westerners reading this Bushido literature as a preoccupation with death. For instance, Clausewitz will talk about violence in warfare, but he's not interested in what constitutes an honorable death, let alone choreographing a soldier's final moments. Different culture. And from Buddhism, there are four noble truths of Buddhism. One is that existence is suffering, pessimistic view of this life. Second, it's caused by craving and attachment, so don't cling to this life or the things in it. It's all ephemeral. It's like a cherry blossom, blooms for a day and then it's gone. But there's a good ending to it all, which is nirvana. And how do you get there? The fourth noble truth is through forms of right conduct. So the emphasis isn't on what you achieve in your life. It's how you lead it. It's this focus on deportment. It's different from the West. Second pillar is Shinto, is for this extreme patriotism, reverence for the emperor. And the third pillar is Confucianism, these imported ideas from China. Confucianism is at heart of how it's organizing a society and regulating it through interlocking social obligations, hierarchical, and through ritual and etiquette. So in the West, there's much talk about equality, right? And in the West and the East, it's duty. It's what you owe other people. In the East, there is no such thing as a social in China, in Japan of equality. Even twins have a birth order, and it's not about freedom either. It's about what you owe others. So if you think that these value system seems really different, yeah, no kidding. It has nothing to do with the Greco-Roman Judeo-Christian West. Completely different value system. And so, Alice, welcome to Wonderland. Buckle up, we're off for a ride. And I'm going to start, here's my first piece of the Tokugawa literature, Yamamoto Tsunetomo's The Hagakure that he wrote in the early 18th century.
I've heard of the film Ghost Dog. I've heard a lot of people say it's pretty boring and retarded, and then other people say it's like really awesome, so I haven't really haven't made a commitment to eventually watch it.
It translates variously as hidden leaves, hidden by the leaves, and in it, he is describing, I'm going to read you some short passages from it all. What was it? He was a retainer for a daimyo, a feudal lord in Japan. He hadn't actually done any fighting, even though he's writing all about it. So if you don't do what you do, you publish. And I will tell you what the man had to say. So here we go. One of the first things is this preoccupation with death. And here's Yamamoto. The way of the samurai is imagining the most sightly way of dying. Merit lies more in dying for one's master than in striking down the enemy. The way of the samurai is found in death. It is not necessary to gain one's aim, but if you live on without achieving it, it's cowardice. However, if you don't gain your aim and die, that's okay. This is really different from Clausewitz, where it's all about achieving the policy objective. It's not about how the soldier is leading his life. And here you can see the consequences of this, right? If you're focusing on no fears of death, and if you can't succeed, living on is a disaster. Think of the Banzai charges, when Japanese remnants would go headlong into oncoming machine gun fire, knowing full well what was going to happen. This is not the way other armies have behaved. Different value system. All right. In addition to death, this Bushido literature's emphasis on honor, back to Yamamoto. The way of avoiding shame is different. It's simply death, even if it seems certain that you will lose, retaliate. Think of General Tojo and Admiral Yamamoto Yusoroku. Now, and here's, if you suffer a catastrophic defeat, here's the solution. In the event of a mortifying failure, you're going to wind up committing suicide, because the alternative, if you live on in shame, you're bringing everyone you're associated with shame. So how does the suicide work? It's seppuku or harakiri. The samurai who's doing it kneels down with short sword. He plunges it into his belly, tries to do a full revolution, and then his second, usually a close associate, takes the long sword, does it. If he does it right, one sweep, head in lap, upright corpse, blood everywhere. Diplomats in the 19th century, Western diplomats, were told to witness this. If a samurai had murdered a Westerner, okay, the diplomats had to come in and watch the proceedings. They just about lost their lunch. So the Japanese think that they are showing, and what the Westerners think they're seeing, aren't aligning. And I'm going to use Nitobe to be the cultural bridge. He said, in our minds, this mode of death is associated with the instances of noblest deeds and most touching pathos. So this vilest form of death assumes a sublimity and becomes a symbol of new life. It's a way to escape from disgrace. And in Japanese literature, there is the tragic hero who is pursuing noble but unattainable aims, and rather than making disagreeable compromises, goes down in flames. This is what seppuku is all about. And Nitobe is saying, look, death involving a question of honor was accepted in Bushido as a key solution to many complex problems. And you can think in World War II, yeah, it was. Complex problems like battle plans not working out, and a war that was truly not working out. And you can see the suicide going on, both individual and group. And I remember going in the caves in Okinawa and understanding how that works, because you could see a lot of the damage. If your commanding officer decides to commit suicide and tosses a grenade in the right direction, the entire room goes with him. All right. So in addition to death and suicide and honor, we've got loyalty. It's another key value. And back to Yamamoto. Being a good retainer is nothing other than being a supporter of one's lord. A man is a good retainer to the extent that he earnestly places importance in his master. Having only wisdom and talent is the lowest tier of usefulness. So much for Silicon Valley. For a warrior, there is nothing other than thinking of his master. And so back in the day, it's thinking of your feudal lord. In more recent times, it's prioritizing your company over family. In China, it's the reverse priority. It's family over company. And it's different cultures, different priorities. All right, there are strategic implications. If this is your value system, this is what arises from it. First of all, you're looking at damage limitation, damage control, not in terms of the physical cost of losing lives, having property blown up, but in terms of honor. Also, there's a tendency to equate operational with strategic success. Operational success is, I win this battle here and now. Strategic success is, okay, we're in a war for some reason. What is the reason you're in the war? Japan's reasons for being in China had to do with containing communist expansion and also stabilizing the place so that they could make money out of business. So that's your strategic objective. It's not your operational one. But the Japanese samurai are equating the two, saying if I take this hill, somehow it's automatically going to deliver the strategic objective. And in fact, they won most of the battles in China, but they lost that war. Also, there's this focus on what constitutes an honorable death. It's not the Western focus of literature is all about preparing the field of battle in advance for success, and whereas this literature is focusing on what to do after disaster, so that, here's some more implications. Once the Japanese are failing in battle, operational failure, they are on death ground. What does that mean? It means that death ground means the only way you survive is if you fight harder. Like this is what's going on in Ukraine right now, is that when you decide you're going to annihilate an entire culture, you put people on death ground, and then they have very few choices on what they do next. That one means for the Japanese to feel that they're on death ground when they're failing means they're not going to give up. They're going to fight brutally against overwhelming odds. So in the West, when we like to mirror image, we want to think of the rational actor with some kind of mathematically based cost benefit of when you should give up, when the costs are so high above whatever your value of the object is, you ought to call it quits. Well, that kind of calculation does not translate well across the divides between civilizations. I've got a nice picture here of Lieutenant Onoda, who had been hanging out in Philippine jungles for 30 years after the end of the war, carrying on the war in isolation. I don't believe this is how most other armies work, or soldiers in them. Different culture, different things you do with your life. And here's Sir William Slim, Field Marshal, British 14th Army, that he led in Burma, commenting on his experiences. If 500 Japanese were ordered to hold a position, we had to kill 495, the last 5 committed suicide before we could take the place. And it was this combination of obedience and ferocity that made the Japanese so formidable. Okay, this brings me to another value that's emphasized in Bushido, willpower, back to Yamamoto. There is nothing that cannot be done. The way of the samurai is in desperateness. Simply become insane and desperate, and it'll somehow work out for you. And one can accomplish any feat. Think of Pearl Harbor. And this emphasis on willpower and just trying harder it denigrates strategy. And here you see a picture of the supreme example of honor and loyalty and willpower, and they're kamikaze pilots. But if this is what you're doing, you're denigrating strategy. And here Yamamoto's me talking about tactics, but it has operational and strategic implications. He says, learning such things as military tactics is useless. The way of the samurai is one of immediacy, and it is best to dash in headlong. If one were informed of military tactics, he would have many doubts. So the idea is, if you think about these things in peacetime, you'll start hesitating in wartime. It won't work out for you if you do this. During times of peace, when listening to stories of battle, we should never say, in facing such a situation, what would a person do? Well, so much for my job at the Naval War College. So much for the case studies. No matter what the circumstances might be, one should be of the mind to win. One should be holding the first spear to strike.
Richard, due to the current state of this world, with retarded bills being passed, Trump winning, I think it now time for you to become a politician and commence with Operation Burgess.
In order to ensure the security and continuing stability, the Republic Empire.
Yeah, I mean, I probably have absolutely no shot whatsoever of ever holding any kind of political office, given my reputation. But thanks for the donation, Riley.
So here's the implications if you believe this. What you're doing is a very unanalytical way to approach wars. It's all about whatever it is you want, you just steal the will and go for it, and somehow you'll get it if you want. There's a lack of grand strategy. What's grand strategy? It's integrating all the instruments of national power, not just the army or the army.
You know, by the way, this really explains a lot of the retarded political activists and, like, even dumb fucking cunts in our own government that are, like, cucking to Hamas. Like, how many of these people, I've even seen Destiny, Lonerbox and shit do this. Oh, these people just want to live in peace. They want their land. Like, that's what you want. Like, you're thinking that you, in that situation, you would want peace. You would just want to be able to return to your home. You know, these people in Palestine, they don't want that. They want to exterminate all the fucking Jews and create a fucking Islamic caliphate. So, yeah. There's definitely like, people have a complete inability to understand that people of other cultures are radically different than them.
Army and the Navy, which is what the Japanese are trying to do, but all instruments of national power in pursuit of, if the bigger aim is to stabilize China and keep the communists out, there ought to be some diplomacy and some other things going on. But that's not what's happening. In the samurai literature, it's a focus on the military instrument exclusively. So I'll give you an example of how this works out. Before the Imperial Japanese Army and the Imperial Japanese Navy invaded French Indochina, neither one of them did a little study saying, hey, if we do that, let's check the other side of the tennis court net and see what other people, how they might react. They just steal the will and march right in. Okay, that triggered the U.S. 100% oil embargo. That's a problem. Operational success, strategic mess. So it is this focusing on just the operational level is it's the basis for this ill-founded optimism with which the Japanese just took territory after territory without saying, hey, what about the cost of actually occupying these places? And we're going for these places for resources. So maybe we ought to check it out with the finance ministry and others about how are we ever going to get these resources back home. None of that's going on. It's a disaster for them. Okay, I'm going to talk about a couple of secondary theorists. One of them is Taira Shigesuke, who is a contemporary of Yamamoto, because he provides a really concise definition of the operative values of samurai culture. Only 3 things are considered essential: loyalty, duty, and valor. So steadfastly loyal in battle as to disregard his own life. What he's actually talking about is group loyalty. In the West, the basic unit composing society is the individual. Well, in the East, it's the group, and group interests take primacy over individual interests. And for the Japanese society is divided by in-groups and out-groups. The most basic in-group, biggest overarching one, is the Japanese people vis-a-vis everybody else. But within Japan, everybody comes from a different province, a different locality. They go to different educational institutes. They graduate from different kindergarten classes, I kid you not, and college classes. If they work for different companies or they work for or they're in the military, they're in different branches. And you also have family loyalties. And you owe each of these nested and overlapping groups different obligations. And sometimes these obligations conflict, and if the conflict's really awful, that's another reason for committing suicide. And then if you look at the Japanese language, the moment a person opens their mouth to speak to another Japanese, you can immediately listen to the grammar.
Father wants me to become doctor, but mother wants me to become airline pilot. I must seppuku. It's retarded.
Forms that are being used, the specific word choices to know what's the degree of hierarchy, like where do they sit in this unequal hierarchy, and whether it's in-group, out-group. So everybody feels, or most people feel some level of group.
It's a pretty easy way to control people, right? To make them feel like they have some sort of obligation or duty and honor and all this fucking horse shit. Makes it very easy for fascist totalitarianism. Just teach everybody to be a cucked bitch. Don't value their own lives and care more about some, bullshit of, oh, you owe me something. You know? Society is managed by power, and if you can convince somebody that they can't make their own decisions and, they owe you something, then, they're the ones calling the shots.
Loyalty. This is human. But
Ebony Gandalf donated $2. This IOF trooper seems real nice and peaceful. Yes, IOF.
But there is no babies left.
What babies? Say that again. Say it again.
No, maybe I kill a girl, she was 12, but I'm looking for a baby.
He's clearly joking. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
But in Japan, it's the levels of membership are much.
Like, by the way, it's hilarious how these pro-Palestinian fucktards will send me this. And then there will be phone calls that get intercepted or recorded by the IDF, where someone who isn't even a Hamas member, just some random dickhead who jumped the fence and murders a fucking family, and then calls his fucking parents back in Gaza, Mom, Dad, I killed Jews. Aren't you proud of me? And then their parents say, oh my God, I'm so proud of you. You killed Jew. And then none of them will say shit. They'll either just refuse to talk to you because it completely violates their bullshit propaganda. Or they'll say, oh, it's fake. The IDF made it up, or some fucking horseshit. So, yeah, when Jews literally fucking joke about it, oh my God, look how evil they are, when Palestinians actually do it. Oh, well, this is just the language of people who have been oppressed, and also this is probably fake. The Jews lie all the time, and even if it's not fake, the family probably deserved it because they're settler colonialists. Get fucked. Go move to fucking Gaza or the West Bank or whatever Arab fucking country you want and get beheaded, boiled in a fucking pot, or become some fucking Muslim dude's fucking brood sow. Fucking losers.
Much more finely calibrated, and they're re-emphasized by these social, cultural, and linguistic reasons. So this group membership and stovepiping ultimately is going to be a much stronger feature of Japanese culture than some other places. All right, last theorist is Miyamoto Musashi, who, unlike the other two, actually did a little fighting. He was born a little earlier, and he was a master samurai who taught people martial arts. And from him, you get a sense of some of the operational preferences deriving from these values. And I'm going to go through all of these in turn. First is risk intolerance, because remember at the beginning, I started with the two flag officers saying, well, we're going to do this war in the Pacific when it's unlikely we're going to succeed. We're going to do it anyway. And here's Miyamoto. Furthermore, to fight even 5 or 10 people single-handedly in duels, that's what my military science is all about. So what's the difference between the logic of one person beating up 10 people and 1,000 people beating 10,000? Logistics, my friend, but never mind.
Postmodern no-tillers, you are postmodernists.
Postmodernists, that's a philosophical community, let's say, believe that the entire point of human categorization is power, and that dialogue between people is only a power dialogue, and that there's no real reality outside of interpretation, and that basically what we do is exchange interpretive viewpoints to ratchet up our dominance and status. And that's that. And there's no biology as an ideology, and the idea of the objective world is an ideology, and science.
By the way, this guy is a Christian who believes you need to have subservience to God, so, like, if that's an explanation, like if he is an example of the concept of the world being ruled by power, I don't know what fucking is.
Science is an ideology, and it's all interpretation all the way down, like turtles all the way down.
Jordan Peterson doesn't even know what postmodernism is, by the way.
Not least about the fact that the left, in particular, the radical left, has insisted that the fundamental story that the world should be viewed through and is inevitably viewed through is one of power. That leads to the victimizer narrative that characterized Marxism and that now so bitterly characterizes whatever the hell it is that we.
No. That viewpoint doesn't lead to a victimizer narrative. That's one way of interpreting things. Another way of interpreting things is you deserve nothing. Nothing's owed to you. There's never any guarantee that you are going to get anything. Life is literally survival of the fucking fittest. And if you're too weak to compete, you lose.
We have in front of us now this demented pastiche of postmodernism and a kind of meta-Marxism that makes everyone either a victim or a victimizer. We talk about that in detail. And so if you're interested in that, then...
Idiot.
Then a couple months later...
Practice. It also aligns with me being a Cree Two-Spirit physician.
Oh boy, this is cringe as fuck, dude.
European colonization. And that was disrupted with the imposition of foreign values, Christianity,
gay
religious institutions. And what happened was Two-Spirit people were suppressed and killed, and the teachings around that went underground to protect them. Whereas now it's I would say a very different environment for people who are growing up, but still very scary, I would say, for Two-Spirit trans youth in rural Alberta.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Postmodern.
And then another thing that he emphasizes, in addition, don't expect long odds to deter the Japanese back in the day. Surprise is another one. Think about a situation that has stalemated and is going nowhere, which is what the China theater was for the Japanese, and how do you get out of it? And the answer that Miyamoto has is not come up with a new policy objective, but come up with a tactic that'll somehow put your enemy off balance and then get what you want that way. And the way the Japanese did this was often by opening a new theater in a war, by surprising people by the new places that you were going to start engaging in military operations. And here's how it worked. China had been a failed state since 1911, and it had had an escalating series of warlords fighting each other in this multilateral civil war. And the Japanese were appalled, particularly after the United States passed the Hawley-Smoot Tariff of 1930 that cut them off from international trade. So then they're thinking, now what? Well, we're going to need an empire big enough to survive since no one's going to trade with us. And so they invade all of Manchuria in 1931, and they have it pretty much stabilized by 1933. So, okay, that was surprise number one. But the rest of China is a mess. And the Japanese, it's coalescing into a bilateral communist, nationalist under Chiang Kai-shek, communist under Mao Zedong fight with increasing dosages of Soviet aid. And the Japanese are appalled with all this. And so it's time to surprise everybody again in 1937. And that's when they invade all the way down the Chinese coast and up the Yangtze River. And it works. They take a lot of territory really fast, but then they get to the end of the railway system. Oh, and by the way, China's not pacified. It's just churning. And so now Japan is even more overextended. As a result of doing that, Russian aid goes up, and then you're going to get US aid in there. So the problem's actually getting worse. Okay, time for another surprise, really big one. On that infamous day in December 41, it wasn't just Pearl Harbor. That's Team America focusing only on Team America. The Japanese attacked all across the Pacific that day. Okay, now what? Here, China had never been able to threaten the Japanese home islands. Well, the United States. Here, the United States was totally isolationist. Most Americans couldn't find Japan on the map. Well, after Pearl Harbor, they sure could. And suddenly the United States isn't isolationist anymore, and they're coming to get the Japanese. So you can see the samurai values in operation here. Just try harder, more dosages of willpower. Eventually you'll win, or you'll die trying. Okay. Another operational preference that you can see, which is as part of the surprise or preemptive attacks, and that's just how Japan began all of its wars. The first Sino-Japanese War and the second Sino-Japanese War, Russo-Japanese War, and the Pacific War. This is how all of them began. And finally, Miyamoto offers some advice on how you break the enemy willpower. And in this case, you've already won conventionally, but they're waging an insurgency against you. I'm modernizing the terminology. And the idea is you want a psychological victory. You want them just to quit. And somehow you're going to break their will to resist. And I suspect this is what the Japanese thought they were doing in the rape of Nanjing and other atrocities, that they were going to do these horrifying things and that would break the will of the other side. Okay, be careful whom you put on death ground. The Japanese were repeating a mistake done by the Nazis, which is if you're dealing with even a failing state, which Russia was, Stalin had shot so many of his officers in the 30s, and then he inflicted a famine on Ukraine. But when the Nazis came in and they were going to wipe out not only the Russian government, but also the Russian people, you will superglue people, government, and military, and you will transform a failing state into a lethal adversary. And this is what Nazi brutality does to Russians, what Japanese brutality does to Chinese, and what Russian brutality today is doing to Ukraine. Don't do it. Bad strategy. All right. There are strategic implications from these values. One is this emphasis on the offensive, preemption. It's emphasis on military action to solve all your problems. And you have a fixed policy objective, whatever it is. And if you're in a given battle, you have to win that battle. It's not, oh, I have an overarching objective. It's too costly here. I'm going to call off this battle.
Watch from 545. Former cop who was assaulted by Jan 6 rioters is not happy.
Sources tell
545.
I believe we have sound from the Oath Keepers leader, Stuart Rhodes, who spoke after he was released from prison. I want to listen to that and then get your reaction to that on the other side, Michael. So let's listen.
Any regrets? No, I don't, because we did the right thing. We were there to protect Trump supporters from Antifa. We were there to protect and secure 2 permitted events on Capitol grounds where members of Congress were going to speak. The guys that went inside did not commit any crimes. In fact, they helped people. They helped the police and helped the people out.
He says
Yeah, that is psychotic.
he has no regrets. What do you say, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I would say to Stuart Rhodes. Go fuck yourself.
Okay.
You're a liar.
We didn't obviously get to beep that word out, but obviously this is personal to you, Michael. This is very personal to you. Have you been getting any threats? You talked about safety. You worried for your safety and for your family. Have you been getting any direct threats?
I never stopped getting threats. I mean, my family, the threats have never stopped. I didn't even make it through my congressional testimony during the Select Committee hearing before I received my first threat.
And they just continue.
In recent months, and they continue. In recent months, my mother has had her home swatted. She's a 76-year-old woman who lives alone. She has had bricks thrown at her house in the middle of the night. And just a few months ago, she was out raking the leaves in her front yard when an individual pulled up in a truck and threw a bag of shit on her.
Wow.
All because her son had the courage to testify about his experiences on January 6th as a police officer in this country.
Yep. Thanks, Trump. Thanks. That's great. We literally have Alex Jones as the fucking U.S. president.
What do you say to what Trump claims is that, the election is a referendum on this. The country has moved on. They don't care. They elected me anyway. What do you say to that? And to the Americans who just who don't care? Go ahead.
I absolutely agree with President Trump. I believe that the election was in part a referendum on January 6th, and that most Americans, they don't care. Because the characteristics that many of us have come to associate with ourselves as Americans, things like honor, courage, integrity,
all gone,
are all bullshit. They've been replaced by things like selfishness, self-centeredness, and cowardice. And that's how we came to have Donald Trump as our president.
All right, Michael Fanone, thank you so much for coming on to talk.
Yep, retarded. Thanks for the donation, retard.
And I'm going to try again somewhere else. The moment your plan is failed, you're a failure. So they're not thinking of planning in terms of branches of sequels, and they'll be unexpected events that take place you'll adapt to. None of that. You're a failure if any of that stuff happens to you. So there's a real insensitivity to risk. And there's no grand strategy. But if you believe these things, you will be lethal in warfare. You're not going to give up easily at all. And so you look at the Japanese at the end of the war and go, why don't they quit a lot earlier? Well, it's because in a way, they're already dead men. They suffered social death. And so they're going to keep on until the very, very end of all of this. And it's a great sin of omission, this absence of grand strategy. The Japanese aren't the only ones to have done this. The belligerents on all sides in World War I were thinking all in terms of using the military instrument, got themselves into trouble. So if you look at what the Japanese are doing, they had some vague ambitions and wanted to take advantage of opportunities, but there's no definition of what win in this war is. How much territory should Japan take and then call it a day and say, done. We've been successful here. Rather, their territorial acquisitions are really a function of what they were able to take and what, in anger, they did take, but also a function of strategic failure. No matter what they did, it never pacified the China theater. Problem for them. Okay, Alice, that was Wonderland. Now we're going to get to how it works, how other people live. If you believe these things, how does it help explain what actually happened in World War II? And I'm going to start with two sins of omission: the Japanese neglect of paying more careful consideration to logistics, and then another sin of omission is a neglect of protecting their sea lines of communication. And then the last two are about these in-group, out-group divisions and the problems it cause for within each military service, intra-service rivalries, and then between the two services, the Navy and the Army in the war, that cause them such difficulties. Okay, the Japanese, if you start at the beginning of the war, Japan never produced more than 1/113th U.S. steel and coal production. It never did more than 10% of what U.S. munitions productions were. I believe if you do the math and take all the battleships and divide people into everything, that each U.S. soldier had 4 tons of equipment per, whereas each Japanese soldier had about 2 pounds of equipment. Japanese main weapons in this war were the grenade and the bayonet. Their artillery and machine guns were very obsolete, what they had going in the Pacific War. And then you flip it around and look at the United States. The United States had about 18 men in supply, or men and women, but mostly men, in supply services supporting each rifleman at the front. Other militaries in this period had about an 8-to-1 ratio. Japan had about a 1-to-1. So Japan's already suffering food shortages before Pearl Harbor. And then when you get to the winter of 1942-43, the Japanese are having critical shortages of oil, so they no longer can deploy the fleet at will. That means you forget about convoying anything because you just haven't got the oil to do it. And yet, when you get to 45, when they're predicting they're going to have absolutely zero aviation fuel and other fuel by the end of 45, you have the government saying, still, we're going to fight on for this honorable whatever it's going to be. These Bushido ideas of that you just persevere, loyalty, honor, duty, keep going. All right, I'm going to be quoting this gentleman's diary, Admiral Ugaki Matome. He was the chief of the staff of the combined fleet until his plane and Admiral Yamamoto Isoroko's plane were shot down. U.S. code breaking was quite good. We figured out where they were, and we killed Admiral Yamamoto, but this man survived. And by the time he wrote this entry, he was the head of an air fleet on the home islands sending kamikaze flights out because Japan simply lacked the ability to do too much else this late in the day. And here is his last diary entry written on August 15th, 1945. This is after 2 atomic bombs had been dropped and after the Russians had deployed into Manchuria. And he said, okay, there are various causes for today's tragedy. And I feel that my own responsibility is not light, but more fundamentally, it was due to the great differences in national resources between the two countries. Okay, it's too late to come to that conclusion. U.S. production statistics had been on the books forever, but when Japanese read these numbers, they thought they were ludicrously high and discounted them as propaganda. And those who knew better, who'd done tours of duty in Britain or the United States, they weren't promoted because they were defeatists. I believe that Admiral Ugaki kept and maintained his diary is because he was an honorable samurai. He had believed in Bushido, the ability of willpower to more than compensate for inferior resources, but the war's outcome had proved him incorrect. And so as an honorable samurai, he paid with his life and he kept his diary to nothing to be ashamed of. He'd done what he was going to do. Here I have the last prime minister of Imperial Japan, Prince Higashikuni Narihiko, talking about his take on the war. He said, I think the basic cause of defeat was a loss of transport shipping. Okay. By the end of the war, Japan was down to 1/9 of its transport shipping. It meant the empire was paralyzed. What's the point of taking all these territories if you can't get the resources back? The Navy had always focused on the mission by Alfred Thayer Mahan, who's from where I work.
Forgot my namification, Only Tillers. What's up with Destiny? Did he cook his own career for being too much of a coomer? Now who's going to check other retards like Hassan? Or megatards? I guess we'll have to wait and see how the trial goes if it actually happens. Well, no one wants to work with him anymore, so podcast is done. All of his friendships with other creators done. You know, like literally everybody, Lonerbox, you name it. Nobody wants to work with him. And, like, I mean, he can still post on his YouTube channel. I don't think he's posted anything. And he's probably going to keep quiet for a while because he knows he's going to get bombarded by hate comments and shit. So, I don't know, like, I know he's rich. I don't know if he's just going to retire now. And just live off of, you know, interest from, I don't know, index funds or something he has. But I'd imagine he's probably going to come back and post videos and stuff again. But, you know, if his audience is massively diminished and he's getting, like, mostly nothing but hate, probably isn't going to keep doing YouTube, if I had to guess. As far as, like, the civil suit that Pixie's claiming she's making against him, highly doubt that's going to go anywhere, especially since she made that irretrievably stupid fucking post on her Substack. That might absolutely ruin any realistic possibility she could have of winning a civil suit. She's also asking for a very small amount of money to launch a civil suit, $25,000. That will pay for a few weeks of a lawyer, and I'm not even necessarily kidding. I've had to go to court over horseshit, and I remember I paid over $10,000 in legal fees over the course of a year. So that, yeah, not $25,000 will not get you very far. Only realistic hope she has is if Destiny agrees to a settlement very quickly. So if she's talking to a lawyer who knows what they're doing, in all likelihood, they're just going to press Destiny for a very quick, easy, settlement. So that's probably not going to go anywhere. And again, it's just a civil suit. All she can really ask for is monetary compensation. There are people who've made reports to the police. Again, never trust the police to do anything. Not only are they completely and utterly incompetent, the police also don't really give a shit about you. So if you go to the police saying, hey, there's this big YouTuber who's like this twink fucking dork that nobody likes, who's got a reputation for being very untrustworthy and unlikable. Well, I sucked his cock and I let him like film it with my cell phone, and I also let him keep the footage. And like 2 or 3 years later, he just sent that footage to somebody. Like, the police aren't really gonna, very low likelihood the police are going to take that seriously, so I don't see anything really coming of that. People are claiming it's revenge porn too. It's not revenge porn. If it was revenge porn, the police might take it a little more seriously, but revenge porn is something very specific. Revenge porn is when you release sensitive pornographic material of somebody without their consent with malice for, you know, purposes of revenge. That is not revenge porn. That's just callous disregard for somebody's privacy. And again, there are laws about that, but it gets into really like you can get into some like really weird, murky legal territory, because if there was no written agreement on whether or not he could release that footage, Destiny could just claim, you know, well, she never really told me that I can never share it with anybody. He might not be able to use that argument because he sent messages to her saying sorry and apologizing, so there's probably at the very least an implicit agreement that, you know, that's only for his eyes only. But again, there's no written contract or anything, and it's on his cell phone. She let him film. So, you know, technically he owns a license to it. So you can get into some very weird, murky legal territory there, and that might be another reason why police don't have an interest in pursuing any kind of prosecution, because, like, what exactly are they going to charge him with? And, you know, the kind of expense of going through the legal system, prosecuting him, spending tens of thousands of dollars at least in that kind of prosecution over something so fucking stupid, they might not bother, right? So Destiny is very likely going to get off, you know, in terms of legal consequences. I don't really see anything happening from it, but in terms of his career, it's definitely going to harm his career. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my notification.
Here's a phone call recording that the IOF didn't want you to hear. Little girl was trapped in her car for days along with her murdered parents screaming for help. Oh, but those kids are Hamas though.
Killed by Israeli strikes on Palestine, Gaza, ? So they don't know why she was trapped in a car? So they don't even know, they don't give a reason for why this girl was trapped in a car. It honestly looks like they just ran into a fucking lamppost. It doesn't look like it was shot up. And I would imagine the reason nobody got her out of the car was either because there were no Israeli forces in the area, or at least close enough to know some girl was in the car. I have no idea. Does that car look like it was blown up by a bomb? Not really. Eyewitnesses say some of the bodies had decomposed, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry. They're blaming Israel for a girl being trapped in a car when eyewitnesses? So no one was around. The story makes no sense. Like, what are they trying to say? Was it shot at or engaged by Israel? Why was she there? I find it very hard to believe that, one, she was even trapped in the fucking car. Like, I don't know. I think by the age of 6, I'd figure out how to be able to leave a vehicle. Like, you know, you pull the handle or something. If this was hit by an Israeli rocket, like, it looks like the fucking windows were blown open. So why was she unable to get out? Nothing about the story makes any fucking sense. And apparently there were eyewitnesses there. Okay, so why didn't any of them help? And why would I assume there were any Israeli soldiers there that could even possibly offer aid? None of this makes any sense. Thanks for the donation, dum-dum.
Work back in the day was all about fleet-on-fleet engagements and things. But it turns out that the Japanese Navy hadn't focused on convoy duty. Mahan had called that a promising secondary operation. Actually, it turned out to be primary in the Pacific, that U.S. submarine services paralyzed their sea lines of communication. Go submarines. But so here's Admiral Ugaki Matame, who is talking about, he eventually comes around to recommending a more defensive strategy of not having this fleet on fleet because they've lost a lot of the fleet and then they don't have the fuel to run it. But by the time he's recommending a more defensive strategy, they don't have the fuel or the assets to do that either. Earlier in the war, here's his take before all that bad stuff had happened. It's too bad for the officers and men of the submarine service that they have not yet sunk any important men of war, only merchantmen. Well, his disdain for the target would cost him. And he noted later on, when he's trying to account for why the Battle of Guadalcanal is going so badly for Japan, he said the aim of supply and transport to the front has not even been half fulfilled each time. It led those on the verge of death, i.e. the Army, to be extremely skeptical about the Navy and thinking that the Navy is just sacrificing the Army. Well, no kidding, that's what the Army thought. Because for an expeditionary force, you absolutely need the Navy to deliver you there, to maintain your supplies there. And they're thinking, the Army's thinking, you Navy are being irresponsible, not doing any of these things. So there are tremendous inter-service rivalries between the Army and Navy in Japan. And it goes back to the pre-war budget wars, where Japan's a resource-poor country, and both services have what they consider absolutely essential things to be funded. Japan didn't have the money to fund both. And then when you get in war and you start expending these things, you need even more money. And so the disagreements were brutal. But before I get there, the in-group, out-group differences that stovepipe things and cause problems aren't simply between Army and Navy. They're within each service. So I'm going to start there. And to be fair, I'm going to provide one example for each service. I'll start with the Army. It was the Guangdong Army, or Japan's Army in Manchuria, that decided to invade all of Manchuria back in 1931. It was not the home office back in Tokyo, but it's this branch that turns out kicks off a 15-year war. So these folks think that they know what's best for Japan and how best to defend the empire, and they're just off and running. Meanwhile, there are a series of coup attempts, some of them where Navy is part of it, a lot more of them with the Army that's dealing with it, going back and forth. And at the very end, when Emperor Hirohito is capitulating, there was one last coup attempt, which amen, it failed, because the war might have terminated quite the way it did if it had succeeded. So the point is, if you got coups running on, that is not called unified command. It's a mess. And the Navy wasn't any better. I have a different sort of example here. During the war...
Would you debate Bad Empanada? Your thoughts on his video essays?
I've challenged him to a debate before. I never got any kind of message back. But no, I wouldn't even bother. The guy is a massive lying fucktard. So it's kind of like, I don't know, debating a flat earther. Like, you can provide them like all the evidence they need, and then they'll still say, oh no, it's still flat. Like, okay, like I can go over, okay, well, Israel has the best militant to civilian casualty ratio of any military. So how do you explain that when you're claiming Israel's indiscriminately killing? Oh, those are Israeli numbers. You can't trust them, blah, blah, blah. But you can trust Hamas. Okay. What else is there? Oh, Israel's starving, everybody. And then you can show them the data. You can show them the number of food trucks. You can even show them videos of some of these food lines where literally everybody is either normal weight or overweight. That doesn't matter. It's just one video. If you look at all of Palestine, everyone's starving. Then they'll show you like one photo of a baby who's starving. It's like, and that's evidence enough that there's widespread famine. Like, it doesn't matter. And the guy is just a known fucking liar. Before the Destiny stuff broke out, he heard some rumors and he literally just put out a bunch of lies that ended up not being true, and he was quite off the mark. He said, Lonerbox isn't friends with Destiny anymore because Destiny had sex with his girlfriend. That ended up not being true. The reason Lonerbox isn't friends with Destiny anymore is because Lonerbox is currently dating Pixie, who, you know, Destiny leaked nudes of. So obviously to support his girlfriend and shit, and just because it's disgusting behavior in general, he's not friends with him anymore. So, like, he just lies constantly. He also spread Nazi propaganda about Holocaust numbers being faked and shit. I have no interest in debating anybody like that. He's he's even more of a lying psycho than somebody like Finkelstein or Finkelstein, Finkeldick. Like, Finkeldick, he'll like cherry pick information or like bite the bullet on just ridiculous nonsense. Empanada will he'll just lie. He'll literally make shit up. Like, at least Finkeldick, he'll lie by omission or cherry pick data or like use very colorful interpretations, but he just flat up makes shit up. Thanks for the donation, though, fat boy.
Lol, I love how Uzios ask stupid questions that's obvious. Why didn't eyewitnesses engage? Obviously they would get fucking shot by IOF snipers. She couldn't leave the car, otherwise she would get shot at. I off were targeting anyone near the car.
Where's the evidence of that?
Lol, I love how you Zeos ask stupid questions, that's obvious.
I don't know why that played twice. First of all, where's your evidence for any of those claims? The video you sent me didn't even make any claim that that car was engaged by Israel. Never mentioned anything about Israel actually shooting the car with snipers. Never explained why the car was damaged. They literally had a question mark at the end. They couldn't give any explanation for why that car was there, why it was damaged, who damaged it, what was happening. Didn't mention anything about Israeli snipers, so thank you for making shit up. Thanks for the donation, Ebony Gandalf. Oh yeah, and bad empanada is so bad, even people like Hassan won't associate with him. Like, again, Hassan has literally openly stated on that fucking commie podcast that, he's a Hamas supporter, and he's glad that Hamas perpetrated the October 7th attack. Even an absolute fascist psycho like Hassan won't associate with bad empanada. Like, that says a lot. Lol, donate $2, let me see.
How much for a washer? It depends, which one you're looking for. We give $679.
That one's like plastic.
Yeah. What do you mean plastic?
It feels like plastic, no?
No, that might be plastic because this is a control board.
I'll buy this one.
Okay.
Can I pay here?
Using cash, you can pay at the cash register. Yeah, I'm gonna go with you, no money.
It would be $1,300.
For a pair?
Let's do it.
Both of them?
A deal's a deal.
Okay, that's good, yeah.
How much?
What the fuck is this? What in the fuck? Rip off.
How much for this rock?
I don't know if we're selling the crystals today.
Did you make it yourself?
I don't think.
Oh, you just bought it for a display?
Yeah, you can't. These ones you don't make. It's a crystal. Yeah.
How much would it be
my
worth?
Crystals. Honestly, probably in an Origins like $5-10.
Could I buy it? $10?
That's not up to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
There we go.
Let's go over here. You need to chill out a little. Over here. Go over here.
Well, this looks interesting. Thanks for the donation, Lol. I met a Gandalf, donated $2.
Hello? No, مرحبا عمو.
Contact lost with sisters trapped under Israeli gunfire.
Hello, مرحبا.
You realize this is... Is this the same person?
Hello, مرحبا.
Oh, is this the family that got engaged by the Israeli tank? Yeah, so this dumbass family decided to drive their fucking car next to an Israeli armored division. Obviously, for security reasons, they can't let any vehicles get close to them because they could be car bombs. They engaged because they're stupid enough to drive next to a fucking Israeli tank. What the fuck do you want them to do? Yeah, get fucked. Fuck around, find out. If you want to drive next to a tank, be my fucking guest. Wipe out your entire family. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
This is every day with you, Dennis. This is getting ridiculous. Go over here. Go over here. Let's go over here. Let's go inside and talk. I'm not going to have you yelling out here. Let's go in the house. Let's go in here.
Dominic, stay away from me.
Okay. Hello. What's going on?
He's trying to plow.
Okay.
Right? Jonathan got out of his car and was stepping in front of the vehicle, and he almost got hit twice. Holding on to the front of the vehicle.
Did you see it?
Yes, from my window.
Well, I tried to call my sister-in-law here.
Yeah.
To have her come out. He knocked my phone out of my hand. Trying to get me a hug. I just went like that to get him off of me so I could get my phone, so I could call her.
What did he do? Show me.
Hey, let me show ya.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, if you don't calm down, I'm not going to look at it because you're all worked up for nothing. Okay, let's just go slowly. What are you doing with your truck, though?
Nothing.
Back off.
I ain't doing nothing while you're burning me. You don't even listen.
What? No, what is this snow for?
And you push all that snow, Dad. I want back of me. I was
Can you
stuck.
just stop being so agitated? Because I'm trying to.
So he's plowing, and he freaked out that some of the snow was going in front of his car, and oh my god, dude.
Talk to you, but you're acting all spastic right now.
Look how you think, yo. I'm gonna get here.
Okay, so he pushed.
Yeah.
Is this your trailer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Dad.
Okay, I can see where.
Bruh. Why are, like, how do people not know how snow works?
That's not okay.
Yeah. I can't shit with him. He's doing this to Looney.
Dennis came up to you and hugged you.
You know, where can I be stuck in there?
Did you get thrown down?
Yeah.
Did he grab you anywhere else? Go up to your room. Dennis, go up to your room, and I need you guys to calm down. Pushing snow, it sounds like.
And then he claims he was about to get
Well, I think we gotta. Because you kind of make it worse for you.
Came backing up, dropped his plow down.
Instead of putting yourself in front of a vehicle.
I'm gonna punch him. I don't care. Threw him down on the.
Getting at your dad would want
In my face. What to do?
that. Himself.
Yeah.
Nobody was.
Well, that's middle America. Dodo Donatillers, are you enjoying the lecture? Also check this out.
This guy hated someone so much that he literally invented something that changed the world just to get his revenge. You see, Sv3rige.
I don't care, I hate that guy. Woman loses it in a US grocery store after seeing they're selling Israeli salad. Oh, great.
Salad. Israeli salad. عارفين متبل and I know and you don't say. And a salad. Thank you so much.
Yeah, she's really doing her part to fight the Zionists. There is Israeli salad here. What are you thinking, selling Israeli salad? Oh my god. These people are just worthless.
Over 2.5 million researchers around the world use it. We've folded all proteins known to science, all 200 million. Usually it would take 5 years average, several years to do that experimentally. So if you times, the rule of thumb is it takes a PhD student their entire PhD to find the structure of one protein. So 200 million would have taken 1 billion years of PhD time. And we've just given that all to the world for free, all open for anyone to use. So I think it's just, I call it science at digital speed, which is what I think we're going to see more of and help vascular.
Yeah, that's pretty dope. The AI thing is turning out to be pretty useful. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You see this yet?
I'm not going back to Haiti.
One of those.
Yeah, I've seen this. Whatever. Yeah, deport the retards. Who cares? If they have a criminal record, shouldn't be there. Thanks for the donation, dat nigga. And that guy's clearly insane.
You Zeos are the fucking dumbasses. Where's your evidence for that claim? Or are you going to do what you do best and call me ableist names, then just ignore my question because you know you Zeos all lie? I'm watching. Yeah, the second part most likely, lol.
That's nice. I don't know what that has to do with Israel being at fault for a dumbass driving their car right next to armored infantry, but to each their own. Penis donated $2, let me see. Oh no. Oh, he slid down the hill and he's too lazy to walk back up. Oh no. Oh. Oh, now they're walking back up. His friend slid down too. Pandas are silly. Thanks for the donation, Penis.
Trump declassified documents on Martin Luther King, and there's documents where the feds imply King was a closeted homo. Lamau read first pick.
Yeah. Well, the funds that he had received from the Ford Foundation, King held the first of 2 workshops in Miami, trained Negro ministers, urban leadership. Tenants later discussed with behind-the-scenes drinking, fornication, homosexuality that went on in the conference. White prostitutes were brought in for the Miami area, all-night sex orgy. Well, we know King was cheating on his wife, but yeah, this is probably horseshit. Child resembles King to a great degree, and King contributes to support of the child. King is having illicit love affairs with 3 other women, one of whom is Joan Baez, nationally known folk singer. It's fact that King not only regularly indulges in adulterous acts, but enjoys the abnormal by engaging in group sexual orgies. I don't know about that one. But he was cheating on his wife. But, the FBI director at the time hated King because he was a massive racist white supremacist, and he was trying to get as much dirt on him as he possibly could. They were obviously looking for shit that they could criminally charge him with, but they kind of couldn't. So what they resorted to doing was just finding whatever dirt they could find on him and blackmailing him with it. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Or the U.S. Air Service, people who are flying planes, they would alternate combat and training missions so that you would bring back someone who had survived and learned something from combat.
How fucked is destiny in your opinion? Here's my hot take. People are overreacting, and it's not that big of a deal's also fuck Pixie. Obviously she's milking it. What he did was wrong, but honestly feels like a massive overreaction.
There's a big generational difference. I think people around my age, you know, who were born in the early 90s, we were kind of taught personal responsibility. So, you know, if you send naked photos to somebody and then they end up getting leaked, people would tell you, well, why did you send naked photos to somebody? Obviously that would happen. People who were born in the 2000s or later, they are not taught personal responsibility, and anytime they're a victim of something, even when they're the ones who created a situation in which they'd become a victim, oh, it's not your fault. You can send naked photos to whoever you want. It's their fault for leaking it. You did nothing wrong. Don't victim blame. You're the victim. There's nothing you could have done. You know, like, that's just the way it is. So, I mean, there's just a big difference in values and perspective, and they're not necessarily wrong for thinking that. It's just that, like, if you're going to have that perspective, then you're always going to have trouble. Like, if we don't give anybody any personal responsibility for what happens to them, then, okay, have fun getting more nudes leaked. Have fun, like, getting shit stolen from you or taken advantage of. Like, you can have that perspective. Do you learn anything from it? Do you do you become smarter or wiser? Like, where you don't let those things happen to you in the future? Like, no. Like, nobody ever tells you, well, you're a fucking idiot. Like, obviously that's going to happen. Smarten up. So that perspective isn't necessarily wrong. I just don't know what utility it's really, you know, getting you, right? You can act like the victim all you want, and, you know, sure, you're the victim. Somebody did something wrong, but okay, I guess you can live your life like that, always being the victim, if you want. So yeah, like I think the dumbest thing people are doing by far is just mischaracterizing what happened. Like people are calling it revenge porn. It's not revenge porn. Revenge porn is when you deliberately leak photos of somebody to harm their reputation. There's an intent of malice behind it. There was clearly no intent of malice behind what Destiny did. It was just fucking stupid and irresponsible and callous. But, yeah, Pixie is clearly milking the situation for all it's worth. I think she's manipulative as shit. But it's really, in terms of harm to the victims, it's not that big of a fucking deal. Like, even when I was in my mid-teens, like, this is when cell phone cameras were becoming common, and the iPhone only just released when I was, like, finishing high school. Even back then, everyone knew if you send naked photos, they're gonna eventually get leaked. Even back then. So, like, this has been in the cultural zeitgeist for quite a while. The idea that, oh, I was only 19. Like, guess what? When I was 15, I knew not to do this. So, yeah, you can't use that excuse. You're literally an adult. This has been in the cultural zeitgeist for a fucking long time. And it benefits these people because, like, so many people have gotten their nudes leaked. Revenge porn is so fucking common. And not only that, just sex work in general is so common. Like the racy photos people upload to Instagram, the amount of people who do OnlyFans, like porn is so fucking culturally accepted and mainstream. You have porn stars that are getting like acting contracts and shit. They're pop culture figures. No one fucking gives two shits if there's a video of you online sucking somebody's dick. Literally no one cares. So them playing it up and saying, oh, my life is ruined, I'm never going to be able to have a successful career, like no, you're just lying and being a drama queen and trying to milk it. Like, no one cares. Doesn't affect anything. Like, people are saying, oh, but they sent it to their, like, family members. Their mom and dad saw it. Guess what? Your mom and dad have sucked plenty of fucking dicks. Well, maybe your mom. I don't know about your dad. Your mom has sucked plenty of dicks. Your dad has had plenty of girls suck dick. They know girls suck dick. Okay? Your parents are probably in their 50s, 60s by now. Your parents know about dick sucking. They've done it themselves. Your parents have seen you naked more than anyone on the planet. They literally wiped shit off your ass for years. So the idea that your parents would fucking care like that much and it would ruin your relationship with your family, give me a fucking break. So yeah, in terms of harm to the victims, like practically no harm is being done. Like what is shitty is that we want to have a high trust society. Like that's, why we have a legal system and shit to penalize criminals. He violated somebody's trust. Like that's really the fundamental problem here. There really is no tangible harm to the victims. It's just that he committed a gross violation of trust. That's the fundamental problem here. And at the end of the day, it's just not that big of a fucking deal. Does he deserve to get sued over it? Sure. Does he deserve some sort of criminal thing going on where he has to go to court? Sure. But it's really not as big of a deal as people are making it out to be. Thanks for the donation though, Tool.
Destiny is innocent. Free my boy Destiny. All of this will blow over and all the cucks distancing from him will flock back like good little sheep.
Probably not. I would expect something like that maybe 10 or so years ago, but not now. Again, most of these audiences are made up of people who are between the ages of like 15 to maybe 23-ish. I don't even know if a huge portion of their audience is even over the age of 25. So again, it's a completely different mindset that this younger generation has that grew up in the 2000s. So I don't see that happening. I don't see him forming bridges with any of these people again. Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu.
Bad to tell new people the things to avoid, how not to get yourself killed, and some other things. Well, in Japan, in groups, out groups, you sign up together, you train together, you fight together, and you die together. It doesn't mean the Japanese couldn't have grafted people between groups. It's just culturally, it's not the natural thing that comes to mind. Moreover, and this apparently applies to the present, that in the U.S. military, they have what are called hot washes after different operations, where you come back and you're very self-critical about all the things that went wrong to figure out how to do it better the next time. Well, there are cultural reasons why you would not want to do that in Japan. Just, it's different. So if these in-group, out-group things are causing problems within services, it gets toxic between the services. And I've got 4 examples, and I'm going to start with organizational issues. So it's only in 1944 that the Army and Navy finally get it together to have regular liaison meetings in Tokyo. Great. Just in time to figure out how the capitulation is going to work. And then the Army wanted to unify the 2 high commands. The Navy wanted nothing to do with that one because they knew they'd just become the box lunch delivery service for the Army, didn't want to do that. So by 1945, they did unify their information department. Great. They could spew the same propaganda and maybe share Tokyo Rose on a good day. Who knows? But there was no planning, even under the imminent threat of invasion, to how they're going to coordinate their assets to protect the home island. They aren't even coordinating their air assets. Disaster. And this disaster goes back way in time. They had very far back in time. They'd had a very successful war against Russia that ends in 1905. But afterwards, in 1906, immediately afterwards, the Army and Navy are allowed to have completely separate war plans. The Army plan is all about fighting Russia for the big land grab in Eurasia. The Navy plan has a completely different set of enemies. It'd be the United States and Britain for the big gambit. You're not going to use ships in Siberia. The big gambit for empire in the Pacific. And each of these plans, A, they're secret from the other service, and B, each plan assumes the other service is going to do all kinds of important things for them. Okay, great. So I guess the idea of secrecy and surprise, normally you apply that to your enemies, not your sister service. But that's how it works in this setup. Now, the Army does come around to the Navy plan. Why? Because they get walloped by the Russians on the Mongolian border at the Battle of Nomonhan. The Russians just decimate them in 1939. So now the Army says, okay, maybe that Southern Advance thing wasn't such a bad idea. And so the Navy thinks this is great. And they do their Southern Advance. They go zooming down. The Japanese mind over matter stuff seems to be going really well because in 1942, the Army...
Hey, Mint, how about you don't ask me stupid fucking questions in chat?
Group outrage changes direction like the wind. Once this initial phase dies down, destiny will be back like nothing happened. People are extremely quick to forget, and the large majority of people aren't distancing because of moral principles.
Well, I know that's the case for Dan. Dan's distancing himself because of public blowback. So in terms of his personal friends, that's the case. As far as like work associates and stuff like Lonerbox, even if Lonerbox wasn't dating Pixie, they'd still have parted ways, just because, Lonerbox's principles. Again, in a lot of people's minds, this, like, to them, it doesn't seem like it's any different to revenge porn. That's why they're referring to the situation as revenge porn. So I don't know. I think in the long term, he's not really gonna be able to make friends with any people on the left. Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu.
He takes more land than, or a more dispersed theater than any country on the planet. The Navy hasn't lost a single ship. I mean, it's looking really good. Except there are a few little details here that are a problem. What the Navy hadn't told the Army is that actually they weren't ready for this whole thing, that they needed this outer perimeter reinforced by airfields in order to make the thing work. And that wasn't complete. And the Army learned about this on August 17th, 1942, because one of these airfields was being built.
Can you recommend some studies/reports to read on the Gaza war? Do you agree the official Gaza death toll is most likely an undercount?
The total death toll is probably accurate within maybe a 2,000 margin of error. What we can't say with a high degree of certainty is proportion of militant to civilian casualties, especially if we go by Hamas numbers. It's probably going to be a larger discrepancy there. This idea that, oh, it's only reported that, 40,000 civilians died when it's really, like 100,000 or 200,000, like that's just fucking horseshit. There's no way to have tens of thousands of rotting corpses that go unaccounted for in such a small area. There's just no fucking way. Dead bodies smell. So if there's one dead corpse that is under a building, you'd fucking smell it. And then when you're talking about tens of thousands of fucking people, there's no fucking way. Just no chance in hell. But if you want to look at some research and stuff, like Avi is a really good resource. He has some videos up on his channel, and you can check his Twitter and Discord.
Built in this tropical nightmare called Guadalcanal that the United States knew about, even though the Army didn't. And all of a sudden, the Navy is in deep, dark trouble and needs the Army to help them out of Guadalcanal. So now think Sv3rige. The Japanese 17th Army had been ordered to take Port Moresby in New Guinea. That's what they were up to. But with Guadalcanal, they are told, you need to tack on Guadalcanal to that Port Moresby event. Okay, enter logistics. They're 1,000 kilometers apart. So now the Army is going to be lying to the Navy about how many people they've got at Guadalcanal because they're scared the Navy won't provide enough rations and things. The Navy doesn't provide enough rations. People starve anyway. And then the Navy that got
rations. I've never heard anybody pronounce rations as rations.
The Army into this mess wants to call it off and move out, but the Army, good Sv3rige, want to fight on, and they just expend all kinds of resources. And this thing has enormous strategic effects. Prior to Guadalcanal,
revenge porn is bad because it could lead to losing job or opportunities. Yeah, that is complete horseshit. That might have been the case in the 90s, but not now. Look, just for reference, what's her name? Scarlett Johansson and that fucking idiot who did the Hunger Games movies. Fuck. Hunger Games actress. Jennifer Lawrence. Yeah, Jennifer Lawrence and Scarlett Johansson have gotten nudes of themselves leaked, and I'm talking about full pussy and butthole spreading. They're getting movie deals with Disney. Disney is hiring Scarlett Johansson where her fucking pussy and butthole is out there on the internet for everyone to enjoy. Disney is giving her fucking contracts, knowing that if somebody searches for Scarlett Johansson nudes, when they see the new Avengers movie, I wonder if she has any nudes. There's her pussy and butthole. They don't care. Nobody cares. So, yeah, if Disney is willing to hire people who've spread their asshole apart for all the internet to see, no one is going to care. Oh, how will I ever get a job working at fucking Walmart? Like, yeah, nobody cares.
Now, the Japanese Army wanted to continue their strategy of chasing the nationalists out of China. Back in 1937, the Japanese had conquered Nanjing, which is the original nationalist capital, and the nationalists had fled up the Yangtze River to Chongqing, beyond some gorges and some other things, and beyond the rail network. And in 1943, the Japanese were planning to attack Chongqing, and then at that point, I think if you're a nationalist, you're fleeing into Burma. And if that had happened, then the Japanese could have probably pulled hundreds of thousands of people out of the China theater and put them elsewhere, and that would have caused all kinds of problems. Also, the Japanese had to call off their plans to invade Australia. So Guadalcanal has enormous strategic implications. So if you're focusing Sv3rige on one battle, Guadalcanal, well, it has implications in places called China and Australia that are a long way off. Okay, the United States also had inter-service rivalries, right, between our Army and Navy, and that's why you have two separate campaigns for Admiral Nimitz and General MacArthur. Big egos, one campaign for each ego, and apparently that wasn't even big enough for MacArthur. Okay, but even so, I don't believe the inter-service rivalries in the United States were remotely on the scale that they were in Japan. I have one final example to prove that one. So after Pearl Harbor, that had been tremendously successful for Admiral Yamamoto. He wanted to do, the next thing was to attack Midway, because U.S. basing there. And the Army said, we're not going to do this. And Yamamoto goes, I'm going to resign. And the Army, we don't care. I'll commit suicide. We'll buy popcorn.
Pretty sure the Scarlett Johansson nude leaks happened right when the Avengers films were coming out, so... Scarlett Johansson nude leaks. Let me see if I can just find an article about it. She has done some nude scenes, apparently. I never even seen that one. Nude pics, Pornhub. I'm just trying to find an article about it. So this is from 2011, apparently. She had sent Ryan Reynolds nudes. That's where they originated from. So somehow somebody, yeah, the guy who leaked her nudes got 10 years in prison. He hacked her phone. Yeah, this is from 2011. So when did the Avengers films come out? Avengers. 2012. So literally a year before the Avengers movie came out, her nudes got leaked, and she has gotten many film contracts from Disney. And again, this is over 10 years ago. Disney gave a chick who has her, like, butthole on the internet movie contracts. Like, again, the idea that your career is going to be ruined by just nudes or sex video getting leaked, it's just nonsense. Forgot my namification, don't need $2. Taylor Swift did a whole outrage campaign about those deepfakes of her getting plowed by Oscar the Grouch and football fans. She just did a giant tour making millions of dollars. She may in fact be like the world's richest woman. She's a fucking multi-billionaire. Like, these women are claiming, oh, it's going to destroy my career and reputation, coming from the world's richest woman. It's just a complete fucking joke. Like, the world's richest woman is saying her career is going to be destroyed because of deepfakes. It is just so ridiculous and silly. Like, a lot of people don't want to hear this, and it is the truth. Women are just massive fucking bullshitters. They're just completely and utterly full of shit. Like, when a dude, like, if a dude's penis goes on the internet, his first thought is, oh god, I hope all the girls who see it think my penis is big. Oh geez, am I big enough? Oh fuck, was I hard? Was I fully hard then? Oh no, the one that got leaked, it's of my wiener with a half chub. People are gonna think I'm only like 4 inches. Oh fuck. Oh, everybody's gonna know I have a small dick. Like, they're not thinking, oh shit, my career's gonna be ruined. My reputation. Literally, the only thing going through a dude's mind is, oh fuck, I hope I had a full chub. Oh, did it get to the full 6 inches? When women get their nudes leaked, oh my god, it's gonna destroy my reputation, my career, I'm gonna be broken homeless, I'm not gonna be able to make any money. And then, yeah, you have the world's richest fucking woman saying, it's gonna fucking destroy me. Right, okay. Like, give me a fucking break. Sweet Anita bullshitted about this too. Again, she's one of the most popular streamers online for a variety of reasons. One, it being her Tourette's are hilarious. Two, she has massive fucking tits and everybody goons to her. She went on this whole fucking campaign about how, oh, it's so harmful and damaging, it could ruin my career, puts my safety at risk. Yeah, have you been shot at? Have you been stabbed? Like, cool, nothing happened, go fuck yourself. By the way, this is the same woman who is claiming she's being sexually harassed in public and stuff before she did any fucking streaming, before she was ever a fucking social media figure. But this is going to put her at risk. Like, yeah, fuck right off. Like, women just like to fucking horse shit and like play things up as much as they can and make themselves seem like they're bigger victims than they really are. Like, fuck right off. Yeah, all this like deep fake shit and nude leaks, it's not that big of a fucking deal. And again, they were the ones who released these photos, right? If you are so terrified of your nude images being leaked online, why the fuck did you let somebody film you having sex? Why did you ever send somebody your nudes? Clearly, you weren't taking, that threat very seriously when you did it, right? If this could be so damaging to your career and reputation, then why did you do it? Right. It's because it's not. It's not that big of a deal. You knew it wasn't that big of a deal. You knew it wouldn't harm your career and reputation. You knew it was going to do nothing. That's why you did it in the first place. You're only claiming that now because you think like playing it up and making a big deal out of it will get you something. It's just a fucking joke, dude. Like, again, there are dudes who fucking like race, in MotoGP. They know like if they smash into a wall, they can break their neck or like get seriously injured. Like, do any of these people in motorsports, knowing they could die and get seriously injured, do any of them like, oh my god, I had no idea, oh my, what's gonna happen? Like, they know the risks ahead of time, right? Like, they never, it's just stupid. Kid Beard on $8. This is why Tommy Sotomayor says we need to just ban niggas. Southport attacker Axel Ruda Cubana jailed for 52 years for murder of 3 girls. Yeah, that guy is a piece of shit. They really should have been able to impose an indefinite sentence on this guy. Apparently, because it was 8 days before his 18th birthday or something, they couldn't, like, oh my god, like, are you serious? He's probably never getting out of prison, though. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Jennifer Lawrence had some sexy nudes get leaked. Her celebrity status only grew.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna ruin my career, and then, yeah. Oh, what's that? You got paid $4 million for your last movie? Oh, okay. Yeah, those nudes really did, harm you. What's hilarious, too, is, I remember she said something to the effect during, like, one of the X-Men movies. She didn't want to diet or exercise to play Mystique because she thought it sent a bad message to young girls. Because she was a little chubby when she played Mystique. And Mystique is supposed to be this, like, super fit, athletic, Jennifer Lawrence, Mystique. Let me see if I can find any. I think that was one of the later movies. The first one, was it First Class? I think it was First Class. Yeah, I remember she was a little chubby for that movie. And people were criticizing her for it. I remember her cheeks were a little plump and stuff. And she was saying she didn't want to diet or exercise to play Mystique. I'm pretty sure these are edited. She didn't look like that in the actual film. She didn't want to send a bad message to young girls that, oh, you need to diet to look a certain way. Ah, weird. So I guess you didn't care about that when you sent nudes, right? So I don't want to send a bad message to young girls, but I'll send nudes that end up getting leaked. That doesn't send a bad message to young girls or anything. Like, it's fucking hilarious. She's just lazy and entitled. Yeah, and what's also funny, too, is I remember after those nude leaks, she ended up doing that really sexy, really shitty film where she played a Russian spy. I think that, what was it? Monarch something? Jennifer Lawrence Russian spy movie. Yeah, Red Sparrow. I don't know if I'll get nudes if I search this. Yeah, but in Red Sparrow, there was full frontal nudity in that movie. So I guess she got over her shyness once everybody saw her butthole. Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu.
And here's what changes this. So after Pearl Harbor, Americans wanted to let the Japanese know that we were thinking about them. And so this is where Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle, the Doolittle raids named after him, in April 1942, it was a one-way trip off an aircraft carrier because they had so much fuel in order to get to Japan that the idea was they're going to go bomb Japan and then ditch in China whoever survives. Very brave people who did this. And are they going to cause massive damage in Japan? Well, yeah, if you're directly underneath, you won't appreciate it. But in general, it causes minor damage. But it has a major unanticipated strategic benefit. Think samurai. The Army, all of a sudden, is backing the Navy that they're going to now do midway with them. And it's right, don't think, retaliate, avenge your honor. The Army was appalled that anyone had been able to bomb Japanese skies, so now they're all over it. Okay, so how does midway work out? Really poorly for the Japanese. They lose 4 aircraft carriers. They've only got 12. They've lost a third. Oops. And here we go, in-group, out-group. The Navy doesn't tell anyone for 3 or 4 months. Incredible. In a war, right? So they're thinking about their little stovepipe, and they're ignoring Japanese interests when this is going on. Okay? Different story. So they do get their operational end to the whole thing. It's called, this is the firebombing of Tokyo. The whole place went up in flames.
No, Jennifer Lawrence's nude leaks, she showed her butthole, and if I remember correctly, Scarlett Johansson, you could also see her butthole. I remember clearly you could see her pussy. A friend of mine, because I was talking about this with a friend of mine, and he said she had a fat hamburger pussy. She kind of didn't, but I remember Scarlett Johansson, you could clearly see her pussy because my friend said she has big fat hamburger lips. So I remember that vividly. I'm pretty sure you could see her butthole. Jennifer Lawrence, I know for sure saw her butthole because she had a really nice butthole. It's burned in my mind. And Ken Bone, the guy in the big red sweater, who ended up being on H3 and shit. Ken Bone. Yeah, this guy. People looked into his social media history and he made a post on Reddit saying that Jennifer Lawrence has a really nice butthole. So, yeah, I know for sure you can see Jennifer Lawrence's butthole.
In fact, it got so hot, the canals boiled. It's an operational solution. It's unconditional surrender after a protracted war of annihilation that destroys just about every single Japanese city, minus a couple that survived. What broke the stalemate? And here's what happened. It's 3 really bad things that happened in 4 days. Talk about a concentration of really bad events from a Japanese point of view happening all at once. When you want to talk about, this is the psychological shattering that actually happens to the Japanese. First, the United States drops an atomic bomb on Hiroshima. 2 days later, the Russians pour 1.5 million people into Manchuria, the nightmare scenario of the Japanese army. And they know if this war protracts, the Russians are going to come down through Manchuria, down the Korean Peninsula, onto Hokkaido, and down the home islands. It'll yield a divided Japan if it goes on for a long time. And then you have the next day, the United States drops the second atomic bomb with a bluff. The idea being, we're going to keep doing this daily or every other day, except we don't have any more atomic bombs, and we cannot build them quickly for a long time.
Are men or women more body dysmorphic? I feel like body dysmorphia in women is taken way more seriously in society with celebrities, blah, blah. I think women are more likely to suffer body dysmorphia if you go by a medical definition. So the way it's medically diagnosed is you show somebody a photo of themselves, you ask them to explain what they look like, and women usually have anorexia when they have body dysmorphia. And they'll be like extremely underweight, and these people say they look normal, or they'll say they look kind of fat, and then you'll show them a photo of someone else who looks exactly the same, and then they'll say, "Oh yeah, that person looks really skinny and underweight." So that's how it's medically diagnosed. Pretty sure it's more common in women than men, but usually when men say they have body dysmorphic disorder, they don't really have body dysmorphic disorder. They just have unrealistic standards for themselves.
So that's big bluff. But the emperor then has had enough, and he breaks the deadlock in the cabinet, and the cabinet allows the deadlock to be broken the next day. And then he makes an unprecedented radio broadcast, never had that happen before, to his subjects, telling them, game over. And then the next day, he sends 3 imperial princes to the Manchurian, Chinese, and Southern theaters, conveying his orders at game over. And from that moment on, his samurai obeyed him, and they absolutely cooperated with the occupation. There's no insurgency, no nothing going on after this. And at the end of the war, the United States came to understand the Japanese. At the beginning, totally misread the situation with the oil embargo that's meant to deter. Instead, it precipitates the war that we didn't want. But at the end of the war, the United States realizes you're going to need some level of Japanese cooperation if you're going to occupy the place. And they're going to use Emperor Hirohito for this. Hirohito is scared to death that it's not so much that he'll be hanged, but that the United States will extinguish his dynasty, kill him and his son, and then it's over. And so he's willing to sign any piece of paper that MacArthur puts under his pen. And one of those is the Constitution of Japan that is going to change their civil and military institutions, demilitarize the place, and try to get a democracy going there. The Constitution was written in 1 week by MacArthur's staff. They're running around raiding, bombed out libraries for examples of Western constitutions, and they cobble this thing together. And this is the unamended Constitution of Japan, still in power, in effect to this very day, MacArthur's gift to Japan. All right, I've been incredibly critical of the Japanese, but to sum up here, their cultural explanations for their neglect of grand strategy, inability to cut their losses, inability to coordinate, and the ferocity with which they fought. So if you look at their values, and they're explanatory of what may well happen when things get set off. But I've been really critical of Japan. I want to even out the story by ending on the United States a little bit, because the United States played a good game or a bad game of half-court tennis and mirror imaged at the beginning of this war. So when the Japanese go into Manchuria in 1931, we want them out. We don't ask, well, why are you doing this? And their answer would be, well, hey, you passed the Hawley-Smoot tariff. That means we're trade dependent. Whom are we going to trade with? And once you did the tariff, everyone retaliated. So you've now shut down international trade. So we need an empire that's big enough to survive. So that's why we're in Manchuria. And by the way, there are way too many communists here. And we got to get rid of those. And then in 1937, when they up the ante and going into the rest of China, we didn't inquire what's going on. And what the Japanese want to do is wall off communism. Don't want that. And then they want to stabilize China so that you can have some productive economic growth. And if you go, well, what were U.S. post-war objectives for China? Ooh, sounds remarkably familiar. Communists out, stabilize the place. Okay, well, how does the war affect all of this? Well, actually, the warfare that went on wiped out the 2 barriers to communist expansion in Asia. What are the barriers? Well, one is Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists in China. The Japanese wipe him out. They don't totally defeat him, but they have so weakened him and so discredited him that by the end of the World War II, he is really poorly positioned to win the Chinese Civil War, which he promptly loses. And then what does the United States do? What's the other barrier to communism? Well, it's the Japanese. We wipe them out. So what do you get? A unified communist China, which makes really complicated wars in the Korean War and the Vietnam War. And the problem is the gift that keeps on giving. We're still dealing with this problem today. So take a little word from Sun Tzu. Know your enemy or the other side. Know the person you're talking to. Don't play half-court tennis. It's a really dangerous game. Rather, try to analyze why. Ask yourself, why is someone doing whatever they're doing? And just because you're trying to understand it doesn't mean you're condoning it. It's just trying to figure out the logic of the other person. It'll set you up for more informed choices.
Before we move on to the interview, a quick word from our sponsors, Scale AI. The AI... I'm a little bit confused on some of the Bushido stuff and how it explains Japan's actions in the war. So look, this Zen Buddhism stuff, the cherry orchards that are blossoming and you must act with the generosity of a samurai, all this Bushido moral stuff. How does that square with the conduct of Japan during the war, the rape of Nanking, the killing of millions of Chinese, the treatment of prisoners of war, which rivaled the fatality rates of the Nazi extermination camps? It seems like where's the Buddhism there?
Well, I'm not an expert on Buddhism, but see, you've got a lot of things conflated in there. If you're asking about the part of the brutality of the war is Japan's totally out of resources, and you're thinking it's going through a massive area of territory. They actually had no ability to take POWs, or if they took POWs, they'd have to halt the military operation, and then you got to put these people somewhere, and so they just slaughtered them instead. And not there were POWs, and or there were cases of hostile civilians who also got slaughtered because I don't know the because, but they had very limited numbers of people to deal with this. So on one hand, you've got absolute desperation. I don't think any people behave well when they're desperate. The war had been going on for years by the time we get interested in it, right? It starts in 1931. So you have desperate people. There's another piece. I can just add little pieces. I can't explain a whole people that in the prison camps. So in Japan, if I'm gonna be, let's say you were Japanese, you and I are looking each other in the eye. That's how you do it in the West, show that you're paying attention. That's not how you do it in Japan. In Japan, if you're Japanese, I'm looking at your shoulder. It's rude to look people in the eye. It's just too intrusive. You're getting too much information probably from that person's face. So you can imagine a Westerner in a prison camp looks his guard in the eye. And the eye's going, the guard's going, oh, who is this arrogant person? You're a PO. You can imagine bad things that are going to be happening. These are guesses on what's going on. There are certain values that I've talked about. There's certain desperation that's going on.
Well, the Japanese at that time were, they literally thought the Japanese race was, like, superior and shit. They just saw other cultures as inferior.
And then there's the dehumanization of what wartime's all about, right? Initially, conscripts go in of all armies having trouble killing people, and then they get
proximal strategic objectives. So with Bushido, why are we looking back at what people were writing in the 1700s?
I'm going to break up the British thing into two parts. So one analytical framework is,
the Nazis were putting their enemies on death ground. The Japanese were putting their enemies on death ground. And in both cases, it was detrimental because you were preventing the other side from surrendering. That seems even worse than what was happening before that period in history where, look, you can think over time that our norms about civility and war crimes are improving over time. But it seems like in World War II, the way people were acting was even worse than they were acting in World War I. The way like Germany and Russia were fighting in World War I was probably more civil than how they were fighting in World War II. And then obviously what Japan was doing in China at the time. What was going on around the world that people just got so like demonic during this period?
No, it's not. Warfare's not civil. You're killing people. I love people talk about just wars, and it's rather.
Dodo $2. Do you think Destiny is going to become a right-wing influencer? That's usually what happens, right? Think about Russell Brand. Happens with all these people. You should probably reach out to him soon. Make sure he doesn't become a right-wing grifter. I don't see him doing that. Like, the problem is the people on the right wing right now are so fucking insane. I would imagine if he did become more right wing, a lot of them would take him in, but I don't see him ever establishing a relationship with somebody like Candace Owens. That is just way, way too toxic of a situation. I could see him cooperating with somebody like Ben Shapiro, but like Ben isn't somebody who'd be willing to give Destiny money. So it would have to be like people who are outside of like the Daily Wire network and people who are more moderate conservatives, which is impossible to find. But he also tried the right wing grift thing for a while. Like he tried to make friends with Nick, tried to kind of, make friends with Candace Owens, tried to, talk with Jordan Peterson, and he literally talked about it like these people are fucking insane and he just can't put up with it. So I don't see that happening. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
A horrible piece of human existence. So there are a number of things that have gone on. With the Industrial Revolution, you can now kill people on an industrial scale. When you're doing it with bows and arrows, it takes a lot more time to create the mayhem. So that's one thing, the ability just to wipe out people. World War I on the Western Front was all entrenched. On the Eastern Front, there was a great deal of movement, but on the Western Front, it was entrenched, which meant civilian populations weren't really touched by it, right? Where the initial fighting, yeah, they're leveled, but once you get a trench, you're not. And then we in the West don't actually study too much what happened to the civilians on the Eastern Front where it's moving around. This is back to my half-court tennis, so we're not paying attention to those civilians. So for the West, very few civilian casualties. Whereas when you get to World War II, you're bombing people. You know, technologies, you can get at people and invading. Also, it's a lesson of World War I, the feeling that the Germans really hadn't felt their defeat, and that allowed them to make up this story about how it was they weren't defeated, the Jews did it or whoever, they were betrayed. And Churchill and Roosevelt decided there would be a march to Berlin to disabuse them of that. And that involves killing a lot of civilians to get to Berlin. And of course, the Russians who were determined to pay back for what the Nazis had done to them. And we had no sympathy for what we weren't going to turn a blind eye to what the Russians were up to because the Nazis had been so heinous.
This is probably wrong. I want you to correct me, but maybe one way you can explain why the Japanese were so brutal in their campaign around this time is if you think that when you lose, you have this idea that you have social death, it's better to kill yourself than go back to your family and say, I surrendered. Maybe they just applied, this is their failure to empathize with or think it from the perspective of immediate years leading up to the war. They could prevent this outcome because the fact that there is a world, like, prima facie, you should assume that if there is a world war, things weren't done optimally, right? That doesn't mean everybody's equally at fault. But is there anything that could be done differently?
Holy smoot.
But maybe like in the years directly before.
But this is serious. We all live, that Hawley Smoot tariff is a game of half-court tennis. So you're looking at the United States, it's in a terrible depression, you want to protect jobs here, and so you raise these big tariff walls. And then, okay, what's the other side of that going to do? They're going to raise their tariff walls and pay you back. What's that going to do? It's going to cost a lot of American jobs if you play that game. You need to be talking with other people. So once you have set the conditions, hothouse conditions for fascists to take over in Germany and in Japan, you are in a world of hurt. The easy solutions are no longer there anymore.
So maybe I'll ask the question this way. The oil embargo, was it a mistake? Because the idea is to protect the international system, prevent empire. Well, we got more empire, we got a world war, we got communists taking over in China. Whatever's going to happen if we got rid of the oil embargo can't have been worse than that, right?
Well, it was. What Roosevelt was really scared of was that the Japanese would attack Russia. Because then he thought Russia would fall. And if Russia fell, he thought the Nazis would win. So at least for the Japanese attack, they attacked us. That was actually better than attacking Russia. So the oil embargo, if you want to, so let's say you don't do it and Japan never attacks us, and then the Russians are down and you've got Nazis in control of the world, so it must be better?
Realizes that goes from a feudal state.
Also, to the anti-CO vegans. Do you want a vegan world? Well, the only realistic way to achieve that would be to annex the world, and get Muslims out of power. Is defending a Muslim's homeland more important to you than ending animal abuse? You're not vegan.
Yeah, Riley, I know you didn't mean it this way, but Zio is a racist pejorative term to describe Jews. It was first coined by a KKK Grand Wizard. So you shouldn't use the term Zio, but thanks for the donation, Riley.
State to advance industrial nation in a generation that it's just not enough time for the culture to evolve. And so the way that the Japanese behaved in the lead up to the war and during the war, it just the feudal values just didn't have a chance to evolve. Like the Meiji Restoration happened too fast.
No, it didn't happen too fast, but it's that institutions take a long time to take root. Look at this country. It's been an evolving democracy for hundreds of years. Okay, we no longer have slavery, amen. But you look at today, really consequential things about our own institutions. So now we're going to go pick on the Japanese because they managed in one generation to westernize their political, judicial, legal, educational, you name it. They westernized them. But there wasn't enough time for these things to grow deep roots. And then if you think about who's doing this, they're called the Genro, this very distinguished generation of Japanese who all knew each other. And so they're career paths were very broad, covering both civil and military areas. And when they died, they couldn't transfer their prestige to anyone else, nor had they institutionalized it in some kind of cabinet or something that would force all these different groups to discuss things without giving a primacy to the military. And then understand what is the tradition in Japan. Shogunate, that's what Japan had before. What's a shogun? Shogun is a Japanese word for general. So the long history of Japan is military rule. So when it comes back in World War II, that in a way is a kind of normalcy. It would have taken a long time. So this comes back to the United States and fooling around with tariff walls, thinking that was such a clever idea. Maybe if the Great Depression had been managed better, it would have given time for these institutions to take deeper roots. No one knows, but I would not criticize the Meiji generation. They're brilliant. They did so much, but you're talking just a number of years. And look at this country. We're really having major problems with our institutions, wondering whether we've got a stalemated legislature, whether we've got a skewed court system or whatever.
All right, well, that was interesting.
January 6, 2020.
It is late, so I am going to head to bed, but I hope you had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. I'm going to try doing another early stream tomorrow, and we'll try playing the Ninja Gaiden 2 remaster. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. But, thanks again, everybody, and I'll see you all tomorrow.